Okay, well, welcome everybody. Thank you very much for being here today. I've spoken to quite a few of you yesterday. I know there's one or two people who weren't there last night, so welcome to you. Glad you could make it. We're basically going to spend the next hour and a half talking about mysticism, philosophy, spirituality, paranormal, supernatural, all kinds of fascinating stuff. Then we'll have a break, and then we'll do another hour and a half, and then we'll go for lunch, so we'll take it from there. So I know some of you are very, very familiar with my work, and from conversation yesterday, more so in fact than I myself. So that's nice. And I also appreciate that some of you don't know anything about what I do, which is fine. As I mentioned yesterday, part of the kind of interest for me in these kind of events, unlike a conference where it's a very large and broad audience, at a workshop you can kind of go into a little bit more depth. So from my point of view, that's always exciting, and also gives me the ability to steer it a little bit. So like, say at lunchtime, some people will come up and say, hey, are you going to talk about this? And there's a couple of people I spoke to last night who said, are you going to talk about the divine feminine, masculine, feminine energies and the link to the sun and the moon and stuff like that? And yes. So what I would ask is, I've got quite a lot of material to cover. I think it's all very relevant to the things that you guys would be interested in. And if you do have any comments or notes, just make a note of it mentally or on the page or whatever. And, come to me afterwards and we can discuss that and build that into what we're talking about. There are some little participation areas in this. Is that still working? Yeah, there we go. I'm back. Okay. So yeah, there are some participations. There's a few little exercises, but I'm not going to ask you to do anything peculiar. So if you're a little shy, I'm not going to ask you to take your clothes off and dance around or anything. So they're all very sedate, conservative exercises, you'll be pleased to know. And then tomorrow there's more of an open session in the afternoon, which is a big sort of Q&A session. So if anybody wants to direct the question in a very specific area that I haven't covered, or you just want my thoughts or feelings on a topic that is of interest to you, then that's a good time to do it. So this session, what I'd like to do is I'd just like to start with a very important point that was made many millennia ago by Lao Tzu, a Taoist philosopher. And you can see this quote here. I will go through some of the things that are on the screen. I kind of don't like to read everything that you can already see. We do have some people joining us from remotely on the live stream. Hello, guys. So they're sat at their PCs in various places around the world. So sometimes I might just explain a slide in a little bit more detail for their benefit as well. But this particular slide, Lao Tzu said, at the center of your being, you have the answer. You know who you are and you know what you want. And this brings to mind the idea that somehow wisdom and sacredness is kind of already something we have in us, kind of something we already know. And it's like that moment when you come across some wisdom and somebody tells you something and the penny drops and you just think, yes, of course, yes, that makes perfect sense. And there's this like faint feeling, a suspicion almost, that it's almost something that you already knew, even though your brain couldn't have done. And I think this is a very important point. So part of my job in the people I speak to and the materials I put out into the sphere of consciousness, I very often get the feeling that people kind of know some of this. And even though your brain doesn't know it, and you've not actually come across it before, at a higher level, it's speaking to something that is in the past, in a past life, in a higher self. So if you do feel that starts to unfold, that is relevant and it's something to be conscious of. And I do believe that, as you will see as I go through this material, that to a very large extent, a lot of the wisdom that we share and a lot of the mysteries that I'm going to share with you, we have higher access to. But as our sort of 3D physical selves, sometimes that's just out of reach, just out of vision. And so this process is very introspective in a way, but it's also very expansive as well, in that it allows us to make contact with what is meaningful and what is true. So I think taking oneself seriously in this respect is legitimate and is a valid thing to do here. Okay, I have various terminology that I really use for my own purposes, and my system, my practice, is what I call the unfoldment. I have a book coming out in the spring which is called The Unfoldment. And there's three essential elements to it: clarity, power, and transformation. And the components of that are very important, especially in these times of earth changes, times of social change and social upheaval. A lot of people feel nervous, uncomfortable. If you look at the news, if you look at CNN and ABC and Fox and the Washington Post and the New York Times, there is something changing in the world. The economies are shifting. Some of that's planned, some of that's unplanned, some of it's conspiratorial, some of it's simply broken. But also in our own personal lives as well, a lot of people are going through transitions in relationships, in jobs, with resources, with their emotional selves, with difficulties, with challenges. And my teaching really is that those things are very closely intertwined. So what happens in the broader sphere of society and what we do with each other in this world is a reflection of what happens at a very personal, intimate level, and I'm going to show you why that is. But these are the essential components of it. And so the inner work is really a work of purification, a work of empowerment, and it's a work of truth and meaning. And those are things that I know all of you, to some extent, that has brought you here in your search for those things, and all the other people and researchers and books and events that you attend. And this is another part of that thing. And I think that the inner work is an extremely important part of being a human being on this planet. I'm going to explain what that is. Conscious will, that's the power element of this. Society would like to have us believe that we are not powerful and that we're just little men and little women. And, you know, it's more about your bank balance and the stuff you've got than who and what you are. And I just totally turn that on its head and say it's completely the way around. What you are and who you are is the thing. How that's mapped out with what you've got is a completely irrelevant issue, really. So empowerment does come through consciousness. The more conscious you are, the more powerful you become. So if anybody ever wonders why should I do this stuff, it's because it makes you powerful in a true way, in an organic way, not in a dominant way, not in an aggressive way. Not at all. It's power as a tree would have power, or as an ocean would have power, that kind of power. And the transformation element of it is very interesting because, as I mentioned when I first came here in June, loads of people are interested in the idea of awakening, and loads of people are interested in the idea of enlightenment. But when that actually infers transformation, changing from something to something else that you don't know what it's going to be, people then think, well, that's a bit strange, actually. Maybe just the first two, that'll do for me. So, you know, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? So transformation is something we have to look at, because when you go down this path, this sacred path, as I call it, that is what unfolds. You change, and the you that was there a week ago begins to shift. And then you look at the you from a year ago and it's not actually the same person anymore. And that changes everything. It changes everything about your life. And that's something that we don't have any training about. We don't have any narrative, any dialogue, any conversation about that in our wider lives. So part of my role, really, that I take upon myself is to explore that. And pretty much everything that I'm going to show is from my life and from my direct experience. So I place a higher emphasis on experience than I do on just concepts. So in that way, it is Gnostic what I do, Gnosis being like experiential knowledge. And it's also more spiritual than it is philosophical, because I place more emphasis on the spiritual aspects. But as you'll see, I was brought up on philosophy, I was brought up on psychology, and those underpin this for me. because I do know that there's quite a number of you in the audience who do have a very cerebral way of looking at the world, and I respect that. That's an important part of being a rational human being, is our ability to reason and to have discipline and critical analysis. And it's wrong for us to just eject that in favour of just dancing about in bliss all the time. That's not what we're here to do. Bliss is the underlying wave, but there's also something happening within that as well. So transformation, very important. And that inner work, if I just blow that out, as I say, the purification, it sounds kind of like a bit cultish, that in a way. I'm going to purify you. Drink the Kool-Aid, it's safe, really. And what I mean by purification is something very broad, really, which is that if you consider your mind as kind of like a vessel, and through that vessel various things pass, various substances, ideas, images, memes, information, knowledge, emotions. And if that vessel is muddy, is complicated, is convoluted, then your experience in life is muddy and complicated and convoluted. So purification is about clarity, it's about clearing, it's about decontaminating, just as you would, if you were ill, you would detox your body. And in the same way, your mind is part of that body system. And so it's important to detox your mind as well. And that means sometimes detaching from the media, for example. And it means detaching from those things which diminish you. So purification is key. Psychic charge. Psychic, I mean literally in the way of the psyche, the mind, the whole system. There is a psychic element to it in the commonly understood element of that. But also just your psychic charge. Like some days you go out and you've got a lot of psychic charge and you can do stuff, write a poem, have a brilliant conversation, send a great email, you're a communicator, you've got all this charge, you can do stuff. Other days that's different and you just think, I just kind of want to stay in today, really. And you feel very introspective and that's not there, that charge. And that charge ebbs and flows. It ebbs and flows like many of the energies through our body. And I'm going to show and talk about methods to increase that charge and to monitor it and to manage it and to know when to use it and when not to. Hidden knowledge, occult knowledge, that's all occult means, as you probably are aware, hidden. Hidden knowledge is a very important part of the inner work. Most of the sacred knowledge on this planet has been hidden, and some of that's been hidden for the right purposes, to keep it out of the hands of people who would misuse it. And some of it's been hidden for nefarious purposes, because it would actually change the game plan on Earth, and there'd be no need for oil, there'd be no need for money, there'd be no need for politics. And they think, yeah, we better keep that to one side, actually, because that completely changes the power base. And arguably, it might do. If that all changed, what would occur? So there's a natural flow of those things. But I think in this room today that it's right for us to share some of that hidden knowledge. And with conscious, integral minds, I think we can all negotiate that quite fairly. Emotional adeptness. Emotions are like really critical on this path, because the emotions are very much tied to the purification. If you are dragged by your emotions or driven by your emotions, then you will be driven into strangeness. You will be driven into weirdness. And although it can be a very dramatic and lovely, warm, squishy, indulgent journey, it can lead you astray. So my method is not to suppress emotions and is not to encourage them as the leader, but is to understand actually what they are, and actually understand that we have ownership of them, and what is the chemical part of the emotions that is there just to make us have babies and be happy and survive and eat and drink, and what are the emotions that are doing actually something a bit different, a bit more magical. So the emotions for me are sort of a bridge between spirit and mind. And when you get some emotional impulses, they're actually telling you something at a higher dimensional level. So again, the ability to clear your emotions and to release old emotions, old concerns of whatever, jealousy, aggression, fear, submissiveness, dominance, emotions that make you behave in a way that you don't really want to, but it comes up in your body and there's not much you can do about it. That's something I'm going to address. So these are all critical in a way, in that when you put them together, they constitute the inner work. And it is something that our forefathers did for hundreds of thousands of years, in my view. And periodically, the earth goes through changes, and those things, that inner work, that hidden knowledge gets forgotten. But it never gets totally buried. There might be a layer of dust over it, but there's always something there. And people like me and like yourselves go through the world and find those things like an archaeologist, dig them up, blow the dust off it and go, actually this is still highly relevant today. In fact, more than it being relevant, it's crucial to our survival and our independence and our power. So those things are all part of this. So walking the sacred path, rather a grand title in a way, but I do believe that what we're doing here is sacred work. I do believe that there is a holy element to it, and I do believe it's important. And when we take ourselves seriously, we're not puffing ourselves up and being pious and pontificating. We're taking the journey seriously. Actually, we ourselves, to some extent, are secondary to that. This is a role we play, being Neil Kramer, being James Gilliland, being Bob Smith, being Sarah Jones. They're roles we play. This isn't us. This is a role we are playing. And it's a role we've become very familiar with and attached to. I'll come to that. But this workshop fundamentally addresses what I consider a big challenge for human society today. And that is, in my view, that people do not experience reality directly as it actually is. Most people in the street, in the city, in Los Angeles, in Portland, in New York, in Boston, in wherever, they do not experience reality. They experience a version of reality that's been given to them, and it doesn't occur to them that it's not actually theirs, and it isn't actually real. And their consciousness is slumbering, it's asleep. And their will, their conscious will is deactivated. They don't believe they have a conscious will. They think, why should I bother? I'll just go around and do stuff, go grocery shopping, take the kids to school, go to work, sit in the office, do a spreadsheet, go here, go there, go to sleep, watch TV, eat a burger, whatever. And we all do those things, of course, to greater or lesser extents, but for some people that constitutes their whole life. That is what they do. They are robots. And to some degree, that's what consciousness does when it's protecting itself. So there's a self-protective mechanism to unconsciousness. Consciousness goes into a sort of psychic hibernation to say, I don't quite know what to do right now, and I'm not sure how it works, so I'll just go into stasis, into like suspended animation. So my view is when I look around the world and realize that most people are not conscious in that sense of being spiritually aware and actively engaging with reality and looking at the substance of it, it's because they are vulnerable, and so their consciousness puts them into a state of hibernation. And they are accustomed to being sort of spoon-fed a synthetic reality. And if somebody spoon-feeds you something all the time, you just think, hey, this is quite good actually. You just sit there, let them feed you the grapes or whatever. You think, why not? You know, it's quite nice. And that's politics, great. So what is it? Right, we've got, you know, this guy, Obama, right, that's that. And oh, the Republicans aren't happy with that. And Conservatives, that's the Tea Party, the more extreme, yeah. And we've got these people now. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, well, that's politics, good, right? Right, and what's this? That's science. All right, so they're doing this and they think about that. Yep, that's good. Oh, the things do move faster than light. Oh, that's interesting. So Einstein had a few errors in his formula. Well, that's interesting. Somebody's looking after all that stuff, right? So you can think, cool, you know, I'll just get on with playing on the Nintendo then. That's fine. And in that sense, one can be forgiven for slumbering and think, well, if somebody is claiming to say, don't worry about reality, we've got it covered, you just go off and enjoy yourself. It's a very powerful very powerful deceit. It's a very powerful delusion. And we've all fallen under that at times. And in some ways, we all begin in that delusion. What's different about the people in this room is that you've kind of stood back from that and thought, hang on a second. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Politics, philosophy, science, shopping. Is that it? There has to be more to it than that. And they're like, well, there's a sort of religion or something, Christians and that. But no, that's it really. And we reject that and we say, that's nonsense, there's more to it. And so I describe this, that I say, well, reality always seeks to present itself to us. Reality has a signal. It's like a radio broadcast, it has a signal. And to receive that signal, you have to have a clear channel, a clear vessel. And if you're full of syrup and fluff from the TV and from the mainstream, then you're not going to be able to receive that. Now, I think, especially having talked to a lot of you and communicated with you in other ways on email and stuff, and also the people, there's one or two people from the local community, and I've been spoken to those. I know that that's something that you've already gone through and that you're pushing through that. But we all still do it, and there are some techniques to further detach from that and further empower ourselves and further become conscious. And I'd like to share those with you. It also helps us to understand our friends and family who are still mired in this stuff, how we can better interact with them, not try to save them, not try to wake them up. They'll come to that in their own time. Fundamentally, you can't do that for anyone else, but you can be there as a support network to say, when you're ready, I'm here. And even being conscious in yourself, you actually connect to all the other conscious people. So you're like a light on a circuit, and when you light up, it does affect anything in proximity to you. So just being conscious and just endeavoring to go through your inner work is actually an act of generosity to society, and it's an act of selflessness. So far from this, well, you selfish bastard just going off onto your retreat and meditating in a hill somewhere. It's not like that. It's like, well, if you think that we're all separate and we're just here for like 90 years and then you pop it, then yeah, you might think, well, it'd be better to go and do a soup kitchen in the Bronx and, you know, help people. Or Mother Teresa in Calcutta, you know, just helping people all the time, you know, being this kind of like martyr to, you know, humanity's suffering. And we need people like that, and that's okay. But when you realize that we're connected at a very fundamental level, not only in the 3D now through the internet and communications and so on, but on this fourth density level, this field effect, this quantum field, everything we do instantly is available to everyone else and instantly is communicated to everyone else. You realize, like computers connected to each other. I said to someone the other day, you know, if a fantastic YouTube video comes out, 5 minutes later, you know, 20 million people can see it. Now, that wasn't possible until the late 90s. That wasn't possible. So for a lot of us here, for much of our lives, including me, there was none of that. You know, and even like best-selling authors, statistically, proportionately, not many people actually read those books. You know, there's more people who have seen a picture of a cat chasing a laser pointer than there have who've read Tennyson, you know? So it's funny, the things that we share, but consciousness is like that. It's kind of like the internet. The internet is a good metaphor for that. So it's important. And for some people, this sacred path, it takes different forms. For some, it's like other worlds, it's voyages to other kingdoms. It's the Elven kingdom, it's the Gnomes, it's the Hyperboreans, it's the Pleiadians, it's Middle-earth, it's Tolkien, it's fantasy landscapes. And it's other star systems. And of course here, there's a lot of talk of extraterrestrials and ultra-terrestrials and all kinds of things. And all that, in my view, is important to look at. It's important to contemplate. And for those of you who aren't familiar with my work, I have this technique which can relieve us of our belief systems for a while. Where I say basically, if you believe something, you carry it as a weight. And it's kind of like, if it's a little belief, it's like, you know, one of those little weights that you put on the scales and you put that in your pocket. And it's kind of heavy, but you can carry it and it's all right. And if you have a slightly bigger belief, it's like carrying sort of like an oil can with you. And it's like, well, You know, this is my big belief system, and it's important to me, but gosh, you know, it's heavy. And then really big, it's like an anvil, and you're like, oh, God almighty. And you become this like stoic, this is my belief, and this is my belief, look at me holding it. And you see these people, don't you? They're usually fundamentalists or atheists. Scientists saying, there is none of that shit, this is my belief. And fundamentalists saying, there is this, you're rubbish, look at this. And that's an issue. That's an issue. Because if we do that, then we can only carry a certain belief system with us, 2, 3, 4. If they're big beliefs, only 1 or 2. And that's why people are so resilient to new material, because their belief systems are so heavy, such gravitation, that they cannot actually say, look, I kind of know that you're talking about stuff that might be real, but quite frankly, I can't afford to access that, because this thing is so goddamn heavy. I'm just going to collapse if you put one little pea on top of it. So what I say is, okay, well, instead of believing it, because it's the belief that creates the weight, instead of believing it, just hold it. You don't have to judge it one way or the other. You don't have to say yes or no, because that's what we're tempted to do. Our binary left brain goes yes or no, true or false. And that's what creates belief. And quite frankly, epistemologically, when you look at belief, when you look at the roots of it, it's a very strange thing, because a belief is something that is usually a forerunner to truth. And truth is a strange thing, because truth really is a moving target. What was true a long time ago is no longer true. You know, as for most of humanity's time on Earth, certainly in mainstream history, we thought the place was flat. That was a belief. And if you said otherwise, you were burnt. You were set on fire. That's a belief, but that was a true paradigm for a long, long, long time. When Galileo said that actually it's the Earth that goes around the sun, not the other way around, they locked him up and they burnt all his books. And so belief also has hazards to it attached as well, because whoever's kind of in charge at the time, they'll say, well, you can believe within these parameters, but if you go over there, we're going to kick your butt, you know, because that upsets the apple cart, really. So to get around that, just hold things. When you hold something, it's like a feather. Say, oh, there are gnomes in the world. Really? Gnomes? Right, okay, I'll take that. That's my gnome feather, right? And I'll just put that there. No weight attached to that, really. Light as a feather. And I'll see what happens with that. And if I do have any experiences, I might keep that and think, you know what, that's freaky, but that turned out to be interesting, so I'll hang on to that. And then someone says, yeah, the World Trade Center wasn't destroyed by 19 Arab hijackers. Oh, not that again. You're kidding me. Oh, right, yeah, was it? What was it then? Right, well, I'll tell you what. I'll take that and I'll look at it. Just put that in my little shamanic pouch here or whatever. Just another feather. And how many feathers can you carry? Hundreds. Hundreds, and there's no real weight attached to them. So my suggestion to you, not only in this, but generally, try that out. Try that out. What you think you believe and what you think is truth, just hold it, but just with no judgment. And you'll find that naturally over time, what is true presents itself to you without much effort from you. And you think, you know, that thing that's worked out to be totally true, that. And that's fine. And then equally you'd say, that other thing that I heard, that turned out to be total horseshit, actually. And I'm just going to get that feather and throw it now, because that didn't work out. And that's okay, you see, because there's no weight to it. It's not a problem just to do that, and nobody's going to, you know, think anything of you for it. Whereas if it was your belief, you're going to think, well, this is my belief, and I've been struggling around so long with this anvil. I'm going to look a right idiot when I just have to put that down and go, you know, I was carrying that for like 35 years, and it's just embarrassing. I'm so sorry. That turned out to be unnecessary, didn't it? So you see the principle of this. I'm sure you see why that's a valid thing to say. And it seems to make a lot of sense to me. So I advise you to experiment with that. Consider belief in that manner. Now this is a sacred path. And you've got 3 amazing things here. In fact, let me just get my pointer. This is one of Sun's super pointers, so it might actually burn the screen off when I point at it. There we go. So you've got three interesting things here. This is in Avebury in Wiltshire in England. This is a sacred path. You know, what is a sacred path? Well, let's physically look what a sacred path is. This is one of them. This is Silbury Hill. This is West Kennet Longbarrow. And this, as you may or may not know, is a crop circle. And interestingly, nobody knows what that is and what it was for. Nobody knows what that is and what it was for. They don't know how old it is. Every year that Egyptologists study the date of the pyramids, they keep changing it. Every time you study the date of this barrow, they keep changing the date, they keep putting it back a bit further. So if you go back to history books from the Victorian era in England, we say, no, this is 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old, imagine that. And then a little bit later they said, actually it's 2,000 years old. That's crazy. And like the religious people thinking, oh God, that kind of upsets things, just shut up, will you? And then said, actually it's 4,000 years old. And then recently said, no, I think actually it's 6,000 years old. 6,000 years old, this thing, this barrow. And that places it much older than the Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, which is about 4,500 years old. And this thing is classified as what they call one of the 7 Cotswold tombs. And basically it was used at some point as a burial chamber. I'll show you an inside drawing of that in a minute. And it's very interesting because the inside of it, it's like a big triangle. And the side chambers occur at this particular set of angles. And it's like a perfect isosceles triangle, like inch perfect. And I'm sure you've heard with the pyramids, there's all this fantastic geometry built in. And this is even older than that. And it's got this like perfect isosceles triangle. And again, the history books would say, well, these fellas were just sort of scrabbling about it in the dirt, really, just throwing spears at each other and, you know, pulling each other's hair. Why would they make an isosceles triangle? Why would they do that? Why would they even know what that meant, what it's for? Why bother? So it's pretty obvious to me that that isn't what it was for. And as with a lot of the Mayan temples, and in my view, a lot of the Egyptian temples, and Aztec and Incan and Mixtec, the Druidic buildings and sculptures, they weren't originally for that, but later on somebody moved in. So someone moved into that and thought, look at this thing here that we found over near the hill. I'll tell you what, that's a fantastic place to put our elders, our community leaders when they die. It's like a sort of smart burial chamber. So, yes, there were people buried in that, but it was not originally for that. It was for something different. This hill here, Silbury Hill, is the largest man-made hill in Europe. Europe's a big place. And no one knows what it is or what it's for, how old it is. And there it is. And it's got like these chambers inside it, which were like closed off recently. They intentionally collapsed it, the government, because they didn't want anyone going in it. And there's a fence around it to stop people messing about and going on top of it. I've been on top of it. Most interested researchers have. You just kind of go at night and somebody keeps a lookout and up you scurry the side of it. Imagine that if you can, yeah. And what's interesting about Silbury Hill is that you saw the very interesting spectacle for newcomers last night of a clearing session in here. And I'm sure you had some interesting conversations about that afterwards. And you saw what effect it had on a number of people in this room and the release of energy that came out in the form of laughter and humour and, you know, that strange impulse that seems to affect, as you may have noticed, women more than men. Now, in this place here, when I was on the top of that, it was a similar thing, but it was kind of in reverse. I got on top and I was like totally just normal and straight like now, just like, yeah, okay, this is interesting. I was up there with my flashlight, you know, got to the top of it and thought, I'll just kind of like try and tune in and see if I can feel anything here, because there's nothing to see as such, it's just a hill. But apparently, you know, the again, the geometry of this is very particular, how it lines up with the stars, how it lines up with the Earth. It's on this whole complex is on a very powerful set of dragon lines, ley lines. It creates a vortex, it's a nodal intersection. So I thought there must be something here. And as I got on top of the hill, just literally as I put my foot in the center of it, tears started running down my eyes. And all the sort of difficult things in my life just came out in about 10 seconds. And I just sort of like collapsed into this little embryonic, pathetic ball on the top of it. And it all just came out, and I just thought, holy shit, where did that come from? And it was an energy release. So it was funny, I was smiling looking at these guys last night who were reacting in that way. And it's like that. It's like that. It's like a pressure cooker, you know, you let it out, and depending on what needs to come out, sometimes it's a release of bliss, sometimes it's a release of pain. And they're both legitimate and they're both important to be able to do that. It's not being much of a man to carry pain, I don't think. I think it's better to discharge it and then move on. And this place helped me to do that. So it has a physical effect. And I thought, imagine that. Imagine that if that heals people emotionally. It does like 20 years, you know, $100,000 of therapy in 5 minutes. So imagine if you had a line of people all just passing over it and walking out the other side healed. You know, the whole sort of medical industry would collapse, wouldn't it, like in 5 seconds. So I just thought, you know, well, that's a very interesting idea. And it's a very interesting place, and they are sacred places. We don't know what they're for. I'll come to some of those things a little later, but this is a crop circle. And you can see they're quite big. There's a couple of people stood inside them there. And when I first saw crop circles about 10 years ago, I'd seen them in books and stuff and just thought, this is crap. What is this? Students with boards and planks going out like on cider, you know, like, hey, look at this. Look at this, this'll freak them out. Let's do a fractal, okay. And I just thought, is that something worthy of study? Is that what a rational, philosophical man, which I considered myself to be, should spend their time on? And a friend of mine said, you know what, I think there is something to it. I've been inside them. Kramer, you should come and have a look, mate. You should come and have a look. Put your feet inside them. Think of it when you get there. So it's a funny thing. You have to sort of see it, really. You know, you can see great monuments in Europe, you know, these ancient places in Turkey and in, you know, Estonia, these fabulous citadels and buildings. You look at them on the pictures and go, yeah, yeah. But when you stood there, it's different. So I went into a crop circle. Oh, here's the inside of the barrow, by the way. So you can see these chambers. That's the terminal chamber, and these are the 2 side chambers. And there's these huge Saracen stones here, which are just enormous. And it's quite a long distance here. And in fact, if anybody was there at the workshop that I gave after the conference, I handed out some stones. Those stones were from here. I forgot to tell you. Yeah. So you think I'd remember that, wouldn't you, when I gave them out? And this is Avebury. This is so the stuff's over here, and this is Avebury Stone Circle, which is another fabulous monument. We'll come to that later. This is a crop circle. That's a big one. And you can see, if we just flip back to that other thing for a second, you can see these things are tram lines, and this is where the harvester or the tractor or whatever goes along. Yeah. So you can kind of like very quickly measure the size of these by saying like 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So if you consider the size of that and then look at the size of this one, you can see how big it is. And that is a person in the middle of it there, that little dot. So this was at Milk Hill in Wiltshire in 2001. And there were 409 circles. And that is a fractal image. And it's one of the biggest crop circles ever. I think there's one slightly bigger now, but for a long time, for 10 years, that was the biggest crop circle. Now, I heard an account when I came to see these things that the guy said this was created in a very, very short space of time, and there's very straightforward methods of understanding whether it's man-made or not. When it's man-made, the plant stems are broken. When it's not man-made, they're bent, they're curved over. Now, if you ever try and go in a field and curve over every single plant stem, without breaking a single one, you'll realize what an incredibly time-consuming thing that would do. That would take like a year to do that with 50 people. This appeared in an hour, it's said. And that source has since proved to be reliable as far as I'm concerned. And so you're thinking, well, that's a very interesting, how do they do that? And there's all kinds of interesting things. You find like meteoric dust particles in the straw. You find that the nodes, that the water in the plant has been superheated, flash heated to intense high temperatures. Some technology, some force, some ultra-terrestrial in the sense that it's not something that we're familiar with in the terrestrial commonplace sense, has made that. I've been to ones that are man-made, and they're very simple to tell, really. And some legitimately do it. There are art crop circle people who go out and say, oh yeah, we're making one. We just love this stuff, we'll make one. But not only geometrically are they typically more sophisticated, the legitimate ones, but none of the plant stems are broken. And the plant flows in the middle of them. The sophistication of them gets more interesting all the time. And these things appear very quickly. The first one I went into, there was camera footage showing that it appeared in a 7-minute period, and it was a vast crop circle, not dissimilar to this. And they had like light amplification goggles, and if any of you saw the unit that James has got, obviously it's amplifying light at huge things, so you can see more stars, you can see like military style, you know, all the people and stuff. And if you shine a flashlight into someone's face who's holding that, you go, whoa, like that, and it all goes white. And when they had the camera on this crop circle, usually what they do is obviously there's thousands of fields in Wiltshire, it's an agricultural area, and you never know where they're going to be. You never know where they're going to be. So you'll set cameras up, nothing will happen. You set cameras up, nothing will happen. They hit lucky this one night in that where they had the cameras, something did happen. And what happened was there was a flash, and then it was so bright that it knocked one of the cameras out, and the backup camera, when that came on, the crop circle was there. So it occurred in a minute period of time. There was no physical evidence of people at all. And certainly physically, with hands and tools, it would be not possible to create that, you know, literally in a flash. So these are sacred paths. There's something interesting going on here, and I can talk about that more tomorrow, because it's, you know, slightly sort of off the board really, but that is a sacred path. And sacred, the word itself, you know, it's usually meant to denote the divine, God to most people. I accept that, the divine is an important part of my life personally, but it's also this unassailable, inviolable, highly valued and important, and that's kind of like what is pertinent to what we're talking about. So sacredness is something that you can set apart from the normalities of life and say, this is different. This is something valuable somehow. Not quite sure, but this is valuable. And of course, you get people who say, hang on a second, you know, sacredness, we know all about sacredness. We've been doing it for thousands of years. We Jews, we Muslims, we Christians, we whatever. And of course, religious people build in sacredness. They try and sequester it. They say, sacredness is ours, okay? If you want a piece of that, you've got to join us. And for many people, they never question that. I think, well, sacredness means going in the church and, you know, sort of doing this, and there we go. And that's sacredness. And for some people, that's fine. And I never disrespect people who choose to worship and choose to pray and choose to practice in that manner. And I don't suggest anybody does. It's a choice to do that. For me, it's a poor choice personally, because it doesn't give me what I'm looking for. It doesn't give me the sort of contact that I'm looking for. And I have to say that it is my observation that many of the world's foremost religions, especially those monotheistic Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, they all spring from one man really, Abraham, who the Lord named, whose name was Abram, I beg your pardon, and the Lord renamed Abraham. And so they call the Abrahamic religions, and they all spring from that sort of same source, which I thought was unusual. But it is my observation that many of those religions have lost their connection with that original meaning of what happened when those religions first sprang up. They've lost the connection to that bond of sacredness today has gone in many of them. Of course, there are always some people within those churches or whatever, mosques and so on, who are doing a different kind of work in there, off the papers, off the records, different sort of work. And there's some interesting things related to that, which we'll come to. But in terms of worshippers, 70% of Americans identify themselves as Christians only just 2 years ago. Yet how many of those actually understand the roots of Christianity? How many of them understand where the words come from, where the people come from? The personage of Jesus, real, unreal. Was he the Son of God? Was he a guy? How many people understand where those dates come from? The virgin birth, 25th of December, giving people healing, all those different things. Where does that come from? Did the Christians say, it was Jesus? These are all characteristics of Jesus. That is what they say. They say, don't look anywhere else. This is the Word of God. This book, this King James Bible that was created just a few hundred years ago is the Word of God. Do not question it. And so anyone, to some degree, who is still committed to that religious doctrine hasn't looked very deeply into it. Because if you had done, if you're still doing that in your life, when you look into it, some funny things pop out. Some slightly concerning things pop out when you look into the origins of those major world religions. And to me, my principle has always been this. There's a hell of a difference between a conceptual understanding of something and a realized attainment. So somebody can say to you, for example, for a long time, we're all part of God. God is within us all. And you can do that for 80 years and think, yeah, God is within me. I spoke to God and I prayed and yes. But that remains, to most people, a conceptual understanding. They think, well, yeah, I kind of get that. I know what you mean, sort of thing. But how many people is that a realized attainment, an actual experiential practice? Not many. And this is what I do, and I've been doing this for a long time. Not many people have that as a realized attainment. Some think they do, but as I like to say, if you put them on the electric chair of truth here and sit them down and say, do you know God? And they go, yes. Do you know God? Yes. Do you know God? No, not really. All right, that's the correct answer. So the electric chair of truth, don't worry, I'm not going to sit anyone in that. And it isn't really electric. It doesn't lie. And if you put people in that position, not that one would, but if you do that just theoretically, you know what the answers are. So for a lot of people, religion has become like a moral touchstone. It's become a code of conduct, and it's become a substitute for sacredness, which is a shame, because in Islam and in Judaism and in Christianity, there are some incredible, worthy, powerful roots, some deep teachings. It is a mistake to throw the baby out with the bathwater and just think it's all rubbish. We're all just one and we're all sovereign and forget everything. That's a mistake, because they had some very important knowledge that they got from somebody, and they got that from someone else. And that knowledge is worthy and is of substance, and we're going to look at that. You may recognize what these fine folks are. I'm not going to slag the Amish off, actually, so don't worry. Especially looking at these two lovely old people. I just couldn't have the heart to do it. Now, I lived in upstate New York for a little while, and I mentioned yesterday that Rochester, the home of spiritualism, which it actually is where I was, just right near there. And I had a good experience there. Upstate New York, you find a lot of these folks there, the Amish. I knew they were sort of in the Northeast and stuff and spread where Pennsylvania and so on. But just to put this into perspective, upstate New York is like 54,000 square miles of land. New York State, I beg your pardon, it is 54,000 square miles. England is only 50,000 square miles. So the state of New York is bigger than my country. So I spent a lot of time, where possible, once my everyday things have been taken care of, getting in the car, driving around and checking things out, seeing stuff. When I go to a place, I like to know about it, I like to know its history, and I like to know what goes on. And very quickly, I came into contact with these people. And quite frankly, they are some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And I think that it will remain that way for a long time. And the quality of life was very high, very high. And it's like any community. If you get a bad community, because they keep themselves to themselves, that could be a nightmare. Could be all kinds of horror and abuse and strangeness in there. However, let's look at the positive. When you get a good community, it's a fabulous way of life, really, really high quality. And they, I don't know whether you know, but they basically came from German-speaking parts of Switzerland, and they were only sort of over here relatively recently. And they have this thing called the Ordnung, which is a rule book that says, right, you can't really use electricity, you can't really use technology. You've got to wear this particular dress, this particular form of garments. Your conduct is very important. And the men have particular haircuts and have particular facial hair. You can't have a moustache, for example. You can have a nice big Gandalf beard, but you can't have a moustache. Oops. Because the moustache was considered very military and then against aggression. So they have some peculiar things, like we would say, forget that, I'll have whatever facial hair I want, thank you very much. But there, that's respected, it's not really questioned. They also have a thing called the Rumspringa. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of that. And the Rumspringa, again is a German word, Rumspringa, is something that the Amish youth go through between the ages of 16 and 18 typically. And it's quite cool in a way, because the community say, right, let's take this guy, Stephen, we'll call him. Right, Stephen, you're 16, you're full of chemicals, you want to have sex, you want to drink beer, you want to do crazy things, you want to drive fast in a car, go for it. Go for it for a couple of years, do whatever the hell you like. And then after that, when you're 18, we'll come back to you and say, right, you can either be part of our Amish community and accept us in our totality, in our Ordnung, our laws, or not. And you can go and do your own thing. So it's quite interesting. So that Rumspringer gives every single person in good communities, that is, the opportunity to go out, go crazy, and think, yeah, bollocks to Amishness, it's boring. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to play my guitar in a heavy metal band instead. That's way better. Or no, I'm going to, I want to be an accountant and I want all, a lovely iPhone and stuff, and I'd like that. 85% more immediately come back and say, the real world, it sucks. I'm back in here, baby. Most people come back. Again, in those good communities, it's pretty good, really. It's very natural, close to the earth way of living. No massive surprise to the Eseti folks, because it's not entirely dissimilar to this in a way, except they have technology here. Now, some young men got together in the Amish community and questioned the validity of the original indecipherable German texts, which in many communities cannot be read and have not been translated. Somebody said, you know this book that we keep referring to? They don't have a church, they do it in people's houses, the worship. That's interesting, I like that actually. And they said, you know this book we keep referring to, our sacred text, like we can't read it. Do you think that's a problem? And the elders said, no, it's fine. Be quiet, make more tea. And they said, all right then. And these young men, they weren't just rebellious, they weren't just like rabble-rousers, they were like, actually, we care about this community, and we care about what's going on here, and we are interested in God and the divine and what's going on a broader level. And I'm sorry, but I want to know where these texts come from and what they're about. And so they went about it, and this has happened in many communities, and there's like these little sections that are breaking off to discuss and do their own thing or whatever. But these young men, they went off and they found that those texts were kind of like nonsense in a way, really. They had some great morals in, they had some great wisdom in them, there's no question about that. But they found out that basically the Romans invented Christianity, and it was a version of Mithraism. And all the characteristics of Christ and all the characteristics of the whole setup was just Mithraism. And they said, I couldn't believe it. It was devastating, because they really wanted this stuff, and they found out that it was different than that. So they went back to their families and communities and said, hey guys, and they got in a room like this and said, blah, 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 blah. This is this is that, right? We've got to do something new, haven't we? We've got to do something important. We've got to look at this and get to the heart of it because we all care about community, we care about God, we care about our way of life. And the community said, just get off the stage and shut up. We don't want to change it. We don't want to know. We're not interested. We know what you're saying is legitimate. We're not saying it's not. But we don't want to upset the apple cart. And these guys were shunned, excommunicated entirely from the community. And this was right near me. And it struck me seeing this whole thing play out, because I saw some of this on YouTube, and then I realized that it was actually going on in about 25 miles east of me. And I realized that that is like a metaphor for wider society. And they say, look, we've got nice stuff, we've got a good quality of life, we've got a good community, don't mess it up. Because if you peel back the core of this, it changes everything. And this is pretty good actually, so stop it. I'm not even bothered if what you're saying is true, just stop it because we like this. And so it struck me that as I say, that was an interesting metaphor for what goes on in the wider community. And it does bring to mind that, to some extent, one has to understand, and I was speaking to a lady about this yesterday, that to some degree, spirituality and unfoldment, real gnosis, is always necessarily for the few. Not that we're special, but we are in a minority. And I think it's okay to realize that. Personally, the idea of a global awakening, I think, is unrealistic, and I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I think that there has always been, in Europe, 4,000 years ago, there was a priest class, and those people went about and served their communities as their shamanic indigenous peoples in Gaul and in Britain in particular, France, Belgium, Britain. And to some extent you could say, well, maybe that's what this is. Maybe we are the priest class, not in a religious setting, but in a pure sense. To say, well, we have taken it upon ourselves to be people of wisdom and people of spiritual knowledge. And it sure as hell seems to me, and I'm sure you find this, that when you go back and speak to like the normal people, you have to kind of keep your mouth shut, really. So you're going off to do that funny stuff at UFOs. Yeah, that's right, Mum, I am, yeah. Well, enjoy yourself and eat well. Right, thank you. And God bless them, you know what I mean? It's fine, but they clearly, as with these guys, don't want a piece of that. And you can say whatever you want. You say, this is really empowering, it's enriched my life, it's changed me, it's made me better. I feel more capable now. You know, I've changed things. Things are great. New relationships, new friendships, new this, new that. This relationship has been boosted. This friendship has been rekindled. You know, it's fantastic. Do you want some of that? No, not really, no. No, just put the kettle on. Right, okay. And that's stunning to me, and that's happened everywhere I look. And when you do speak in communities like this, you sometimes forget that. And a lot of my interactions, I'm very blessed really, that they're with very conscious people like yourselves, and the quality of conversation, just wandering about on the field last night, speak to this lady, speak to this guy, speak to this person. Every conversation is just world class, top shelf, just awesome. How often does that ever happen if you walk into Portland or LA or New York? You'd be lucky if you had one good conversation. You'd go back and say, you know, I spoke to this really nice person today, just about something for fun. Really nice conversation. You know, that's most people's idea of a good thing, a good contact. It's very rare, really. So, I do feel that, like my friend here, he's not really my friend, he's dead as well. David Bohm, that, as you can see, the ability to perceive or think differently is more important than the knowledge itself, than the knowledge gained. And when I read that, I thought, holy crap, surely not. And then I thought about it, went away. Don't judge it, hold it, put the feather in, right? The way you do it is more important than what you're doing. That's true. And it became true. And I know it's true now. And it is now my knowing that that is true. It isn't what we're doing, it's the way that we're doing it. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. And that is so true. And this guy was like, you know, phenomenal physicist. He also fused spirituality with his work as well, which his colleagues, although he was involved in like all kinds of military stuff as well, as top physicists invariably are, his top colleagues were very perplexed by that because he got into like Indian mysticism and stuff, Indian spiritual philosophy, Hindu spiritual philosophy. And he was saying, that stuff that like the Akashic field, this field of consciousness, he says that's the quantum vacuum, isn't it? That's like everything is enfolded into everything else. So really all points are connected all the time. He says, well, that makes perfect sense. And he was one of the first people, certainly that I came into contact with. I know that in the 20s and 30s, quantum physicists were suggesting this, but he actually put it into broad language and said, all that spiritual stuff, it's real. And it's very popular to do that nowadays. A lot of new authors are doing that, backing it all up with scientific stuff. This guy was one of the first people to do that in a penetrating way, in my view. So if you want some stuff, get his book. He has many, but there's one called The Implicate Order, which is awesome. It's quite a dense text, quite a chunky read, but take your time with it, and it's just very, very rewarding. But that's a principle of this. How we think is more important than the stuff itself. Very interesting, that. Very interesting. So this particulars and roots, anyone who's listened to a couple of recent interviews I've done might have heard me talk about this. What do I mean by that? Essentially, and this is just a lovely image as well, I really like this. Most people in life are attracted to the particulars of life, the details of the world, the things of the world, the objects and the routines, the colours and the textures, the sights and the sounds, understandably so. But those people remain entranced by those things. They become hypnotized, mesmerized, drawn into them. And that does not require you to have a high level of consciousness. You can go around with a very low level of consciousness and enjoy life very thoroughly, like, say, Charlie Sheen, for example. And just, go around and sleep with prostitutes and take cocaine. And I don't think that's libelous, me saying that. I think that's just a matter of record, and you'd go, fuck yeah, man. I don't think he really cares. And so you've got this, like, pole there of Charlie Sheen, somebody who's got plenty of money, who can do whatever he wants, best hotels, best travel, airplanes, movies, good-looking guy, can do whatever he wants. And that's somebody who has become lost in the particulars of life. And at some point in his life, it doesn't seem to have happened yet, not that I track his story very closely, but at some point in his life, he's going to go through therapy and it won't work, go through rehabilitation, it won't work, go through this and it won't work. He's going to sit down and think, actually, I have actually been completely kind of lost, and it's nothing to do with anything about the particulars. It's nothing to do with that. And when depression became a very serious issue in the 80s in Britain, I know it's quite an issue here as well, and everybody gets depressed, quite frankly, but our ability to get out of it is an art form, and not many people know how to do it. And when that became a big issue in Britain in the 80s, Prozac and similar substances came out to help people get out of the hole. And then this guy put an article in the paper, and it was called, "Get Plato, Not Prozac." And I remember that. It was about 1988, 89. And I thought, what a fabulous, fabulous meme set of ideas to spread. A meme, actually, is something that, of all people, Richard Dawkins invented that word. M-E-M-E, meme. And it means, like, it's information that's spread almost like cells spread, like biological spread, like a virus spreads. And it's like information that spreads itself. So a set of contagious ideas is like a meme. Well, that meme of "Get Plato, Not Prozac" was very profound for me. And it probably just caught me when I might have taken a more cynical route to life. Just those few words, and I saw them and thought, Plato, that Greek philosopher. Okay. And that started me on a pretty serious path, because I was aware of some of the German philosophers at the time, but it made me go back and look at the Greek philosophers, particularly Socrates and Plato. And it was really interesting. And this is what draws you from the particulars down to the roots, because the roots show us the causes and the origins of things. So when that gets a bit bizarre, as it is now, and it's all a bit uncomfortable, and you're thinking, where is the next paycheck going to come from? Where is the pension going to come from? What's the life going to be like for my children? What's going to happen to this? What's going to happen to that? If you're just looking at that, you can shuffle those pieces around, those leaves, those chessboard pieces as much as you like, and you won't learn zip, nothing. You have to go to the roots. To understand these things, you have to go to these things. And the roots tell us how things are made. They tell us their origin. They tell us why they are the way they are. And that is what differentiates people who are interested in this path, in this unfoldment, from everyone else. We've looked at the particulars and said, that's very nice. I like them. I love nature. I love this. Personally, I like sort of ornithology, a bit geeky, you know, the birds and the eagles, birds of prey, raptors. I love all that stuff. They're particulars, I know that. But very early on for me, the particulars weren't giving me the answers and the fulfillment that I wanted. Not because I wanted more and I wanted to be happy and blissed out all the time, not at all. I knew there was something going on, so I pushed to those roots very early. So you can say people, you know people in your lives who are hypnotized by the particulars of life, the textures and colours. You know those people, they're just hypnotized by it. What are you doing? Oh, well, we're really busy, you know, they've gone to school, we've done this, we've done that. Yeah, we went here, we went there. Oh, got really busy. Yeah, he's got a new job, he got promoted, did he? Great, that's fantastic. Yeah, we've got these, got some new shoes, them new Ugg boots, the black ones. Yeah, they're really nice. Got those like nice linings and stuff. It's really, really good. Anyway, you must come over, we've got some fabulous risotto that I've just made. It's really, really good. Okay, bye. That's the particulars. And people spend the whole life doing that. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. And they don't know shit about anything. Do they? They don't. And that's okay, because their consciousness is they're choosing to slumber. But that's what happens. The questions that everybody sooner or later comes to, what are we? Where do we come from? Key questions in life. What are we supposed to be doing here? You know, what is true? Those things, these are questions you're not supposed to ask. And if you have those questions, go to church, because that's where this stuff is dealt with. Now, who's saying this? The media are saying this, the government's saying this, society says this, what I call the construct says this, which I'll come to in a moment. And if you do these things, it marks you out as a bit weird. It really does. And that word is very funny. It's actually a word I'm very fond of, weird, weirdness, weirdo. I love those words. There's a fabulous Robert Crumb comic called Weirdo as well, which is brilliant. But weirdness is a very interesting way of looking at this, because it is weird. It is weird from the mainstream perspective. Yes, it is weird. Do you do weird stuff? Yes, I do. Yes, weird. And it's very curious to me that that wouldn't be something that would be exciting and interesting to somebody else to say, well, if you come to this material and it's weird, isn't that interesting? Doesn't that constitute fascination? Doesn't that pull you in? Doesn't that spark your interest? Doesn't it titillate you? Doesn't it tickle your fancy? And they're like, no, not really, because I don't want to upset the apple cart. Fair enough. And so it's funny how these things come about, and I would just ask you, I'll have a show of hands on this. What can you identify in your life where there was a critical moment where you thought, that's it, I'm going to go and look at some of these questions? Just think about that for a second. Can you identify when that was? Can you mark, not necessarily a moment, but a time in your life where you thought, this has now become very important? Just put your hand up if you can think when that was. Okay, it's about 2/3 of you, I'd say. Now, it's really interesting that, because for me, you say, well, why do people come to ask these questions? And I say that there are two paths for this, and they're paths that affect all of us, and a paths that we all go through our lives. And the reason people take such a long time to get to that is because they come, what I call, lost in the narrative, like the fictional telephone lady that we just summoned into the room a moment ago. She's lost in her own story, in the narrative of self. So we set ourselves adrift in the role that we play in when we become lost in our narrative. How are you? Yeah, I'm fine. What are you doing? I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. How are you? I'm good. I'm doing this. That's your narrative. That's legitimate, but that's not what it's about. What you're doing is not what it's about. I am me. This is my age. This is my job. This is my bank balance. This is my car. This is my stuff. This is my strategy. This is my future. Now that isn't you. That isn't you. It's like the actor who gets so absorbed, the method actor, in the role that he's playing, that on the set, when he's in the film, when he's in the middle of it, he forgets who he is. He forgets who he is. He forgets what he's really doing. And he forgets it entirely. You sometimes find this with comedians who, some of the most genius comedians, like there's a guy in England called Eric Morecambe, there's another funny northern comedian called Les Dawson, funny name to put on this stage. And they were geniuses, comically, in my view. And yet, when you get them off the stage, they didn't know who they were. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know how it was supposed to be. And it's like that for us. This is a role we're playing. We are the actors and actresses in this life. And we play this role for experience. And we play this role to gather information and to understand the effect that our consciousness has on the world. And this is why people don't come to those questions, because they get lost in the narrative. And when you're lost in the narrative, you don't need to raise your consciousness. It's not required. It's not that they're thick or stupid. We're not talking about that. It's that they're not using it. They're simply not using it. So people come to these paths in many different ways. But some people who have been lost in the narrative remember. They remember the importance. There's something important I'm supposed to be doing here. Oh yeah, what was it now? I can't remember, but I know there's something important that I'm supposed to be doing. So what is it that brings us? What is it that takes us away from the towns and the villages and the world of normal, social, mainstream, accepted society? What causes us, like this guy, to want to sort of rise above those mists, those confusion, that fog of ignorance? Because getting to that position to just, for a moment, just for one afternoon, to stand there and just look out and just think, what is this about? What am I supposed to be doing? Who am I? What am I? It's quite difficult to stand in that position. Because for starters, it can be quite lonely as well. To stand there is a lonely place to be sometimes. I'll come to that. But it's a solitary perspective for a lot of people, that. And if you're sharing that in any way, shape or form with people in your lives, you're very lucky, because most people don't. And this fabulous picture was painted by Caspar David Friedrich, who was this wonderful German romantic landscape painter. Just a superb painting, that I just love it. And the first time I came across that was on the cover of a Friedrich Nietzsche book. So yeah, it's quite a special image to me, that. So what are the paths that bring us to this? 2 paths for me. Crisis and a search for meaning. And sometimes they kind of link to each other, and sometimes they're quite independent. But these are the 2 entry points to the path. And for some people, there's a strong initial stimulus from one. And I know that in some of your lives, crisis has actually been the thing that's brought you to immediate recognition of the spiritual side of life. I say, I can't ignore this anymore because something's happened, and holy shit, I've got to do this now. I have to do this now. There's no other options. And life does that. The universe will say, I'll give them this gift wrapped inside crisis and just roll it over to you. And something happens, It's physical, mental, emotional, whatever. Something happens, a crisis arises. And I know that for many of you that's the case. Now, as I say, linked to that brings us to the second thing, search for meaning, to say, well, okay, what's the worst crisis that could happen? You die. All right? We won't worry about everything lower than that. We'll take that as the optimal crisis. You die. So if you're going to die, the search for meaning becomes a little bit more significant all of a sudden. Yeah? For some people, they've had the fortune not to have to go through that. It's very rare, though. Very rare. And I've, met 2 or 3 people who I could say that about. For me, there's been strong elements of both in my life. And when I look back on the crisis events of the past now, I can think, God, that was just brilliant, actually. That was so good for me. At the time, it was horrific. I was like, embryo position on the floor, weeping, weeping like a widow. And that wasn't so much fun. But those things come about. But now when I look back at that, I think, oh yeah, because when that happened, in the months following that, I started to realize that this was because of that. And that pattern, it was me who was perpetuating that. Oh God, that was so good. I was so glad that happened, because if it hadn't have happened, another 20 years could have gone by and I'd still be waltzing around like a lunatic, And that's not really what I'm here to do. It's not what I'm trying to achieve here. And those paths are represented like the tarot. These cards are quite interesting. I'm not massively into this, but I'm interested in where they came from, which is quite an interesting old source. And the Tower card very much represents crisis, in that the Tower is representative of the construct that we build for ourselves. This is the Tower of Neil Kramer. These are my things, these are my philosophies, this is my bank balance, this is my relationship, that's my wife, that's my body, this is it, this is my tower. Yeah. And I'm in it like that. Yeah. Come try it. Okay, this is my tower. And it's the structure we build for ourselves that we feel safe in, particularly with money in the West, particularly for Europeans and Americans. Money is our tower. Now, if that structure is compromised, all chaos, all hell breaks loose. It just splits open. And it could be anything, as I say, career, marriage, job, house, family, reputation, recognition, respect. The more senior you get, if you're, all these Republican politicians all vying for candidacy at the moment, it's more about reputation. And their towers are towers of recognition, respect, like this. And sometimes when I see somebody fall, like Anthony Weiner, I don't know if anybody knows who he is. Anthony Weiner, who took pictures of himself naked and sent them to this woman at a gym. And he was like, a sort of politician in upstate New York, and it's like, no, you don't want to be doing that, really. In your position, you shouldn't really be doing that. And his tower came crashing down, and he tried to keep it up. He said, no, it's okay, well, don't worry about that, I'm a politician, that's not relevant. It's okay, and then it all came crashing down. And I look at him and think, that's good, mate, that is good for you. Because otherwise, if you'd got away with that, you'd never have learned. And his tower came crashing down big style, and we could tell millions of stories about people's towers who have fallen down. But it represents this construct we build for ourselves. And when you'll notice here, this strikes. This Rider-Waite tarot deck. It's not just little pictures that somebody's drawn. They're absolutely imbued. Every single image on that card is imbued with significance and meaning. Every single thing, the number of stars, the clouds, the positions, the colours people are wearing, the magical objects, these things. And if you look into the history of them, it's really revealing. But this bit in particular says, what strikes your tower down is the divine, is something higher than you. It's not bad luck. It's not because you fucked up. It's not because you did something wrong. It's because you were meant to change direction and you're being given a wake up, and it comes from a higher place than you. So this is the path of crisis, and it's relevant, and we all come across these. And sometimes you have little towers, like sandcastles, that just get kicked over, and you just think, well, that was a waste of time. But no harm done, not a big one. And then sometimes you get great, massive, castles that get knocked over. But be wary of that. Understand that this construct that we build ultimately is going to go. So the more fluid that is, and the more you can carry that around with you, and the more simple it is, the more ethereal it is, the better you're going to be. And in Chinese Kung Fu, they say that, the opponent that is like the wind is, more aggressive and more difficult than the opponent who is like a stone wall, because you can't really get at him, and yet he can blow you over every time. And it's the same sort of thing. The more you deconstruct that, actually, the more you realize you don't actually need it in the first place. The other path, and you can see these characteristics here: crisis, revelation, disruption. And the things I've highlighted in blue are what they bring to you. You can see that the principle of this is that downfall, ruin, ego blow, explosive transformation. So usually a crisis comes when the universe is looking down at your story and saying, oh, you're really going to make a mess of this. Oh my God, I can see you going over that cliff. Right, we'll put you in a car crash. It's not a bad one, don't worry. We'll put you in a car crash. Bang! Right, there we go. Explosive transformation. You come back and you think about it and think, oh God, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. And you make the adjustment. That's why it has to happen. The other path is the path of this, which is a very misunderstood card. For those of you who know tarot, you'll be smiling and thinking, yep, I understand. For those of you who don't, you think, the Fool, how dare you? Don't call me a fool, young man. The Fool is a card of power. The Fool is the card of the journey that we all undertake, from the journey of ignorance to the journey of knowledge. And this represents someone who doesn't follow the same rules as everybody else. And I'm sure you can all kind of smile to yourself and think, yep. I don't really quite run by the same rules as everyone else. And it shows the power also in this person's demeanor and gait of retaining this childlike sense of perception and humor and enthusiasm for the world. And in Zen philosophy, which I've studied theoretically and practically, there is a childlike aspect, and one of the studies I was given was to watch Saturday morning cartoons for a year. Said, when you watch them, you think, what is an adult watching this for? There wasn't any SpongeBob SquarePants then, because that would have been fine, but whatever, watching, Scooby-Doo and Mickey Mouse and Tom and Jerry and goodness knows what. And it was like, the principle of it, as is typical in Zen, is to show you something through repeated impact, to say, that's as relevant as any philosophy book you'll ever read, and it also gives you something that won't, which is boundlessness, which is to say, yeah, you can have, as there's a Zen thing, the mud cow that bites the moon. And like the Zen students would say, the mud cow that bites the moon, what is this guy on? What are you talking about, mate? This is bollocks. And then it says, right, I'm giving you that as a koan, as a deconstructor. It doesn't make sense, does it? No. Well, that means that your left brain, your logical circuit can't do it, can it? No, because it doesn't make sense, right? What does that suggest? Right, I shouldn't use that to discern the meaning of it. Correct. Logic isn't always the best way forward, and that's what that teaches. And this is what this teaches as well, because of course we've got a cliff here. He's looking up to the northwest, and the northwest in European mysticism, as we are in this region of the world now, represents the unknown, the mysterious. So this person is going into that, and the sun behind his back is saying, I'm supporting you in your journey. The sun on your back, lending its power and warmth and its resource to you. And the little dog here, in some things it's different kinds of animals. The dog represents the real world that cannot be totally ignored while you're on your journey of unfoldment. It keeps nipping at your leg go away. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got to pay that tax bill. Yeah, I did forget about that. Yeah, go away. Oh yeah, what's that? Yeah. Oh, I've got to put gas in the car. I know that. I know I've got to clean the refrigerator as well. Yeah, I know. Look, I'm trying to be spiritual. Just get off, will you? So it represents being dogged by this thing and saying, well, you can't ignore it. And sometimes it's your friend as well, and it says, look, you need to ground yourself. You need to ground yourself. Just don't float off like a bloody balloon. Just ground yourself a minute. Right, okay. So it has a role to play. The flower is an appreciation of beauty, appreciation of majesty of the world as well. And so few possessions. And that, of course, in the Western world is the last thing you're supposed to do. You're supposed to build your tower, build your castle, build all your stuff in there. This is the path of lunacy, of madness. And yet these are the roads to this realization, to the tower and to the fool, to the journeys that they undergo. As we say, the journey from selfish ignorance. To be ignorant is to be selfish. Have you ever thought about that? Ignorant people, selfish people. Sacred knowledge, there's not a lot in it, really. There's not a lot in it for you materially, is there? It's a pretty thankless task in many ways. It's a very selfless task. It's a very generous task. So this card defies logic, defies everything we've been brought up to believe. You know, plan, make secure, defies all that. So you're stepping into the unknown, and there is a leap of faith involved in that. So those two cards represent those roots. And I just want you to sort of just take a little mental picture of that and realize that. So next time you come across crisis in your life, next time something trips you up and you feel sorry for yourself, remember this bit. Something is saying, hey, change direction. That's what that is. And this, whenever you may feel that you're being slightly foolish, to invoke that terminology, or that you might be being slightly operating on faith rather than logic, sometimes with some discernment, that's all right. That's acceptable. Because without the degree of craziness of this, sometimes you wouldn't even do it. Some people said, yeah, I gave up my job, I gave up this, I did that, I moved to this place, I just don't know what I was thinking, I had nothing, everything changed, it was crazy, crazy. And now things are like miles better. I sort of didn't know what I was doing, and if I'd actually sat down to think about it, I would never have done it. So that's what that card represents. So the question, is truth important? We'll do another 10 minutes and then we'll have a little break. I'll just quickly run through this bit. Is truth important? Yes, surely. Yes, truth is important. And yes, it is important. Truth is part of meaning for a lot of people, but it's kind of a personal thing as well. What is true for someone is not necessarily true for another. But truth, I think, is a word that is okay to use, not in a philosophical sense, because you find that this word has this criteria for truth, which involves mainly a consensus, an agreement, and tradition. So if you have a lot of consensus and agreement and tradition, then Newtonian Cartesian laws become law, the law of the universe, the laws of physics. There are no laws of physics. There are working models that say, well, we don't know shit really, but this thing has worked really well for us because it's enabled us to build airplanes and we can build bridges, and we've invented stuff that's made humanity's life more convenient and better, enables us to focus on more important things. Fantastic, fantastic, but understand that that's a working model, it's not a law, okay? So truth is important, but it's a moving target. Is truth important to the people who watch these things? Look at that. Sorry, look at that. Look at that. So these shows, just looking at you know, the things that track the Nielsen ratings. Is it called Nielsen? The Nielsen ratings? Yeah. I was just checking, well, what are people watching? What are the top 10 shows or whatever, top 9 shows? And it's these. You know, these, like, whatever, a year ago were the top shows. This is what people are watching. Most of these, like this one's just out again, this is out again, whatever. It's just entertainment. It's just entertainment. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. It's just a bit of fun. Doesn't matter. This is even worse in my view. I had to take my car to get some tyres changed or something a little while ago, and I had the terrible misfortune to sit in their waiting room with a coffee, and this hideous British woman, Sharon Osbourne, Ozzy Osbourne's wife, God bless her, who sort of was holding court on this programme, The Talk, which is just like a reinvention of The View, apparently. And it's basically, the principle is that women get together and talk about real issues that affect real women out of the ground, and sometimes can help with certain processes. But notice the gap between Greece and Egypt. Look at that gap. How long is that? There's a big gap there. And go into the history books and try and figure out what was happening there and what were the different movements of people. It's very difficult to lay your hands on. So something happened after about 3,500 BC that changed the game a little bit, and we'll look at why that is. Previous to Egypt, and again, that's quite a conservative thing, that at 4,500 BC, that date is changing all the time. I have got an old textbook on Sumerian culture and artifacts from the 70s that somebody donated to me just recently. And that information now is entirely different from a book that I'd buy new on Amazon about Sumerian culture. The text is different, the dates are all slightly different. So they do get revised, and it's typically in 25-year periods. And that is done so one generation isn't necessarily negatively affected in its own lifetime. So they know the dates are wrong, and they keep revising them. Sumeria, is the oldest written stuff we have. That's it. There doesn't really go anything further back, certainly in the mainstream record. There are esoteric strands that say there are many other things, and there are these out-of-place archaeological finds that crop up that show materials, sculptures, markings, hieroglyphs that shouldn't be there. And when you're dating the materials, they go back like 8,000 years. So we know there were things there, but we don't know what they are. You can pretty much get an open-minded historian, certainly someone with some sort of esoteric knowledge, to agree to that and say, that's roughly right, maybe change that, but that's roughly correct. So Sumeria, is very important in this. And to some degree, all those systems borrow from what happened there and from that knowledge that came from there. And if we look at what was occurring in Sumerian culture, 4,500 BC, you just tend to think, well, it was, again, people running around clubbing each other over the head, and it was maybe a bit savage. But it wasn't at all. And again, it's pretty much understood that contrary to popular belief, a lot of these things first came from Sumerian culture. We often hear, oh, this came from China, and this came from here, and this came from Europe. You can trace most of the things that define a so-called civilized society back to Sumeria. Certainly things like, pretty key things like writing and mathematics and geometry and medicine. Pretty important things for a civilization. Now, we're not saying they invented this, but this is the oldest place we can go back to where it existed. And this kind of like artist's rendering based on what was on their sculptures of what the place might have looked like. Reminiscent of Egypt, isn't it? So you can see why Egyptian culture came from that. But in terms of the sort of ziggurats that they built, these incredible structures here, I mean, they're just phenomenal. And some of those still exist today. And sailing, sailing around in boats and that, you don't necessarily envisage that long ago. And where was all that in the Dark Ages in Europe when people were just scrabbling about in the mud for old potatoes to try and eat? What happened to all that? Why did it disappear? So something keeps occurring that's changing the game there to some extent, and something keeps happening on Earth to change that. And it might account for some of those gaps in the timeline. And just so any of you who don't know, Sumeria is basically Iraq. That was the heart of that culture. And a lot of these places, obviously these divisions that we have here were totally different. So the Russian Empire was stretching like this at one time, and now it's gone back a little bit. Poland's asserted itself and so on. Similarly here, you had this huge empire, and you had these Byzantine sort of like borders that were immense, and Mongolian Empire was immense. So these boundaries are changing all the time and what they mean. But that was pretty much the heart of Sumeria. And as we mentioned before, if you're going to seek dominion over people, the most important thing is to get the knowledge, is to get the information. So when the British Secret Services, the first in Iraq, I might add, went there and went to ancient temples completely like off the charts to normal people who didn't even know they were there, they were looking for something. They were after something. They were doing something there because it's at very great expense and it's very politically risky. And then later on, the troops go in and just, ransack the museums and remove like various things. I say ransack. They're doing it to a very specific order. So some of the cases, there was a security cordon set around the sort of National Museum or whatever it's called in Baghdad, and all the American troops around the outside, and they pulled out like a number of objects from very specific cases with very specific purposes. And then the security cordon was pulled down and they left. And then Iraqi civilians who were in a very difficult position at the time, they came in and then trashed the place, just like you would in any sort of difficult riot situation, all kinds of people who don't know what's going on. But before that was allowed to happen, they took stuff out. And then afterwards, now it just says, well, the museum was ransacked. not strictly true. Things were taken out very specifically, and then other people, rabble-rousers, were let in to destroy it. So I find that very interesting. Now, according to the timelines here, again we go from Greece to Egypt to Sumer, Samaria, and this mythological place, Atlantis. Now, the timelines for this vary very widely, and it is considered that the reign of Atlantis lasted from 900,000 BC, if you can imagine such a thing, for this extended period of time. And it was like the golden age of Atlantis, just like you have golden eras and so on. And very specifically, Blavatsky, from her secret chief, if we want to believe that or not, said, that's the date, 9564 BC, when Atlantis went away. Submerged, the continent submerged, the people went away. It's a very specific date. And certainly in my studies and in the material that I've gone over, I've said this before in this room actually, that for a long time I just wanted to leave that out of the equation really, because as soon as you start saying Atlantis to people, a certain section of the audience switch off really. And I'm conscious of that, and it's the same for anybody. And I just, again, with the sort of feather technique, just say, well, let's just imagine that that was a place. And maybe, like a lot of these things, they didn't call it Atlantis. Like I've said before, the Gnostics, the pre-Christian, early Christian Gnostics, so-called, didn't call themselves Gnostic. They had different words, one of which was telestai. So they didn't call themselves the Gnostics. The Atlanteans didn't call themselves Atlanteans. They didn't call the place Atlantis. That is our word for it. A hugely long time later, from there to 2011 AD, and Common Era if you prefer, it's like we don't really know. But what we can say is, well, what seems to be significant about that? And this idea of root races, again, the mystics, including Blavatsky and Gurdjieff, weren't the first to talk about, but they did start to map some of this stuff out. And they also proposed, and earlier ones than the Atlanteans, the Lemurians, the Hyperboreans, and the Chayas. And they say that we're here, we're in this little, at the end of the fifth subrace. And again, very provocatively, for whatever reason, this was called the Aryan race. And they said that actually some Chinese races and Asian races and black races and Negro races and so on, the Negroid structure, as they called it in those times, they represent more pure lineages in some way. So there was a feeling, and again, you have to be careful about talking about purity and ethnicity and all that, and I'm talking about a different level here, a different level of consciousness. There was a suggestion that Aleister Crowley would often make, that he was saying that some of the Aboriginal peoples, some of the Afro-Caribbean peoples, are the actual only humans who've been here for a long time. And to some extent, when this happened, a lot of these people came in from outside, from elsewhere. And a nice way to think about that is it's kind of like America. Nobody really in this room is 100% from America. They're from Europe, they're from Ireland, they're from South America, they're from Africa, they're from Japan, from wherever. And it's kind of the same thing. If you consider Earth as just another location, another destination, another place to come, there was a suggestion that these lot came in from the outside. These guys were here all along. These came in from the outside. So there was a change in the game around that time. And so there is a lineage, and there is a genetic lineage that is different for some of those races, particularly this fifth, sixth subrace here. And these ones have yet to occur according to these mystical sources. And we're talking about such extraordinary cycles of time here, such great cycles of time. This circular thing, and it keeps recurring, often represented by this Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, the dragon eating its own tail, serpent. Here we're talking about tracking those cycles of consciousness through peoples and races, okay? And that's one way of doing it, but there are other ways. For example, you can look at the actual epochs themselves, as indeed you may be familiar with this way of looking at the world. To say that this Mayan temple, far from being just a calendar or a piece of architecture was actually measuring cycles of consciousness, working down from this cellular level up to the mammalian, familial, tribal, cultural, and so on and so forth. And that each cycle of time increased in terms of the vibration of that consciousness and decreased in terms of duration. So these golden ages lasted for a long time. And then now we're sort of getting up to here, and you can see these dates here. And according to people like Carl Kallerman, we're just about to blip into a totally new cycle where things are accelerating so fast that what used to last 120 years is now 12, is now 6, is now months. And again, you can tie this to like Terence McKenna with his sort of novelty wave theory, where there's a singularity, where everything is drawn to this point of, as he called it, concrescence. And at the top of that is like, okay, the Earth consciousness cycle in the third dimension is now complete. And that's a very interesting idea, because what does that mean for us? It's complete. What, can we all go home now? Gosh, that was hard and interesting and weird, but yeah, maybe I'm ready for a vacation. So when that's complete, what does that mean? And it means to me that there's like a gear shift where you move from this third dimensional density of consciousness to a higher one, and we will call it a fourth dimensional space, or a fourth density of consciousness. And my understanding of it is that everybody can do this totally on their own if they wish, at their own pace, in their own time, to their own depth. But it seems to be that the Earth and the galaxy at large, and even the universal space around us, not the entire thing, but certainly our part of this galaxy as we go closer to the core, there's like this like ratcheting up, and it says, right, you've basically got 25,000 years for each little cycle, and then I'm going to pull the trigger, and you better be ready. Because if you're totally invested in the 3D, you're going to have some surprises when I set off all the volcanoes and the aliens land and the sky falls in. So you may never see your pension, really. And to be honest, that isn't what it was about, so let's not forget that, you know. So you have it's important to sprinkle a bit of humor on this, I would say. And just like we said with the weight of the anvil of your beliefs, you know, if you're worrying about 2012, why bother? You know, if you're going to get blipped, you're going to get blipped. If it's going to be cool, it's going to be cool. If it's going to be weird, it's going to be weird. So just get on with it. Just be yourself, do your work, get on with it. And this cycle, you know, there's other ways of thinking about that. Yuga cycles, I'm sure some of you have heard of these things. You have the Satya Yuga, the Treta Yuga, the Dwapara Yuga, and I'm sure you might know that one in particular, the Kali Yuga. And this is considered the darkest time, where if you want to split it down into light and dark, or consciousness and unconsciousness, we've been in a very dark period here. And according to many thinkers, we're kind of now just coming out of it, going into this Dwapara Yuga. And these Yuga cycles are of incredibly vast amounts of time, lasting for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And when you see that, you think, well, crikey, you know, how many have I got? 100, 90, 80, who knows? And it just all seems a bit abstract, that. But there are different ways of calculating these Yuga cycles. Not many people realize that. There's different ways of considering what that means. We'll look at that on the next slide. But certainly in terms of what that means for humanity, what those Yuga cycles actually infer, they infer consciousness and unconsciousness, in my view, and what that actually means for society is reflected in what we actually do with this world. Now, the different ways of calculating these, the typical one is this, from this text, the Srimad Bhagavatam, dated only 1000 AD, really, which isn't that old. And the English translation was only in 1800 AD, so we've only known about this for just a very short period of time. And they base it on this thing that the one demigod year, i.e. the year of a super being, a goddess or a god, adds up to 360 human years. But there is another one, an older text called the Laws of Manu, which is a much older text, which was translated slightly before this one as well. And they say, no, it's much shorter cycles. We'll look at those in a minute. And when you add those cycles up, it adds to 24,000, which some people say is about the precession of the equinoxes, the grand cycle of the year, the reboot cycle, as I call it. And that's what that looks like. And these yuga cycles, it's very interesting what that actually means, because he said, okay, well, not only do you have a duration of it, you can see the difference in the two calculations here, from 1.7 million to 4,800. I think this is more accurate, personally. I think that is worth looking at. And you can see the light and shadow, and this is from, ancient Asian spiritual philosophical texts. And also human stature, the height of a human being, a cubit is this distance from here to here. And you could say, James has talked about beings that he has experiences with being incredibly tall. And, if that's where we are or thereabouts, imagine something double that. Imagine something double that beyond the bloody ceiling here, huge giants. Of course, in the Bible, we taught there were giants in those days. It's a line from the Bible, from Genesis. There were giants in those days. What days? Well, you can start to put a figure on it then. You can start to put an actual figure on it, and you can start to think, well, maybe this is starting to account for that big gap in the timeline. What happened between Greece and Egypt? What was there? There was a shift. There was some sort of shift. Look at the human lifespan. That's what we get if we're lucky. And before that, it was 1,000 years, 10,000, 100,000 years. Like vampires, they never die. They're just around for ages. And imagine what could be achieved in that consciously, knowing physically and spiritually at the 3D, at the 4D, what can be given, what can be received, what can be transmitted. It would be really interesting. And that changes, and that is the Kali Yuga cycle, the point of optimal shadow, optimal darkness. It doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's like Kali coming to stab you and carve you up and wreak havoc on the earth. It's part of a cycle. It's part of a cycle of learning. And you can even map this onto, some of our own astrological considerations and say, what does that mean? And say, how does that work? You can see they put in, gold, silver. I think that's a spelling mistake. Oh, no, it's German, is it? Anyway, whatever. You can see that these things have an effect on consciousness itself. And the thinking behind it is that to some extent, again, another way of looking at it here, putting these close to it, the farthest point from galactic center, and when I say that, I'm speaking purely in astronomical terms, to say, yes, we're far away from the core of our galaxy at the moment. That coincides with the middle, the darkest period of the Kali Yuga cycle, where there's less consciousness. And optimal, where we're closest to it, is here. So we're actually getting closer and closer. We've not been this way up for a long time. You'll notice the cycles are back to back. So there's an ascending cycle and there's a descending cycle. And that means that the galaxy is learning itself. It has its own learning process. And it says, this is what happens with consciousness when we remove it. This is what happens with unconsciousness and what it affects in people's world, what it does to the planet, how people separate themselves off from that. And it's a very pertinent thing to look at, not least with this little baby in the middle here, which we'll talk a little bit more about on Sunday, I think. But certainly the idea of mapping root races as a measurement of time and of consciousness cycles, mapping the cycles themselves as the Mayans did, as some astrologers do, as the Hindu philosophers did, is really interesting to consider. Maybe this cycle is something that just repeats and goes round and round. But every time it completes a total cycle, one-dimensional, second density, third density, that's where we are. Now we're on the fourth density, and everybody gets clicked up to that level. So it's important, the work we're doing, not only for our own growth and our own unfoldment and our own benefit, but also there is a possibility that something does happen on this earth that actually is a major game changer. And again, not to be conspiratorial, but all those people who are, like Bill Gates and Steven Spielberg and, bunkers and seed banks and, secret repositories in Antarctica and stuff. Some people with influence and a lot of financial resources, they feel that something's going to happen on the planet and it's going to be something significant. I kind of think, I really hope it does, because it'll really kick people up the arse in a major way. and say, right, you can't ignore this stuff anymore. And I think that if that is going to happen, it does change everything. And it would have been kind of nicer and easier to be 40 years old in 1950 when everything was simple and beautiful and, you know, all nice and there was nothing to worry about. You leave your front door open and have a nice apple pie and everybody was nice to each other and polite and had manners. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. And yet here, to witness this cycle, this change, is I think what this is all about. And I think everyone in this room is conscious that part of them has agreed to come in and volunteer to be here at this time, to volunteer when this shift occurs, and to say, all right, I'm going to go there and I'm going to witness that. I'm going to be there when that shift happens. 1987. 1987, for me personally, was a very important year, and it was the year in my journey as a young man that I was first introduced to mysticism and the occult and spiritual philosophy. And I'll just explain how that occurred for me. I was in like a band at the time, you know, a music band. And I don't mean like a band of warriors or something. I think my parents call it a group. Anyway. And at the time we sort of did this little gig, as they call it, you know, a little event in Cambridge. When I was there, I met this guy there, and he was a very eccentric man, very kind of lean and very angular, looked sort of elven to me a little bit. And it's about in his late 50s, early 60s. And as it turned out, he was a very successful doctor of tropical medicine. And as I say, very eccentric, very wiry, very unkempt, typical English toff in a way. And his hair was a bit all over the place. And he had a tweed jacket with like cigar things spilt down the front of it. And he was all over the place, but he was a super guy, really agile mentally, you know. And he'd come to see this, like, these kids in this band playing stuff or whatever, and there was some other events on as well, so whatever. And he'd said he'd known before that I had an interest in when a couple of our songs had occult inferences, as I'm sure you know, a lot of heavy metal bands talk about such issues, you know, the occult and about religion and about mystery school traditions, and they'll embed it in the music. So every couple of years when they've got to churn out a new album, they'll go to something that personally they find interesting. And in metal, the genre of music, you often find that. And that was the same for me. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I ended up at this guy's house. I don't think he wanted to go to bed with me or anything. He wasn't like predatory. Because it might sound a bit odd, you know, now, come to think of it. But he wasn't like that at all. He was a super guy, and he said, I'd like you to meet somebody. He introduced me to a friend of his, and he says, this is so-and-so, and he said, he's interested in magic, ritual magic, which I knew about from texts, from books, but I hadn't actually physically, at that age, as a young man, still in my teens, met anybody who was a practicing magician. Of course, I don't mean a stage magician. He wasn't pulling white rabbits out of top hats. I mean ritual magic with, you know, occult significance and mystery school tradition knowledge. And without any sort of ceremony or any sort of introduction, this guy walked into the room, and I remember very distinctly, he had like a t-shirt on, a white t-shirt, and just jeans or whatever. He looked very inconspicuous. And he just sort of stood in the middle of the room, and he took this like, must have been like a marker or something, and he drew this black symbol on his hand. And he held his hand up like that, and flies came out of his hand and filled the room. Flies, a swarm of flies. If you've ever seen flies swarm at the end of summer, and millions of them all reproduce and all come out, and, you know, it was like that. And he conjured flies right in front of my eyes, which now is actually quite an old tradition, and there's a long tradition of that as a basic act of evocation. And I was like, oh my God. You know, you don't see that every day. Most people never see that. And so from an early age, I'd seen that. And, you know, you could say, well, maybe he had it in like a tube up his sleeve, kind of with invisible, you know, tape or something. But I don't think so. He was wearing a t-shirt, I remember that. I think he was doing that to prove a point. And then later on, we talked about this stuff, and he explained that they felt that it was important that I was going to later on walk some sort of path and talk about these things. He said it's important that you have a demonstration for your psyche, for your ego, for your brain, so it's not going to freak out and constantly argue with you. Every time you push your boundaries out, your brain's just going, oh, hang on a second, that's a bit weird. He says, that holds people back. He says it's good for the brain to say, well, we did see such and such a thing. And even with my father as a kid, once we were walking along this, we have a lot of canals in England, a lot of the old industry used to move on these canal boats and used to move all kinds of goods and supplies on it, on these man-made canals. And we were walking along this so-called towpath along the side of the canal. And we saw this guy, I was walking with my father, I was just a little kid, like 7 or 8 or something, and we saw this guy, and my dad said, look at this guy here, he looks a bit strange. And he had a very broad collar on. He had this funny hat on that you don't really see so much, which was like a medieval hat, like that a peasant would wear, with a fluffy thing around the side. It was very unusual. And as he walked past, my dad, being the polite man, he said, good afternoon, how are you? And this bloke just went like that. We never saw his face. And we walked past, and literally as he'd walked past, I went like that, thinking, look at that strange man. And he'd completely disappeared. And I went, Dad, he's disappeared. And my dad looked round, and he was like, he must have jumped in the canal. And my dad was like, looking in the water. But there was no ripples, there was no splashing, there was nothing like that. And on this side, there was just an open field. So having seen a couple of things early on, my belief system kind of has been ejected really for a long time. And I've, like the old cassette tape, I ejected it out, and I've got it on the side just in case I need to put it back in. But I never have done. It's still there gathering dust, and thought, I haven't actually needed you. And yet I still have my own code of conduct and my own morality and my own integrity, and that hasn't been impeded by not having belief system. So that's why I'm trying to share that suggestion with you. And later on the same day, when he'd just conjured these flies, just in the evening before I went back to play in the evening in this little theatre, he said, I'll show you another thing. And he says, and this is an elemental conjuration, another evocation. And he went into a park, and he drew some symbols on his hands. And it's funny, I did a consultation with a lady recently who talked about her grandmother who would do similar things, Japanese lady. I think she might even be joining us on live stream. Hello, okay. And this guy did the same thing. He drew these symbols on his hands, and he put his hands on this tree, and he seemed to murmur something under his lips. And then he walked back, and he made us all stand back. And it was cloudy that afternoon anyway, and very, very overcast, like those big charcoal, puffy clouds were there. And we all stood back, and then all of a sudden this bolt of lightning struck the tree and just charred it black down one side and split some of it off, only a little bit, but a lightning strike hit the tree. And when I put those two things together, I think, well, if you are deluding yourself, then you're deluding me as well. And if it is a trick, then it's worked, because I can't see how you possibly could do that. So right from the start, the brain was like, you've just seen something that goes outside the normal laws, really. And they sent me away with a couple of books and said, oh, you must get interested in this stuff, it's really interesting, it's called alchemy. I said, oh, isn't that where you get these funny blokes with all laboratory equipment trying to turn base metals into gold? He said, no, not really. He said, there is laboratory alchemy. But no, alchemy is about transformation, and it's really about transformation of oneself. And of course, remember, I'm just a kid at this time, thinking, why are you telling me all this? But it was because of that meeting. I've never had any contact with him since that, a few sort of little communications over the years, but nothing serious. But that's where I came into contact with the idea of Druidism and the Druid traditions, which there isn't an awful lot to say about, quite frankly. So most Druidic operations nowadays are neo-Druids, because we know next to nothing about what actually happened with these dudes. And also being, of course, introduced to Hermeticism, that being the spiritual practice and philosophy from this guy again, Hermes Trismegistus. And all that kind of also came through an interesting man. And I'm going to show this slide. And if you know who this is, don't spoil it for everyone else. Don't say anything. was my introduction to this man, who looks all very innocent there, doesn't he? He even looks a bit daft, really. And you think, oh, look at that little cute English school kid, a little fop, as we would call them. Isn't he nice? And later on, as this guy grows up, when he was like my age, he looks like this. You think, oh, he's starting to look a bit different now. That's interesting. Yeah, and he was like a mountaineer, chess player, explorer, really interesting guy. And he goes through life, and he ends up as an older gentleman like this. Now, does anybody who know who that is? Aleister Crowley, thank you. Thank you. This is what was described in Britain in the 1920s as the wickedest man in the world. Which I think most men would secretly be okay with, really. And Crowley was, a little bit like Blavatsky, was born into quite a wealthy upper-class family. As I say, as well as his occult stuff, he was also like a world-class chess player and mountaineer, which is funny. He was also a 33rd degree Mason of several orders that, you know, we can't even got enough slide space to show what that looks like. And he belonged to lots of esoteric groups, and he was very widely traveled. His system was called Thelamar, or Thelema, and is his mystical cosmology that he announced to the world in 1904. And he expanded upon that really for the rest of his life. And he had this little abbey, and he got various practitioners. But he did it on a much smaller scale, in a sense, than Blavatsky did. And the darker aspect of this man, as I said, unlike Blavatsky, who was pretty spiritually attuned and pretty balanced, Crowley really got lost in his own narrative. Remember that expression? Crowley definitely got lost in his magical philosophy. He was a humanist as well, so he rejected the idea of saviour outside of ourself, which is worth consideration. He was a radical individualist, which I always like as well, but he was sexually obsessed, and a lot of his magic, his sexual tantric magic, was of the darker variety, and we won't go into any details about that. Oh, come on, no, really. There's such a broad mix of people here, I couldn't possibly go into that. He was also a heavy drug user and experimenter, and he took opium like we would take, tea and coffee, really. He was also one of the first people to use cannabis for medicinal purposes at this time in England, where no one even knew what that was. He was taking mescaline, which was extremely unusual at this time in Britain, and peyote. Aleister Crowley was taking peyote before Carlos Castaneda was even born. And that's interesting. So whatever he was doing some interesting things that we're not, always conscious of, because we're led just to discount him because he was a nutter and a pervert. No disrespect, obviously. And amongst other things, Aldous Huxley, very influential in the psychedelic movement, very interesting intellectual. Crowley introduced Aldous Huxley to psychedelics in 1930. So he was a pioneer. And as I said, remember, mystical pioneers frequently make mistakes, embellish things, tell lies, do stupid, weird stuff. Sometimes they're very naughty, like this guy was. But he was onto something really fantastic, really interesting. And again, if it wasn't for this guy, I wouldn't have had what I would call my head start in my own study. I've since kind of discounted a lot of the stuff because there are other people who do a much better job, quite frankly, nowadays. But at the time, there wasn't many people who were capable of this sort of material. And certainly Crowley represented a depth of study and discipline that was very unusual. And he brought a different angle to it than Blavatsky did. And he brought a more masculine angle to it, which ultimately was kind of his downfall. And he really kind of lost the plot later on in life. I actually have heard one of the only surviving recordings of his voice. There's a little coastal village in the south of England that frequently gets put underwater every time they have a big flood. And there was an old wax cylinder recording of his voice, and it was very, very eerie indeed. And I heard that actually in the room. It's a little museum of occultism and witchcraft in this little village. I think it was Cornish or something. Very unusual, very mysterious voice, was very mysterious, I will tell you things, and like people were like, ooh, you know. And so he had this hypnotic element to his voice, and he used that to great effect. And quite frankly, he was an expert self-publicist as well. So he bigged up his own wickedness, because secretly they would say, how disgraceful, and in the English broadsheet newspapers, the posh newspapers, Aleister Crowley, disgrace to mankind, homosexual, drug user, all things that weren't allowed at that time in Britain, and you could be locked up for all those. And then secretly they put the papers out on that, and then they'd invite him round for an evening soiree because he was such a fascinating man, and they'd all drink port and eat cheese together, you know? So it was all very interesting. And just to take you on a bit of a mystery tour with this, this, of course, need I tell you, is obviously Jimmy Page, the guitarist from Led Zeppelin, but you all knew that because you all listen to Led Zeppelin, don't you? He bought Boleskine House, which was Aleister Crowley's residence. Jimmy Page bought that house and lived in it and studied Aleister Crowley's work for a long time. There's also some fiction horror writer, I think it might be Clive Barker, who bought Aleister Crowley's chair. It was like a chair not dissimilar to this, actually. And when he put the chair on the floorboards in his house, when he came down for breakfast the next morning, the floorboards had all warped around each leg. So I don't know what Crowley was doing, but he was certainly doing something. Jimmy Page was obsessed with Crowley, unhealthily at one point, and then kind of got over it. And he retitled himself with a magical name, Zoso, which was a direct reference to Crowley's system of renaming and recalibrating and reframing oneself. So in magic, everyone has a magical name, and normal objects have magical names, and everything is reframed. And you know, the sort of some of the symbologies embedded in Led Zeppelin albums on the album covers, and there's one where they've all got these magical symbols and the names don't appear in it and stuff. I think it's the 4th album. And it's very interesting, you know, and again you could say, well, okay, just we asked before, is truth important? Yes, it is. I think we can say that hand on heart and be quite comfortable with that. Is mysticism important then? Is all this kind of crazy stuff and this astrological things and these roots and particulars and all kinds of, you know, is that important? You know, or is that a bit indulgent? Is it a bit strange? Does it lead to unusualness in one's character or in one's morality, or what? And you have to look at, well, to answer that question, we have to answer it for ourselves, and that's that end of story, period, that's it. But to help us have insight into that, you can say, well, who else was massively interested in mysticism? Who else put massive amounts of time and resources into it? We've already talked about the American and British secret services putting time and effort into Sumerian mystical texts and artifacts. Some people say they're stargates. Some people say it's free energy technology that they had pinned down. We don't know. We will find out one day, but not for the moment. But mysticism as a whole, who else was absolutely obsessed with that? And I'll now show you a very iconic image, which you'll immediately understand when you see it. Our favorite unpleasant human beings, the Nazis. Okay? Now that system of symbology is extremely powerful, and it is ingenious in many ways. Some of you may know, some of you may not know, that symbol is an ancient Hindu symbol, which is a good luck charm. Good luck. Ironic. And the Nazis took that because it was recognized in Asia and in Europe indeed as a symbol of fortune and a symbol of strength in many ways. And that was a peculiar thing to think about. Most normal people would never come into contact with that. So people of my grandfather's generation, having mentioned this to him a couple of years ago, he didn't know anything about that. That is a Nazi symbol, end of story, and that's the purpose. So they chose a legitimate symbol, but was also sufficiently obscure that they could claim it, because you don't see that in many places anymore. In fact, there's a university somewhere in the States who've had to change the tiles in part of their building because they have old swastikas as Hindu iconography. And Jewish students visited were obviously horrified to see this for understandable reasons, and they had to like take them all down and stuff. So the Nazis have destroyed this symbol in many ways, and again it has to sort of find its own way back into the collective consciousness. But you know, in 1910, way before the Nazis were sort of finding their feet really, people would send this on cheerful postcards. You know, magic charms shielded its possessor from danger and harm. To you it brings good wishes. If I had the power, 'twould bring you all the life that holds dear this very day and hour. You know, lovely sentiment. Send that to your grandmother. Happy birthday. Yeah. This lady, very important American lady, from French descent, Mathilde Moissan, and she was your second woman to achieve a pilot's license. Now notice, she has a classic good luck charm for all pilots, which was, at this time, 1912, quite popular. Quite a few people had that. It was synonymous with flight, with power, with the overview. And we'll see why that is in a moment. Even the Finnish Air Force, that was their emblem until 1918. Can you believe it? Bet you've never seen that before. A blue and black swastika. If you saw that from a distance, you'd think you were at a like Nazi, you know, white supremacist convention. But no, not at all. It's the emblem of the Finnish Air Force. Now, as soon as things changed, they changed their emblem. Because it was still in use up until into the Second World War, but formally they had to change it for obvious reasons. But that swastika is also a symbol that stretches further back than that into modern historical times, certainly. This is a thing called the Book of Silk, which is this Chinese astronomical text which charted comet activity and the shape of comet tails over a 300-year period. And one of the very familiar ones was this. The comet, it was a sign of change. Comet was a sign of change. The swastika comet in particular was a sign of change. And so it has a very significant resonance, really important. And this unbelievable spectacle before you now, and anybody with strong feelings about that, I get that. But remember, we're looking at this from a higher perspective. We're looking at this as scholars. We're not looking at this necessarily from an emotional angle. But this whole thing with the eagle and the gold and the swastikas and different rotations meant different things. And you can see the little core of the Nazi hierarchy there. And you're thinking, you know, did they just pick a symbol? Did they go through the book of, you know, the Penguin book of symbols and go, oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, we'll make that red though instead of blue. That'll really stick out. I'll pop out of the page. That'll be good. You know, they didn't have a marketing department that did that for them. They didn't do anything of the kind. Much of their fascination with mysticism and why it was important was due to these two fellas here. And it's pretty amusing, really, now to look at him. And he looks a bit like Matt Dillon to me. I don't know about anyone else. You know, the actor, anyway. This is Rudolf Hess, this is Heinrich Himmler, two of the most obnoxious people to have ever walked this earth. Really, really unpleasant, really did some astonishingly naughty things. Particularly this guy who was personally responsible for the death of millions of people, Russians, Jews, Europeans, lots and lots of people all over the world, all different ethnicities. And he was more personally responsible because he designed a lot of those systems. He was the one who gave a lot of those orders. And these two people, and we're stretching the terminology there, obviously. And I do mean that because having looked into these for some things in my book, it was just quite difficult reading, really, looking through it and considering what state these minds must be in to do the things they did. And of course, this guy was the deputy Führer, and he was commander-in-chief and also head of the SS, two different roles. So the Schutzstaffel, the SS. The S is like that as you see them, are also runic symbols as well, the double runic symbol. So already you're getting clues about some awareness that these people had. But to be, you know, head of the Nazi death squad isn't really a title that does well with the test of time. But this guy is who we're going to focus on just a little bit and just talk about for a couple of minutes. And I think Rudolf Hess is a very fascinating character. And again, we have to assume a scholarly nature here and look at this as a historian would, or as a lecturer would, as somebody who was writing a book about Nazism would. So we have to, just for a moment, separate out our feelings from this and what those people were doing, and just put that to one side just for a moment, because then we can see more clearly. Now, Hess, interestingly, was born in Egypt. Not very well known fact, that. Born in Alexandria in Egypt. And he was a member of this thing called the Thule Society, which anyone who's ever looked into the very peculiar topic of Nazi mysticism, which just sounds so peculiar, doesn't it? The Thule Society were a group of people who got together and talked about mysticism, and it's as simple as that. And they identified a place that they called Ultima Thule, which said by the mystics was the capital of ancient Hyperborea, which was another lost landmass to the extreme north. And it was the home of the Aryan race. Right? Now, we cannot help but associate Aryan with these guys. But I hope that I've shown you, before they were ever on the scene, before many of them were born, some mystics in Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries were talking about the Aryans as a race of Atlantean peoples. And so I want to emphasize that point. And this swastika reference is, according to the Thule Society, a representation of the Aryan race, and it has its own significance in that respect. Now, from this guy's point of view, there was definitely something going on. They spent an incredible amount of time and money, what would now be the equivalent of billions of dollars, in the late 1930s as the Germanic power base was being built up, ready for the 1939-1945 World War II. You'd think the last thing he would be doing would be going on expeditions to Tibet in the mountains looking for various sacred artifacts. Why would you bother? The Nazi propaganda machine was so powerful and so all-consuming. They could make people believe whatever they wanted, whether it was true or false. They didn't need to go and get an artifact and say, look, we are Aryans, we are the ultimate ones. They didn't need to do that. They could easily fabricate it. So they weren't doing it to prove something to the people. They were doing it for another purpose. And as to what that purpose is, we don't really know, but we can say that some of the knowledge that they had was affecting their design decisions in the manufacture of craft. And as some of you may have seen, that the Nazis were the first people in modern history to create disc craft. And it is rumoured that the Atlanteans, with their ultra-terrestrial connections, had disc craft. That is how they travelled. And one of the finds, and this is totally circumstantial, there's nothing to really back this up, quite frankly, but it is said that one of the finds was designs for a circular craft, which the Nazis then built. And you can see photographs of that on the internet. Looks like a classic 1950s science fiction UFO with a bloody great big swastika on the side of it. Imagine. So, just to make matters more interesting, in 1941, right in the thick of it, Hess took off from Augsburg. I've been there actually, on business, funnily enough. Took off in a little Messerschmitt equipped with extra storage tanks and flew to Britain. Completely, nobody even knew what it was about. The generals didn't know. He had one secret meeting with Hitler and that was it. So we know that Hess went to Hitler and said, I'm going to go to Britain, something, and Hitler went, right, well, I'll have to wipe you off the page with this and, discredit you and say, how dare you, and he had a shot-on-sight order issued in his name as soon as he was discovered to have landed in Britain, and landed in a rather significant fashion, as you can see. But really it was prearranged, and I think that is a matter of record now. And why he went there was to discuss a mystical topic with some people. And it was so secret that when he flew over, he overshot, and he went a little bit too far, and the RAF spotted him, the Royal Air Force, and shot him down. And he managed to survive, and he crawled out of that wreck with just a few bumps and grazes, really. And when he did, he went to see this man, the Duke of Hamilton, with the actual rather amusing name of Douglas Hamilton. British people, you know what I mean? See, the British people in the audience are the ones who are laughing the loudest because they know what I mean. Neil Kramer, yeah. Okay. And what is interesting about this, Hamilton led the first flight over Everest in 1933 to survey the Himalayan region of Tibet. Right? Starting to see the connections. And as I said, the Nazis funded stuff leading right up to the start of the war. The war started in just before, in 1938, 1939, and they were still doing it then. And this esoteric research indicates that they were tracking the origins of the Aryans and this so-called location of what was then called Shambhala. And they concluded that the Aryans had advanced technology with documented reports of contact with flying disc crafts and their inhabitants. So not only did they come across the designs, but they had liaised with the locals who said, we see stuff flying about on the mountain, which here is something that maybe you can consider for a moment. We see stuff flying about on the mountain. And the Nazis were absolutely obsessed with getting that and understanding what that meant and understanding what they could do about that. Because they said, if we can get that technology, not only can we claim lineage to those peoples, the masters of Earth, but we can also totally win the war. Because they were, they knew they were going to be up for a struggle, and straight away they were as soon as they, engaged with the Russians or whatever. So they needed something, and that process went on a lot longer than that, but that's when the main expeditions were held. So they wanted that craft, they wanted that technology to win that war and to have dominion over the planet. So this guy at the time said, I don't know who you are. Rudolf Hess, goodness me, I've never met you before. I think we might have met once at some cultural attaché sort of, diplomatic event, but in a formal setting, quite above board. I don't know who you are, how dare you? And Rudolf Hess was promptly taken away, and then, he basically died in prison many years later after the sort of Nuremberg trials and what have you. And it all appeared to go a bit wrong. But all that documentation at the time, because the English are very meticulous about documenting things, very, very anal, very Virgoan, as indeed I am, but anyway. And they documented all this stuff and write it down, and it's classified, and it's this, and it's that, and it's the other. And this guy said, what utter nonsense, he's a Nazi war criminal, we will try him, and we will find him guilty, and, all the rest of it, and that came to pass. All those documents, just like your documentation here, goes into storage and is classified for a period of time. In 2007, that documentation was released. And it turns out he did know who Rudolf Hess was, and they did have connections, and they did both study mysticism, and they did both arrange trips to the Arctic. Now imagine that for a moment, going to the Himalayas, looking at Hyperborea, looking at the Tibetan landscape in the Himalayan region, a leading noble Britishman and a leading noble German at a time of war between those two nations. What the hell was going on? Can you understand why that couldn't have happened? And not only did the documentation show that those two had met, but guess who else was at that meeting? Hess crawls out of his craft, they whisk him away, Hamilton sat there, and who sat across the table? Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley is sat there and brought in by the British Secret Services to say, I can give you a lot of information about this material. I can validate it. Because the Secret Services said, look, this is something to do with like mysticism. Who have we got who knows about mysticism? Well, we've got Aleister Crowley, but he's a bit of a bad boy, so we'll have to sort of play him with drinks and cigars and keep him happy. But he might help us out. So he was there, Again, you can look this up, look it up for yourself. Some of it, the Wikipedia entry just gives you clues, but persist, search, look at the other materials out there. Also at that meeting was this gentleman here. Does anybody know who that is? That is Ian Fleming. Now, Ian Fleming is the bloke who invented James Bond. And Ian Fleming was a British Secret Service advisor and strategist. And he was legitimately, and you can look this up on his biography and his entry in the encyclopedia, he was a strategist and he was involved in planning certain operations of a secret nature. And that's where, of course, his fictional novels drew from a lot of his own personal experience and those of his comrades. And James Bond is based on a man who he knew called John Bond, who was somebody, a legitimate real guy, who would go in, infiltrate things, steal information and come out, and it was all very sexy and high level, you know, and of course we can see where the figure of James Bond came from. And so this is very fascinating, and this, we asked that question, is mysticism important? It certainly was to the British, it certainly was to the Nazis, it certainly was to these guys here. Something, they were worried that the Nazis had got hold of something. What had they got? What had they got hold of? They were worried about that. Now, how do we jump from that to that? How do we jump from that to that? Well, this film, this is a great film, by the way, you need to see it if you haven't already. This film is based on Aleister Crowley, and the director, Tourneau, he said that, to some degree, Jacques Tournier there, he said that this character in the film, played by Niall McGuinness, represented Aleister Crowley, and the psychologist in the film, played by, that's a man's name, Dana Andrews, this bloke here, represented the British aristocracy, British authority. I'll just show you a little clip from it. This is it's an audio clip. This is the bloke who's supposed to be Crowley, and this is the British aristocracy, Fleming in other words. And this is the little clip that I'll play you just for a moment. It's only just like 30 seconds or something. Have I got an audio feed on this laptop? Hang on a minute. There we go.
You don't believe in witchcraft, do you? Do I believe in witchcraft? What kind of witchcraft? The legendary witch that rides on the imaginary broom, the hex that tortures the thoughts of the victim, the pin stuck in the image that wakes away the mind and the body. Also imaginary. But where does imagination end and reality begin? What is this twilight, this half-world of the mind that you profess to know so much about? How can we differentiate between the powers of darkness and the powers of the mind?
Powers of darkness. Where does imagination end and reality begin? And this is what the mystics were concerned with, and that is where we shall take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you. After our little foray into Nazi mysticism, let us swing round to something more uplifting and positive and enriching. But I did want to share that with you to show you how important that is. So, where does the imagination end and reality begin, as Niall McGuinness so beautifully said a few moments ago? And that question, once more, is mysticism important? I ask you just to think about that and go away and think about that and put that into your shamanic pouch, put that feather in and consider it, see what you think. And really now, in this last segment for today, I want to briefly talk about something that is a little bit more hands-on, a little bit more cerebral, and we'll put this into some sort of context for why, let's just get that right, excuse me, for why the mystics were so interested in their own unfoldment, and why a lot of governmental, parapolitical powers were interested in that information. And just to do that, we need a very brief crash course in brain surgery, which is also the title of a Metallica album, as it happens. And this is very important because, obviously, we're doing this in this room, sharing our information and knowledge, talking about things outside to each other, wandering about, and we're using, of course, this thing here, the brain, okay? And it's a very novel and a very important computing device, and it's one of the most sophisticated things that you can see on this planet. So I think if I was an alien anthropologist and I came to planet Earth, one of the first things I would be interested in was looking at this phenomenal piece of equipment and seeing what that was about. And contrary to popular belief, it's not grey at all. It's all kind of that colour, a bit, yeah. This film around it, very nice. And that's what a brain looks like in its healthy, condition, and that's the colour of it when you take away that pink membrane. And I think any sort of neurologist would admit that although we have a very good idea of what different parts of the brain do, we don't actually know for sure. Again, it's a working model, it's received wisdom. So you can't do much better than that at the moment to say, well, that's what we think things are and that's what we think they're for. But if, again, you look at memory, how does memory work? That's largely unknown where that is. And it seems to be, like in computing, you have this term cloud computing, where on my computer here, for example, I have a little folder with all my Word documents of the things that I write in it. And that's also uploaded onto a server somewhere in the cloud. And it means that if my computer goes tits up, as we say in Northern England, I'm not going to lose everything. I can just go to another computer and bring it down. And in a similar way, that information is kind of, in terms of the bytes of the files, is like spread all over the place. And memory seems to function in rather a similar way, which I find very interesting. And we're going to focus on a couple of different aspects of that machine, that marvelous organic machine, that biological computer that is so central to the way we live our lives. And one of the things we're going to look at very briefly is just this little bit here. Oh, I nearly blinded myself then, wrong way around. That, cerebellum. And why we're going to look at that is that an absolutely essential part of my process, the unfoldment, as we looked at it early on, and an essential observation in European mystical traditions is that imagination actually creates reality. It actually creates reality. And we're not speaking metaphorically, we're speaking literally. So what you imagine has the power to actually formulate things into existence. And if you consider that for a moment, you could say, well, if the world is a divine conscious thought form in a way, if we look at that from a divine perspective, we could say that this building we're in is a thought form of God, of a divine entity. And what's the difference between this building and, like, let me say I contemplate a blue pig on this stage here, of all things. I don't know why I said that. A blue pig stood there. And I am now imagining that. I can't really see it very clearly because it's just in my imagination, and you can't really see it very clearly because you're separated quite a long way from that. What's the difference between this building as a thought form and my blue pig as a thought form? It's consistency and its power and its charge. This building will be here tomorrow and it will look largely the same. And it may be here in 10 years and it will look largely the same. When you return to your bed, it will look largely the same as it did when you last left it. It's consistent. That thought form is held consciously all the time. My blue pig has already evaporated because it didn't really have much consistency or power. So part of the journey of being a human being not only is to conduct yourself with a certain amount of integrity and growth and understand your expansion is a natural process. Your transformation is a natural process, although it can be strange and a bit scary, particularly when you're transitioning from different ways of life, but also to train your imagination, to hone it, for it to become a powerful tool. Because if we do go into a fourth dimensional space imminently, we'll need that. As I've said before, imagine if I had my magic wand and I waved it over you and said, right now, whatever you imagine becomes real. imagine what would happen in this room in a very, very short space of time. There'd be demons and sex and music and art and strangeness and explosions and wormholes and stargates and vomit and all kinds of weirdness. It would be total chaos, wouldn't it? Because we cannot control our imaginations quite in the way we would like. So you would say, well, if a human being is going to ascend through this conscious ladder, these 7 dimensions, we need to make damn sure that when they go into a dimension where your imagination has immediate manifestation, that you've got that under control. You cannot be allowed into that space before you can do that, okay? So it's not like Harry Potter where there's a little bit of magic and he's flying around on his broom and making things appear. Without training, that's a very dangerous thing, very dangerous, even for good intended people like ourselves. We talked about those strange horror films earlier. If you had seen a horror film like I, for example, I like zombie films. Don't know why, but I just do. Not for the blood and gore and that, but the idea of society kind of changing radically and all the different connotations of that is fascinating. So George Romero in the 70s did this film, Dawn of the Dead, which is a fascinating take on consumerism in America in the late 70s. Very, very interesting. Now, I've got zombie imagery in my head. So if I was having a bit of a strange day and my imagination was creating reality, there would be like a horde of ravenous zombies attacking this building. We'd be having to board the windows up and get our shotguns out. And that wouldn't be in my intention at all, believe me. I don't really want that to happen. But if your imagination can run away with you, then you can end up in all kinds of fixes, to put it mildly, very quickly. So it's important to understand that the imagination is a powerful tool, but until you master it, to use that rather old-fashioned word, which I'm quite fond of, until you master that, then you can't really create consistency in your thought forms. In your dreams, for example, it's very rare that we have a lucid dream where you know that you're dreaming. So, for example, if you know that you're dreaming and you know there's some kind of strange monster attacking you, you become aware, you can go, ha-ha, I'm dreaming. Right, go away, I'll put up a force field and you'll disappear, and pop, it disappears. But when you're not lucid, when you're not conscious, just as in this world, then you forget that you have that ability and the monster chases you and you're running through the streets or whatever. You know, you've got to be careful of that. And Don Juan, this semi-fictional character in Castaneda's mythology, taught Castaneda this process of lucid dreaming, which a shortcut for you is, he used to tell Castaneda that throughout the day, keep looking at your hands like that. And you're just doing stuff, you know, in the kitchen, look at your hands, in the car, look at your hands, walking around, look at your hands. And eventually that bleeds through into the dream world. And then one day you're having a dream and you've been so used to doing that you do that in the dream, and as soon as you look at your hands, you become lucid. You think, aha, haha, cool, I'm lucid in this realm of immediate manifestation. And that works, and I tried that, and it certainly works. It takes maybe a month of practice to do it, but it's no big deal just to do that. And then when you achieve lucidity in your dreams, of course you can, you know, do anything you want. You can do naughty things that no one will ever know about if you want to. And you can bend the rules, and you can go and have sex with all the people that you might want to, but it wouldn't quite be proper if you really did. And you can, you know, assassinate people that bore you, you know, and it doesn't and it doesn't really matter because it's just a dream. Now, I must admit, having achieved an element of lucidity in my dream practice, that for a while I went round like some kind of hellion, doing all kinds of peculiar things, relatively okay, not terrible. I wasn't like, you know, some sort of psychotic deviant or something. It was okay, it was relevant. Flying has always been something that I have always wanted to do. We all have a powerful memory of that, I would say, from bygone eras. To fly, you know, it's just awesome. It's the most incredible thing you could do. So flying became my focus. And I used to get up, be lucid in the dream, fly around, and it was awesome. And after a while, it occurred to me that the dream is a landscape that trains you how to use your imagination. So one of the funny things that was for years for me was that in flying dreams, which, you know, were relatively rare, like 1 or 2 a month maybe, with practice, other than that, you know, it's 1 or 2 a year, I had this funny thing where I couldn't take off. So I had to find a high place and sort of glide off it like a sort of, those birds that can glide, like a chicken can glide for a bit, but it can't sort of take off or whatever necessarily and go very far. So I had to go to a hill or a building and jump off. And like half the dream was spent me going up staircases to go to the top of a skyscraper, get on top and then glide off like this, woohoo, like that. And it struck me. It struck me. I thought, hang on a second, this is a dream. Why am I bothering to find a takeoff position? Why don't I just launch into the sky? And so I just stood there and I thought, right, I'm going to, like Superman, just fly up into the sky. And I did. And I just rocketed up into the sky like that. And I thought, oh, I get it. So you do create your own rules here. And the funny thing is that it's your expectations that limit yourself. Because we have false expectations. We have very low expectations of what potential we have. So even given this magic wand and these magical abilities, I was still, there's this hill near where I used to live, and I used to, in the dream world, go to the hill and run up the hill and jump off it and stuff, and it just all seems very silly now. And so once I learned to take off from the ground, then I didn't have to worry about that anymore. But I didn't expect that. I thought, well, of course I can do anything. My expectation was that I was using the laws of physics here to think, well, I can kind of glide, but I've never taken off, so I won't take off. Then it occurred, well, you can do what you want. Your expectations can be changed. So that word expectation, let's just hold that for a moment. Now this part of the brain that we talked about, which as we said is kind of just at the back here, that deals with motor coordination, attention, language, and it regulates the fear and pleasure responses. Very, very important part of the system, clearly. This thing here, the insular cortex, or the insula, deals with emotion. This is kind of an old drawing because it's like tucked in the middle of it there. So that's like a section taken out and there it is inside. That deals with emotion, with perception, with self-awareness, cognitive function, etc., etc. Also has a role in motor control. Interpersonal experiences, what we're doing now, this thing is active, buzzing away. Now there was a study done recently that came to my attention which was very fascinating, and if we just concentrate on those two things, the cerebellum and the insula, this is pain, this is brain measurements of pain, this is expected pain and actual pain. So no pain has occurred here except the expectation of it. And if you look at that insula, the expectation of pain and the actual pain is almost identical. So the overlap in this yellow here, you can see it's almost identical. Look at it. The expectation we have of physical pain to the brain is virtually indistinguishable from the real thing. I wish I'd known that in the dentist's waiting room 10 years ago, because I was contributing to the pain before I even got in the bloody chair. And also the cerebellum here, there is distinct overlaps in this key area here, and these are like slices at the top down to the bottom or whatever, or the other way around, I forget, sorry, I think that's the top. And it goes through, and you can see there's other mapped areas here, you can see here, and there's a distinct overlap, and here at the front. So expectation is very important, and if you split that thing in half, again, another gooey picture, so zip, we've lasered through that, and it's just fascinating. You can see this fibrous, looks like ferns here, and it's just like squidge. You're thinking, how in the hell is that thing doing this phenomenal job? And you have these things when you zoom into that, pyramidal neurons in the cerebral cortex, and they're like, it's a neural network. It's a very sophisticated set of connections in the brain, very important. And the brain contains about 100 billion neurons, and that's like, as he says here, an excitable cell that uses this electrochemical signaling, so there's electromagnetic radiation involved to fire those chemical processes off. 10 billion cortical pyramidal cells, 100 trillion synaptic connections. And it says at the bottom there, look at that for a statistic, more electrical impulses are generated in one day by a single brain than by all telephones on Earth. So imagine all the telephones, and this is recent as well. So what's going on in here is very, very significant. There's an awful lot of stuff that's occurring at a very, very high level. And when that occurs, about 90% of it, I believe, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, we're totally unaware of. A lot of it is automatic, it just occurs in the background. A lot of that processing happening in this sense here, these neuron signals are propagated by, as they say, these chemical ions and that electrical charge. And that's kind of what we're talking about. If we were to CGI it, that's what it might look like. We can't see that. We can only see like MRI type scans of colours lighting up as chemical markers move through. But if you were to CGI it, it kind of would look a little bit like that. It's just like an artist's rendering. Now, particularly tomorrow, I'm going to talk about a lot of practical things about rewiring and about emotional work and stuff, because that underpins a lot of our ability to penetrate into this sacred wisdom. We can't get to it if we've got a lot of baggage. And I'm going to give you some techniques for dealing with that. But it's an interesting thing. This is a thing called a DTI scan. And what that's showing you is the neural pathways that are created in your brain over time. So those threads represent connections that we make. So if I think, right, if I do that, the button will come undone. If I do that, my ear will scratch. And that becomes a neural pathway. Scratch ear, undo button. Speak to people in room, go to bathroom, eat steak, whatever. So just as an example. So all these things become part of our routines. And you can see there are very specific patterns. And if I had the key here, I could tell you what the color coding means, but I forget for the moment. The point is that it's been proven now that it's possible to rewire that mentally without any surgery, of course, because those neural pathways are completely under our control. So in the past, I've often talked about, for example, the fear response. And although this is a little bit ambiguous, but there's a truth in it, we're only really born with a fear of loud noises and falling. That's it. And those fear responses that the ego promotes throughout our life are there to protect us. So if you're a loud noise, it's very difficult. It takes a lot of training not to go like that. And if you fall, if you lean back on your chair now and fall, you'll start like that. And it's a very inbuilt response. There's not much you can do to conquer that. Everything else that we fear is not an actual well-defined neural pathway until we make it. Only those two are well-defined neural pathways. Everything else we make. Our fear of transformation, if we do touch enlightenment and we start to transform, the fear we might have about that, quite understandable, and many people express that. And I have been through that as well and tried to understand what that means. It's an expectation. Just like that pain was an expectation. And it was almost identical to the real thing. So the brain does not differentiate when you watch a TV show where somebody's getting murdered or raped or robbed or beaten up. The brain doesn't differentiate between that as an expectation, visually stimulated, and the actual event itself. So as I said before, you've got to be very careful what you put into your brain. Choose very carefully. Treat it like a, completely sort of exquisite violin. You're not just going to bang about on it. You treat it with some respect, and this is a very, sublime instrument capable of amazing things, and I'm going to treat it as such. So these pathways can be changed, and we're going to look at some one technique in particular for that later on, tomorrow that'll be, which is very effective and very wonderful, and certainly has helped me in my life, and I'd like to share that with you. So if we just go back into that brain just for the moment and look at, you can see here, this is that brain structure. We'll look at those pyramidal cells, and that's what we're looking at there, zoomed in even more. On the right-hand side, let me just tell you, on the left, you can see those are neurons and dendrites. These are clusters of galaxies and stars. Look at the similarity in the structure. If you ever wondered what microcosm and macrocosm, you couldn't have a better example. The microcosm, the tiny shit inside our brain, and the macrocosm, the enormous magnificence of the universe. Look at the similarities of how that is structured. Now, the alchemists and the mystics knew that there was a very, very close correlation between all the bodies at every level throughout the system. So if you ever wonder why people are saying as above, so below, this is why they're saying it, because the structure at the very highest level we can determine, and at a very low level, we can go obviously much further than that, but at a very low level, certainly we can't see it with our eyes, are almost the same, almost the same. And it's a very important thing to consider that. Now, this really takes us just for a moment back to what we were considering before when we talk about particulars and roots, that we're really starting to move down here now and say we're looking at causes of things. We've looked at World War II. We've looked at church fear of mysticism. We've looked at lots of things, and we've started to understand now why those things come about. And just as a total aside, really, the Taoists and a lot of Buddhist thought will talk about these particulars. In Taoism, they call it the 10,000 things. And I just say, if somebody says to me, did you go to such and such a thing and speak to that guy? I said, yeah, I had a chat with him. Yeah, it was okay, at the bank or something. Yeah, it was okay. And what did you talk about? I said, we just talked about aardvarks and pineapples, really. That's my shorthand for the world of the particulars. So this represents to me, this is just on the side, bear with me, two very extraordinary things in the world. An aardvark, which I think is extraordinary, and a pineapple, which I've always thought is extraordinary. And it's just to show that we shouldn't forget that there are people who study these things for their whole lives. And the habits and routines and, reproductive systems and terrains and, mating rituals and goodness knows what, this extraordinary object here, I just think it's just amazing. It's just so interesting, so different. And, there was a guy, a writer, William Burroughs, I'm sure a few of you have heard of him, and he used to say, part of the joy of life is to be able to wander through these different terrains and to be able to go to where our heart takes us and to be able to look at things that stimulate us and inspire us. And he said he recounted a story of one man who'd spent 75 years trying to see if the potato had floated over the Atlantic and originally transferred itself as a new crop from Britain to America, America to Britain. And he spent all his life doing it. It was his life's work, and in the end, he wasn't sure. So to me, that is the sort of very strange gravitation of aardvarks and pineapples. There we go, comic interlude over. Now, this tree that we talked about in Norse mythology, they have this tree Yggdrasil, an ash tree, which connects the worlds. It is a world tree symbol. And according to this Norse creation story, the universe came from the emptiness, the abyss, the depths, and these entities appeared and they arose up through this and created these realms. And it's interesting because, again, in this Norse mythology, it's one of the first times when I've seen written down very beautifully a lot of this Scandinavian stuff like the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda and all these different documents. They talk about polarity, and they say that primeval polarity appeared. Polarity of good and evil, of light and dark, of right and wrong, of yes and no, of 1 and 0, as really a sort of teaching mechanism to say, when you're thrown into this, there's a point where you have to go in and be involved in polarity. And again, I've talked about the polarization of consciousness, that my view of the world at the moment is that the very dumb people have gone extremely dumb, and the very intelligent people have gone extremely bright. So consciousness lifts up to these new pinnacles, and unconsciousness dives down into these troughs. And that certainly seems to happen more and more. So the bad is getting worse and the good is getting better. And that symbolizes a movement from one cycle of consciousness to another, one shift in density to another. And this is discussed in a lot of these texts. And they also talk about these worlds divided into these three spheres, the celestial, intermediary, and terrestrial. You could say the 3D, the 4D, and the 5D. Why not? Let's use our modern language and just reinterpret that a little bit so we can understand it. Because when we say celestial, it's a little bit imbued with religious symbolism. So we could just neutralize it a little bit. I don't mind, I think it's quite a nice word, celestial, but 5D, let's say it's a fifth density, it's a 5-dimensional space. And this tree, again, the roots of it, and this is a significant image, that to say that there were these three roots, and always with world trees from Norse mythology, there's always three roots: life, destiny, and wisdom. And when we talk about some of the things that are important to us as human beings on our journey, what could be more important than the life we live in, what we're actually doing, our destiny, where we're going, and the wisdom, the sacred wisdom that surrounds us? And that's what feeds the world tree, those things. So all the time it's trying to give nourishment to those things, which is why it's such a nice image, because it's such a natural process, very important. And this world tree is not limited to just Scandinavia and Northern Europe, also in Eastern Europe, Siberia, Native America, South America, early Indian mysticism in Asia. You see these different depictions of it, and you can see the different ways of thinking about that. And the axis mundi, the gap between the two worlds, the fulcrum of knowledge and of wisdom and of manifestation and of the imaginal, it's all linked together. And it's funny that when the Christians came to Europe, they would see depictions of these world trees in holy temples in Europe, and they tore them down, and the locals didn't like it, so they gave them the Christian version of the world tree. And this is an example from Lithuania, which is a folk cross which has been turned into a double cross, and that was a world tree symbol. And it had roots and everything, and again, they changed the iconography by sequestering it. So it's a very strange thing. Now, just as we talk about dimensions for a moment, I've talked about this quite a little bit, and I just want to clarify that. I think we all have our view on what this means, what a dimension is, what a density is. And I use it just in terms of dimension, perhaps denoting what we would think of as space, and density in terms of what we'd see as a resolution of form, like a low resolution, like a rock, a high resolution, like a cloud. In terms of consciousness, the same, a very dense resolution, like a very low state of consciousness, and a very high state of consciousness. And as I mentioned briefly before here, it is just frequency and wavelength. And as they change, just as in electromagnetic radiation, we get different formations of that, like AM and FM, microwaves, infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays, as you move along that scale. So this is physics in some extent. As you change those rays, that's what we call those things. And we have a very narrow thing of infrared, ultraviolet. There's this little thing in the middle, it's our visible spectrum. It's very tiny. In terms of sound, when you change that frequency, it changes the pitch. In terms of light, it changes the color. With consciousness, it determines the dimensions and the densities that one can experience. So just that there is thresholds where the imaginal is not let into the next realm. Part of that is that you cannot physically get there if your consciousness is at a low level. Now, low doesn't mean bad. The fact that a tree isn't necessarily going into a fifth dimensional space right now isn't important. What it's doing is holistically all in the 7 dimensions already, but its emphasis, its manifestation, its resonance is here. And our dimension enfolds it. And you can represent that by saying this. So my model here is that this is where we are here. And I would say, in terms of consciousness, that water and a rock is first density consciousness, plants, animals, trees, a second density consciousness, human brain and similar brain structures on the planet, a third density consciousness. Now notice, we can see the trees, we can see the animals, we can see the rocks, we can see the ocean, we can see the earth, because our dimension enfolds those other dimensions, particularly in Germany and Austria and Switzerland, Hungary. You can see these old maps, and they treasure them, and I think they are very beautiful. They had a slightly odd purpose, slightly ignorant in a way. But in themselves, I just think they're tremendous. They're really, really interesting. Tolkien had a fascination with old maps. It was said that the only reason he wrote Lord of the Rings was because he liked drawing maps and he liked inventing new languages. And that's why he drew all these maps of Middle-earth all over the place. There's only a couple in the book, but many maps exist. And the whole thing of the elves and everything was he was a linguist by profession, he invented the elven language as a real operational language. And when they were filming Lord of the Rings, apparently, Viggo Mortensen learnt that language and said, "Can we do the whole thing in Elven, please, Peter Jackson?" And Peter Jackson said, "I don't think the studio will go with that, to be honest." Imagine the whole thing in Elven with English subtitles, like 1% of Americans would ever go and see it, wouldn't they? And 1.2% of Europeans would ever go and see it, so nobody would see it. Here's another map. That's a funny one, isn't it? Heinrich Bunting's map in 1581. There we have Jerusalem, Europe, Asia, and Africa. And a funny thing over there in the corner called America, I'm not sure about that. And strangely enough, you know, you've got these little things at the top, and you can see England still has its own little island. Now, these were called representational maps, and Heinrich Bunting knew full well that the Earth didn't look like that. He might not have known exactly how it looked, but he knew it didn't look like a clover leaf. And this is actually called the cloverleaf map. And at the top, he says, this is in respect of my hometown, which has the cloverleaf as the symbol. But when these representational maps came into communities, again, still well before anybody could read and write outside of the clergy, they didn't tell them that. They still put it up and said, yeah, there we are, that's the world. That's where Egypt is, that's where you are. You're over there, that's Germany there. That's it. And they were like, wow, isn't it beautiful? God, such symmetry. Great, you know, I really like that. So the power of language is extremely important in how we approach what we're doing here. And language is actually more responsible for your belief system than anything else. The actual language you use, the English language that we use, shapes your thoughts. You think in language. Now, if you're a painter or a musician, you can start to change that. And you start to expand that palette, that tonality of how you do things. But if you don't play a musical instrument a lot, or paint pictures, or things of that nature a lot, your thought process is in language. And it's very important that. One final point. Even in 1893, this guy who created this, Professor Orlando Ferguson, was still proclaiming that the Earth was flat. And you can see the title of that, which I think is fabulous. Square and Stationary Earth. And that's it. Do not argue with me. And he actually provides, accompanying this document, many scriptures that he's picked out of the Bible to say, God said it was flat, and we don't argue with him, so shut up. And this flat earth society, as you know, actually still exists today. And it's actually quite interesting, that. I quite like that. It's like a sort of bowl, you know, with a breast in the middle of it. It's very strange. It's very strange and quite interesting. But an ashtray, just like little things at the side for huge global. Yeah, that's right. Between the wings, yeah. Yeah, this wouldn't go down well in church, this, would it? This little bit. No. Anyway, yeah, beliefs persist for a long time because people invest in them, and it changes the way things are. Even recently, you may recognize this setup here. It was like there was a public outcry when Pluto was declassified as a planet. Pluto is now no longer a planet in our solar system. Put your hand up if you already knew that. Right, a few people didn't know that. Pluto is no longer a planet in our solar system. Isn't that stupid? Isn't that stupid? It's like a planet, a satellite, a rock, a red dwarf, or this or that or the other. But it's like it changes things for people. That a small example is that they used to have this thing in astronomy. I used to live near Jodrell Bank, which was the largest radio telescope in the world, and they've just started to refund it now. And so I had some astronomy chums down the pub, and they used to talk about all this stuff. They said, my very energetic mother just served us 9 pizzas. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. So it's like a nice little, you know, phonetic way of learning that. M, V, E, M, J, etc. Now that was messed up when they got rid of Pluto. So they said, all right, well, let's try again. My very educated mother just served us nachos. And then one very smart person thought of this. Many very educated men just screwed up nature. So, so it's funny, this. It is funny. And it's all about the beliefs we have, and it's all about the language we use, and it's about the labels we use. So people getting the knickers in a twist about it not being a planet needn't necessarily do that. But the idea to reclassify it, it means that the classification system was a bit suspect anyway, because it's useful in itself. And yet people don't like change. So there's elements of both that are interesting for us here. It's not who was right and who was wrong. It's like, look at the funny things that human beings do and the funny arguments they have. And people, I'm sure you've seen this before, do want to believe, okay? It's not that we can chuck that out and say, it's funny because that's just like the one I saw actually. It's not that we can throw that out, say, well, belief, yeah, we don't need it, let's do away with it. We can't help but want to believe in things because we associate belief with uprightness and with morality and with vision and with ambition and with enthusiasm. And I think you can start to disassociate that and still achieve the same things without it, but that desire to believe is very strong. But one way to diffuse that issue without running into a lot of problems is with humour. So I've just mentioned before that, ultra-terrestrials might exercise humour to say, look at the humans, they think they're the only ones here, it's so funny. Just as we might stare into a sort of petri dish and look at the amoeba life forms, and they're thinking, we're the only ones here, the amoebas, this is it, this is the dish. Ooh, this is it, the agar jelly, yeah, wow, okay. And we're looking at them thinking, Is it so different? Could it be possibly like that? Maybe. But humour's a good way of doing it because a lot of people, I think, can perceive more clearly with humour. So this image is very powerful, particularly brought by the X-Files as an image in Fox Mulder's little den or whatever. And it's a very powerful image and it's become iconic or whatever. And for a lot of people, it feels very important. And then I came across this, and just watch how fast this defuses that image. A Lego version, which I think is funny. And some people think, well, I don't think that's very funny. It's a very serious issue deserving of our respect. How dare you? But I think it's funny because making a joke of something in England, I was just speaking to a guy earlier who is from my same homeland. Humour is a very important part of culture in England. The chief reason being that we've been suppressed and squashed and exploited for so many thousands of years, longer than you guys have, that we kind of have to use it as a survival mechanism, really. So humour is like a pressure valve. So in my view, and I've travelled, pretty widely around the planet, English humour is the most sophisticated and awesome there is. It's very bizarre, and you get very surreal stuff like Monty Python and so on. And you get like slapstick humour, like the Germans like that kind of thing, in a way, banana skin, people slipping over, stuff like that. But you also get this very, very subtle humour, and you get this irony, all these different things. And when you put it all together, not only is it just on the television and in the theatre, but it's infused into most British people's conversation and life. And for a little while coming here, my wife actually, she's in San Francisco today, but she's very humorous, and I'm really lucky because we share a lot of that all the time. But quite a few people who I moved around with, I was kind of laughing and joking all the time, and they were just like, maybe to be honest, they just didn't understand what I was actually saying, which does happen. But the humour worked totally differently, and I've started to connect the fact that humour is related to history, humour is related to culture. And in Germany, for example, it's a very, very rigid country in many ways. Yeah, sure, they make the best cars in the world, in my view. And they make phenomenal engineers. And some of the stuff they put out of that part of the world is just, there's no comparison. There's nothing like it. And I used to work for a software company, and one of our sister companies was in Augsburg in Germany, where Rudolf Hess took off from in his Messerschmitt, funnily enough. And they were super bunch of guys, and they did behave differently. They did the same things. They went out, went to the beer keller, had wives and kids, were serious, cool people, they had humour and that. But their rigidity changed their humour. So their humour was like The funniest thing on the world is seeing somebody slip over on a banana skin and hurt the bottom. That was the funniest thing in the world, because it was the opposite of what they've been brought up to do, which is have rigidity and this frontness. And you can see the same thing in some ways in Japan as well, where there's a very formal society classically, and their humour is very bizarre, and it's like very, very comical. And there's a certain childlike innocence to that humour, because it turns the culture upside down. So with English humour, for example, its sophistication and its subtlety and its power and its surrealism are like combat techniques to diffuse the nonsense that we get from our monarchy and our government. And I think there's a very important correlation between the two. Okay. What time are we going to, just before I start the next section? It's 10 past 11 now. What time do you want to break?
We have a lunch break at 1, 11.
Okay. All right, so we'll just do another 20 minutes and then we'll break, okay? So yeah, that stuff about paradox and belief, I'm rounding off what we did yesterday, and I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. So I'm just going to introduce this just before the break, and we'll open it up, keep it open, go have a little break, and then come back to it. The sacred feminine. The sacred feminine. Now, a lot of people talk about this, and you know, a while ago, everybody was talking about quantum this and quantum that, quantum fortune cookies, quantum underpants, quantum field, quantum bananas. And all these books came out, and the publishers said, look, it might be shit, but if you put the word quantum in, it'll do really well. And then, you know, it's changed, and it's like, then it was field. Field was the next one, the field, this, the that. You know, the this field, or that field, the consciousness field, or this field. And I use that word, and there's nothing wrong with it. But you get these trends, don't you? And these things come out, and then it was attraction, the law of attraction. And everybody was like, tons of books came out in it. Rhonda Byrne's book, The Secret, of course, which is, you know, a very popular, populist book, very easy, very beginner's material. But then, like, suddenly I walked into Barnes & Noble once in upstate New York, and there was like the whole section called Attraction. And it was like, there was like 75 books all about the law of attraction, this principle of magnetizing the things you want to you. I just thought, goodness me, you know, these things really sort of take off, and there's a reason for that. But it's always interesting to see these trends, and I use consciousness and resonance and quantum and field, and I'm going to use those words in this presentation. This is what the next one is going to be, the sacred feminine. It's already starting to happen, and it's a funny thing because you can see that a lot of researchers and commentators and writers and teachers and speakers and goodness knows what, particularly the men, are like, right, sacred feminine. The sacred feminine, right. It's important, okay. And that's it. And the reason is because it's a very difficult thing to understand for a lot of men in particular, not all of them. It was a difficult thing for me to understand, and it was a long road for me to go into this and understand the importance of feminine and masculine and how those things have a significance in our life and how that flow works. Because of course, if you've been brought up in a traditional family and you're a guy, I'm a guy. You know, I eat red meat, I shoot my shotgun, I sit down and I wear a big hat, and that's what guys do, or something. And even though your intellect broadens out from that, and even though you cultivate yourself and you sample cultures from around the world, if you've had the privilege to travel, eat, visit restaurants, go to different museums, go to galleries, go to theatre, listen to music, go to see orchestral performances and listen to the Wagner's Ring cycle, great, you know, that broadens out then. You start to redefine a little bit what that is, the masculine and the feminine, because you see it in art. The feminine is explored very heavily in art, and a lot of the depictions and the secrets and the clues and the threads of the importance of the feminine is in art, is in European art. Now, initially, my idea for this was, a few weeks ago, putting this together, to just go through that from an artistic point of view, but I realised it was just incredibly self-indulgent, that, actually. And I was sort of doing it just for me. And I thought, well, there's those fabulous artists, and Maren, my wife, you know, she likes many of these, and she's like, oh yeah, we'd Google images, you could spend like 3 years and have like 55 million slides, and just like talk about little pieces as we go, and there's this, and there's that, and you can see this, and you can see that, and I thought, actually, no, I'm not going to do that. So it is more important to talk about the principles behind this. One of the key things with it is that, to some extent, will and emotion can be equated to masculine and feminine. And in alchemy, there is a distinct emphasis and symbology on those two things. So a man's will and a woman's emotion have a certain power when they're in the natural form. So the will of a man is extremely powerful, more so than a woman, and the emotion of a woman is extremely powerful, more so than that of a man. Now that is when you're completely 100% female and a completely 100% male. That doesn't happen anymore. There was a time when that happened, but it doesn't happen anymore. We've started to go back to what it should be, which is where there's harmony. And so we see these symbols here. And they're funny things, aren't they, really? And the fact that in here they're interlinked is significant in this image, because when masculine and feminine are in equal balance on all the expressions of that, which I needn't necessarily list with you, that is the divine androgynous form of consciousness. And I'm going to talk about a cosmology, a creation cosmology, that typifies that and what happens when those links are broken. So don't always focus just on masculine and feminine, hard and soft, you know, angular and curvy. It's not necessarily like that. We're talking always about representation. So remember that slide when we looked at the sort of little dendrites and stuff in the brain, and then the big sort of galactic structures that were exactly the same? This works like that. So there's a distinct correlation between will and emotion, male and female, penis, vagina, solar, lunar, yielding, probing, you know, all these different things. There's an extremely important element to that, and it matters that you understand that those terms to some degree are interchangeable. So knowing that, you can, every time I say female, you can say lunar. Every time I say male, you can say sun. Now, people have different views. I could, again, do 2 hours on the moon, to be honest, but the moon, let's not worry about whether it's a space station or whether it's a natural body or whether it's a propelled you know, asteroid and who's inside it and what's it made of and all that. We're not worried about that right now. And quite frankly, it's like anything else. If you keep seeing me doing this, by the way, it's flies. I'm not like going mental or anything. Quite frankly, it's like a vessel, it's like a house. Different people have gone in there and done different things. Some people have gone in and done wonderful things, then it's been dormant for billions of years maybe. Then somebody else goes in, does a decorating job, puts some new wallpaper up, rips up the floorboards, you know, does something else. So to say, oh, there's aliens on the moon and they're beaming things at us, so what? Maybe they are. This thing is ancient. Whichever way you look at it, it's ancient, and different people come in and out of it and do different things. What we're concentrating on is at the scholarly level, just as when we talk about religion, we're not doing it from an emotional level or an opinionated level, we're doing it as scholars. And we're doing the same thing here with the moon. We're looking at it as scholars, as its representational form and its natural form and its connection to other symbolic archetypal resonators, okay? So looking at these symbols, interesting in themselves, that symbol is the symbol for Mars and iron. And Mars, the vessel in the galaxy, these are all vessels, just as our brain is a vessel. It channels things just as we do. And, you know, these gods that are various Roman and Egyptian and Greek depictions represent those things, and they become resonators. So you can stick up a statue that represents this god, this Mars, war and all that stuff, and it becomes a resonator, and that thing actually becomes imbued with that power in a way, as an image. It becomes an attractor of consciousness. So you think, well, God of Mars, it's just horseshit, that stuff, I don't know what that means, but it becomes a resonator just in the same way that Saturn can become a resonator for certain energies that create conflict on this planet, which it does, and they do. It happens because consciousness is attracted to it. So setting up a magnet for your consciousness actually starts to funnel it into a particular direction. So if I set up a gold statue of a pig here, we had a blue pig, now we've got a gold pig. If I set up a gold pig statue and set up a cult here and bring in, thousands of people and do peculiar things and make them worship that gold pig, then that pig becomes a resonator of consciousness. It's not just an object. It actually is imbued with something, and it actually takes on a new aspect, and it actually bleeds through into a different dimensional space. So we can do that to something, just as we can reify to make it more concrete, we can deify to give it godlike ability. And to some extent, that becomes very real. So certainly in the eyes of the Romans, this god was almost responsible for their might and their dominance for a long time and what it represented and their versions of this. In the same way that we looked at the swastika and the iconography of the Nazis, if you were a Nazi, however nonsense it was, their symbolism was first class. It was the best. It was awesome. And you could look at that, and the iconography was so powerful. Imagine being a kind of scared 23-year-old British soldier facing that lot and facing these people in these uniforms and these colours, and it's just terrifying. And it's the same with this. These things become imbued with things. So the masculine is a target that is set up and is dressed and is set up to resonate in a certain way. And certainly with the feminine, that symbol means Venus and copper. That's what it means, that's what it's for. So even saying masculine and feminine, even the symbols in themselves are representational. And it's funny, you can look at these minerals and they have certain characteristics that you could say are male and female. I didn't have time to go into that, but you might want to check that out. It's quite interesting. And certainly the figure, particularly of the female, in essence, I'll be unpolitically correct, which is a more beautiful form than the male form. When you look at that, there's more breadth and depth and more canvas to go to when you're exploring that beauty and that power and how that represents itself in the real world. And of course, you have this classical beauty here, and then you have distortions of that, like Lady Gaga, for example. Lady Gaga is a goddess that is put forward to us to worship. And I mean that quite seriously. If you're a 14-year-old girl, you probably have some level of worship for Lady Gaga. And yet, what is she? Who is she? What does she represent? That's not relevant. We're not talking about the woman herself and what her background is and all that stuff. It doesn't matter. She's used as a goddess resonator, as an archetypal form. And that's how this functions. As we say, there's aspects of this, and in this Asian, Indian iconography here, you can see the solar has male aspects, and the lunar has female aspects. But you can also see that you can say that is also light and dark. So the darkness is the female. The darkness is what we're afraid of. The female is what the church authorities were so afraid of for 2,000 years. Not the male, the female, the darkness. The darkness is the thing that we try and make go away. And when that balance was intact, when that flow was intact, there was not the same approach to light and dark. Paganism, as we said, the people of the land had a very healthy relationship with that. Until the Romans came along, that is, when the dark was demonized and the dark was made an enemy of, and the shadow was something to make go away. and bring the torch into it and make it go away with the light, with the male. That was very different pre-Roman. If you go back and look at Middle Age records, you see that it's very rigid when that had all already happened. If you go back 2,000 years before then, to about 300 BC, 400 BC, something like that, look that up, Google some of that, culture, society, England, France particularly, and look up solar and lunar activity and spirituality and pagan beliefs. And you see that the night was as an important part of the 24-hour period as was the day. And that some important tasks were only carried out at night, and some rituals could only occur at night, because they knew that at night the feminine energy flowed, it came into its own. Now that doesn't mean that women are dark and just about the moon. It means that the moon and the shadow that the earth is casting as the sun goes around the other side brings out something in the female. It brings out a power in the female. There's a reason in Glastonbury why all the Wiccans go out at night. It's not just because that's what's been done for X thousand years. It's because something happens to women at night under these certain circumstances. Something becomes available to them. Now we've got this dimensional model that we can refer to now. So what I'm suggesting to you is a fourth dimensional field uplink is extremely easy for women at night under full moon circumstances. It's very easy, and that magical ability happens quite organically and quite without any effort. So I spoke at a place a few years ago, and just the weekend after, and I was there for a week, so I kind of just overlapped into this thing. They have the Goddess Conference. Has anybody heard of that in Glastonbury? Okay. It's like quite the biggest one in Europe. They have it every year, and it's very obviously female focused, but men are free to go, and loads of kind of husbands and boyfriends and just interested individuals go along. And it's a celebration of the feminine, of the sacred feminine. And 75, this is something I could just safely say far away from Glastonbury now. 75% of people just go to dress up and dance about and have a nice time and wear different clothes than they usually do. And having spoken to some of the organisers, they're like, yes, sadly, I think that's correct, actually. 25% of them are doing important work and actually doing something and doing some study and research and having fun and enjoying and communicating like we're doing here. So you can do all those things. The thing that's worthwhile, though, and the thing why it's still important, is that every year those percentages just shift a little bit. So the people who are newcomers, who do dress up in nice clothes and go about and say, ooh, some of them think, hang on a second, there is actually something profound here, isn't there? I kind of felt that, I didn't know what it was, I thought it was just a surface level thing, but no, it's deep, isn't it? It's profound. Yes, it is. Listen, we're having this ceremony tonight. We're going to do this blessing around the fountain. Why don't you come along? There's only like 7 or 8 of us, and they'll go along, and something magical occurs, a contact occurs, a fourth dimensional uplink occurs. And that's important, and that happens. So those events, whenever you go to an event, I'm going to the New Living Expo in San Francisco in April next year. 12,000 people go through the doors there over 3 days. And most of them are what you would call nodders. They're just like, yeah, ooh, yeah, yeah, right, yeah, good, right, off. And a very small percentage of them are actually doing anything. A very small percentage of those people are actually walking the path. But personally, my responsibility is to ignore that and deliver the same authenticity and the same information I would to you, to anyone else, to someone who's new, to someone who's an old-timer, someone who's very spiritually seasoned and wise, someone who's naive and unbalanced. My job is to do this exactly the same. So I'm aware that there are always newcomers, there are always people new to this, but I'm suggesting to you as well that when you come across those people, never patronize them, never disrespect them. Understand that they're just at a different part of the journey. Even though they might be 75 or they might be 25, that's irrelevant. The journey is not chronologically logical, it doesn't work like that. So the journey, if it takes place over 1,000 years, you don't know where someone is on that timeline. Are they here? My grandfather who's 84, is he here? Am I there? Or is it the other way around? Don't know. So you never know where someone else is on the journey. If you think we're all here for like 90 years and blip, that's it kind of doesn't make sense. But if you consider it as a mental model to say, well, let's say, right, it's 1,000 years on Earth, you've got 1,000 years to figure it out, and then you're on to the next adventure, right? 1,000 years. You never know where someone else is. So when you encounter someone and think, God, he's good, that's really good, he might be less advanced than you, and the lessons that you're coming to look at are thinking very specifically to go into very specific areas. So some of the people that I admire in the field, so to speak, who I've met and spoken to, have been very disappointing, and they've just been like talking about, you know, girls and beer, and I just thought, well, that was it. And it was just like a sort of hobby, really. Now, in the writings and in the lectures, you couldn't detect that, so I was disappointed with myself for not being able to figure that out. Are we all right on tape? 4 minutes, crikey. And then the people who I'd slightly disregarded, when we came to that contact physically, face to face, I thought, oh yeah, that's this guy, he's pretty good, yeah, this, you know, women as well, but it is mostly guys in this field for whatever reason. Come to that. I said, yeah, and then they massively surprised me. I thought, holy shit, how wise they are. The delivery is different, and their information is different, and it's a different set of vocabulary they're using, but they are walking this path big styly. And it's happening, and you can see it. So my judgment, if I ever dare to do such a thing, just personally for my own feather, you know, decide to judge, what do I take that feather on or no? It's not as severe a judgment as a weight, but I can say, is this person walking the path? Are they walking the talk? And if even they kind of are doing, then they get my thumbs up. But you can easily spot someone who's talking it but isn't doing it. You can spot them a mile off. So certainly in talking about this, you will see that as this becomes more prominent, and you're probably detecting that now, but mark my words, you'll be able to spot the people who can and cannot talk about it. And you may decide that I'm one of those who cannot talk about it, and that's fine, because we're all learning about it. Now, as we come into the end of the tape that we'll have to switch over, and it's a good time for a break, we'll just split in the middle of this. Don't usually like to do that, but just let's pause on that image. We'll come back and we'll take it straight up from there in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, welcome back. We now move into the final segment of my workshop seminar. After lunch, as I say, it's a Q&A and it's an open forum. So I'm hoping that you'll all join me for that. I know one or two of you have to leave, and that's fine, no problem. But if you're sticking around for the whole thing, that is potentially you know, one of the most interesting pieces in a way, because we get to hear other voices and we get to throw the format wide open as well. So it's not just about the stuff I'm talking about and the themes I'm talking about, it's anything that you want to talk about at all. So as I say, perhaps during the lunch break before we reconvene at 2:30, is it, after lunch? Yes. Yeah. You know, think about some things you want to ask, even if you don't have a question, you know, formulate one. It's good to put that out there, use a bit of spontaneity, you know, something synchronous no doubt will occur. Okay, so we'll pick it up straight from where we left off in terms of the solar and the lunar. I have a friend in Pembrokeshire, which is another very sacred place, another druidic stronghold of 2,000 years ago, just kind of on the edge of Britain, you know, sort of Wales, Britain area, just a bit that sticks out on the left of the British Isles. And she's very interested in the sacred feminine, and she often talks about the fact that she claims the solar as the feminine, and she has a whole essay on that. So don't assume that the archetypes are the only systems of looking at these things. She talks about a lot of the Hindu female goddesses representing the solar. So we could say that the solar has an aspect that is androgynous in that sense. And obviously when we use that word, we're talking about it in an energetic sense, not necessarily a physical one. So it's important to understand, and as we come into this in a moment, that androgyny is, in terms of Gnostic lore, L-O-R-E, is a principle. It is a principle of undifferentiated masculine-feminine flow, where there is this spiral, like the caduceus, it flows together like the double helix. And that's something to bear in mind with this. So the archetypes are there and they have resonance because they've been fed with consciousness for so long. Some of that, excuse me, is good, and some of it is changing, shall we say. So those archetypes, like any other truth, like any other substantial meaning philosophically that we attribute to something, is always a moving target. It's never static. So even though something was written in Sumerian cuneiform 4,500 years ago, doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's right. So just because something is chiseled into a granite tablet doesn't mean it's right. It's just somebody's idea at the time. That changes. That's part of the evolution of consciousness. Those modalities, those forms, those manifestations shift as indeed our consciousness does. So in that respect, a more contemporary rendering of that, some Wiccans will claim both of those things. They will claim the feminine in the solar and the feminine in the lunar. And it's drawing out an interesting principle that I'm going to come to in a moment, which is that those energies are in fact representations of one thing, of one harmony, of one union. So they're not polar opposites. They're not distinctly separate from each other. They never were. There was a time when those things were one thing. And to some extent, the splitting into male and female, and the masculine and feminine expressions of those things, physical, emotional, spiritual, mental, intellectual, those expressions are split out to show us something about re-achieving that union, about evaluating what we have as men and as women, and understanding what might that mean to go back to the journey where the two are fused again. What might that mean? So in, again, alchemy, we talked, you remember the timeline with all the stuff, like the alchemical stuff was a European mystical observation, which is closely linked to Hermeticism, that guy, Hermes Trismegistus. Timelines are very vague in Hermetic alchemy, and we're talking really about principles, again, remembering that timeline, that chronology, that filter down and are taken away by different groups and researched and studied and then go into other areas. But essentially, what's interesting about alchemy is that they use a lot of overt symbolism to protect their sacred knowledge from the uninitiated, the unprepared. But it's relatively easy to get to. And for those like note takers out there who are looking for new incoming vectors to investigate, there's a book called The Kybalion, K-Y-A-B, A-L-I-O-N, Kybalion. And it's written by the three students, three masters, in some depictions of it. And it's three anonymous parties anyway. Three initiates, I beg your pardon. And the Kybalion, if you're savvy with computers and stuff, you can download it as a free PDF. It's an old text, and therefore, in some ways, I think the copyright has been lifted, I'm not sure. But you can download it, just Google Kybalion with a K, PDF, and you can download it and read it on your iPad or your laptop or your iPhone or whatever. And that presents Hermetic alchemical knowledge in a very interesting, digestible form, okay? There's a big emphasis in there, symbolically, of masculine and feminine. And you have to, at first you could read through it in an afternoon. It's not a big book. You can read through it quite quickly. And I'm a slow reader, so if I can do it, you certainly can do it in an afternoon. And when you go through that, you could say, what's he talking about? There's not much there. It's necessarily and intentionally layered text. So it's worth considering it as the sort of text that you would have as a reference piece, as a study text. So the Nag Hammadi text, which I'm going to come to in a moment, is like a book that I just have lying around the house all the time. And I've kind of been through it 3 or 4 times now. But it's so dense, not just in terms of the volume of text in there, but the density of text and the richness of text, that you could spend a week on each paragraph really unpacking it and seeing what's in there. And you tend to find that with sacred texts, that it's purposefully done that way. So like in modern computing, you have a file that big and you can create like a zip file of it where it compacts it down to a smaller one. It's a bit like that. So when you're reading the Kybalion, you're reading zipped text and you have to unpack it yourself with your own knowledge, and your own discernment, your own scrutiny, and your own intuition. And very much so, there is description in that book, and also in another book called Corpus Hermeticum, which is another another alchemical hermetic text, which discusses the principle of the union of the male and the female. And also in Gnosticism, they mention the same thing. And some of them have this unusual terminology, so they call this thing the bridal chamber. And again, to the uninitiated, think, what? The bridal chamber? Is that like where you go on your honeymoon or something? In this respect, the bridal chamber has a sexual connotation, sure it does, but it also is talking about the energy that is achieved when male and female come into union, which typically, in a pure sense, can be represented through sexual union, through love union, but not necessarily. There were many Gnostic practitioners who were split into two groups. Some of them had a lot of sex on purpose to explore that, and some of them had no sex on purpose to explore that at a purer level. And you can decide which group you would rather be in. So in the same way that celibacy is treated as an important thing to contemplate in a lot of spiritual traditions, there's a bloody good reason for that. There's a really significant purpose behind that thing. It's not just about piety and asceticism. It's also about retaining power. It's about keeping charge. And male power is very directed, is very pointed, and has to sort of come up in this way and then be put out, whether it's sexual energy or whether it's intellectual energy. That's kind of how it works. Female energy flows a lot more readily. It kind of comes up and is there in the body, and it's in there in quantity all the time. So the point of the bridal chamber is to bring those two things together, and the idea being that in the moment of connection sexually that you would perhaps associate with orgasm, but on an energetic level what you associate with a peak conscious experience, not necessarily needing to be triggered by a physical. It can be brought about through rapture, through bliss, through dance, through music, through meditation, through breath work, through many different ways of doing that. But when the masculine and the feminine meet at that peak conscious experience, something unique happens that's important. A gateway is opened where an instruction can be received. Instead of reality is like a signal right at the start of yesterday, you have to have a pure vessel to receive it. So even the people who were having lots of sex, they weren't doing it kind of hedonistically. They were doing it as a method to explore this, to say, well, it's not appropriate when you're contemplating your own energy system and when you're dealing with a spiritual path to go around being promiscuous and just having fun sex with people you kind of don't know. That's not appropriate because it trashes your energy system. It messes up your energy configuration. It takes a long time to gather that back again. So you don't find many spiritual hedonists of any note. It doesn't really work like that. People think they can get away with that, think they can separate the two, but no, when your energy system is trashed, it takes weeks to get back up again, weeks and weeks, maybe longer. And so even the people who are using physical sexuality to explore the union in the bridal chamber, to use their terminology, they were doing it in a very comprehending way. They were doing it in a very clear way, and they were doing it with intent. And just for those romantically minded of you, it didn't really work if there wasn't a love connection as well. So there is a purpose behind that. There is a purpose for the marriage as a symbol of committed love. It doesn't really work with someone you kind of like or who has a nice bum, you know? Although that can help, obviously. But no, it's something that is considered a very important aspect of the human journey, to explore what is the purpose of being split out into these two genders. What is the purpose of that? Polarity, as with paradox, is another teaching mechanism to say, well, if you get a very girly girl and a very manly man, and then you get all the different connotations of that in between, that is a polarity. That is a mapping of polarity. And I was just talking to somebody yesterday saying that on the journey through our, let's say, 1,000 years, that figure, as with the Yuga cycles, can be calculated in many ways, but let's just say 1,000 years for the sake of this conversation. On that journey, you start off as one gender, you switch in the middle, and then you go to another gender. And so we all have that experience. And some people come in intentionally to begin as a woman, to change in the middle, and then go to a man. And some other people do it the reverse way. They start as a man and then go to a woman. And both those things occur in mystical literature that's discussed. And sexuality is a way of accelerating that process to understand the importance of it and also getting to terms with where you are on that cycle. It's a gateway to understanding how you can get there. So the principle is that when you raise your consciousness to a certain frequency, you cycle it up to a high frequency, just as you would do by stilling the mind so the consciousness can flow through you very easily. When that vessel is purified, every experience you have is more vivid and has more resonance. So if your consciousness is pure and you're totally blank, like an extreme example, I think I mentioned, someone says, right, you've got a week to live, and you walk out of the doctor's room and see the rose and go, oh my gosh, I've never seen the beauty in quite this way. It's because your tonal mind, your rational mind, has been suspended because it's been shocked into suspension because of the fear of your mortality. Consciousness then flows through you very purely, and you can see that thing and think, there's nothing in the way now. There's nothing in the way. I can see the object purely. In the same way, we can do that when we approach union of male and female. It's an important thing to contemplate. And some people are very vehement in this as well, that it isn't essential that it's another person who one investigates that with. It can be done in oneself, in the masculine and feminine that flows within oneself, because on our 1,000-year journey, we have both those energies. Some of it may be in the future or the past, to use that way of looking linear fashion at it, but most of it is already there in you. The seeds of it are already there in you, so it's not essential to find that person to do this process with. That's not essential. For some people, it certainly helps. For others, it's not relevant at a certain point in time. So everybody's on a different journey here. It's not like go out and find the ideal partner. Are you with them already? Is it right? Is it wrong? Is it going to grow? Is it going to shrink? Do you expand? Do you develop? Where you are now is exactly where you need to be for maximum growth, in my view. If you're single, if you're married, if you're happy, if you're unhappy, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever, it's exactly what you need right now. And exactly the state of it is exactly what's relevant right now. And it's perfect, and it's synchronistically designed by you and by that person if you're in a relationship to give you maximum growth. Don't squander it. Understand that it's a sacred choice that you've both decided to meet. It wasn't by accident. There are no accidents. So that's key for this. So you can never judge someone who's single to say, well, you're not going to find it, whereas these two who are happily married, I didn't mean you two, these two are happily married, they've got it. It doesn't work like that. It's totally different, and it depends on the consciousness of the people involved. We can never know where someone is on the journey, so all we can focus on is where we are, is where we're at in this moment. All we can know is what we're doing. And if we can communicate fluidly and smoothly, we can share that perhaps with somebody. You can explore that perhaps with somebody and begin to develop it. And that's the artistry and the beauty of this thing, that it becomes a sensual exploration then. And you can do it consciously, not necessarily with the cerebral mechanism working all the time on overdrive, because as you may have noticed, that can get in the way of sensuality. You have to be a clear vessel and just let consciousness flow. So Gnosticism is an important part of this equation, this whole sacred feminine dynamic. And some people have used this image, which I think is rather beautiful, as a Gnostic image. And there was a feeling amongst many Gnostics that when male and female were balanced, there was harmony in the world. And when they were unbalanced, naturally, there was disharmony, there was decoherence. And when that's polarized to extremes, in very typical, very exaggerated roles of girly girls and manly men, then that creates chaos because it's stretched too far, the polarity stretches too far. So the Gnostic cosmology of this, the Gnostic mythos, and when I use that word mythos, I use it as a narrative description, not to suggest that it's fictional. A lot of the Greek myths as I hope I've shown you, are based on observations of Sumerian culture, which is based on observations, the Observarians, a new group of people. Based on observations of Atlantean culture. And so that knowledge comes through, but when there's a big gap, we call it myth, because we can't actually produce proof and evidence. We can't reify it. We can't say, well, here's the thing, here's the document with the wax seal on it. There you go, now it's real. We can't do that. We can't do that. So we call it myth. So don't discount myth as fiction. It's not always like that. And certainly with the Gnostic mythos, it is not like that. There seems to be such corroboration for this when you go across all world culture cosmologies in terms of how the universe came about and how it fits together, that just seems to be too neat and too good and too true to be by accident or just to be some group mythos, some group fantasy. It doesn't seem to be like that. Now, Gnosticism is a subject that I've studied to some depth, and there's only a handful of scholars around who bring in a comparative mythological scholarliness that lends penetration to those texts. You do get certain scholars like Elaine Pagels, who's very much associated with Gnostic study, but she's looking at it from a purely academic angle. She doesn't bring in the fact that certain entities in Gnostic cosmology have an obvious extraterrestrial component. She doesn't discuss that because she's an academic. So that's not in her paradigm. And even if she thought that, she probably would choose to just leave that into her own footnotes. There are other people who will discuss it, and they'll discuss it purely from a Christian point of view. And they will say the Gnostics were a group of early Christians who had different views to received church canon wisdom. And there was a lot of that going on at the beginning, and then it all sort of coalesced into the true word, and the Gnostics just disappeared. Christian typical view would say that the Gnostics were early Christians. The Gnostics were not early Christians. The Gnostics were around at the time of early Christianity, and they clothed their scripture and their wisdom in Christian robes. And they did that to protect themselves, because at the time, as I've shown you previously, if you didn't do that, you would be burnt alive. So it was all in their own interests to protect themselves as men and women, and also to protect the knowledge itself. So some of it, although they share some of those principles with the Christians, why not? Some of them are very good. Some of it, in my view, is purposefully disguised to be unpacked and identified later on by those with the wisdom to do so. So, in that respect, as the Gnostics were being eliminated by the Roman Church, by Romanism, some of the texts, some of the tractates written on this papyrus stuff were put into earthenware jars and buried, because they thought, well, we need to protect this. And fundamentally, you know, when all the bank system collapses here in the States, we'll probably all be doing that with our money. And certainly Bank of America, I'll be doing that with my money, having heard what they're starting to do nowadays, which is charge for having a debit card, which is a disgrace. Anyway, that's just nonsense. But yeah, burying something is a pretty sure way of doing it, particularly if you bury it deep. And so 52 of these tractates, these sacred texts, were buried in earthenware vessels in a little town called Nag Hammadi. And they were only dug up, I think, in 1945 or thereabouts. And so for a long, long time, they remained undiscovered because they were written, of course, there were different tractates, different codices or whatever, but they were written a long time ago. When that is, we don't know, but it was certainly early Christianity, early Roman dominion. So you could say some of the texts seem to go back and reflect Platonic knowledge, so that puts them, you know, into 500, 300 BC, and the stuff that Plato got his information from. When that was written, we don't know, because some of it was copied from earlier texts. So we know that the scribe wrote it down. We might be identify the text itself, but he was copying from something else. So we don't know how old the text is. We can say how old the documents are, but not the text. So these were dug up, and they were only translated in the 70s into English. And they were written in Coptic, which is a transliteration of Greek. So you're already kind of playing so-called Chinese whispers with this, and this one goes, and this one goes, oh, is that? And the story changes as you go through that process. In principle, there is an agreement across these tractates from different authors on different spiritual topics that there was a time where the Creator, the unbegotten one, as they call him, we'll call him a him just for the sake of conversation, the unbegotten one was a union of all things that have creative potential, and was a union of all things masculine and feminine. So you would say it, but when I refer to that in conversation, it sounds funny, so you'll have to forgive me, I'll call it him for the moment. We don't really have the words to describe this in its proper way. So this divine entity had these two aspects, and one of the aspects was called Sophia. This is where we get the word philosophy from. Sophia is wisdom. So philosophy, philo is love, Sophia is wisdom. So philosophy is a love of wisdom, that's what it means. Sophia was the female wisdom aspect of the Creator. It was the female half of the Creator, if you like. Excuse me. It's a little bit more sophisticated than that, but we haven't got time to go into it, but just, you get the principle. And Sophia, as she saw God in his glory and in his creative capacity and in the magnificence of what he was doing, thought, you know what, I think I'll have a go at that. So she said, I'll split off from you and go and do my own thing. And God looks at her and says nothing and lets her exercise that free will. So Sophia goes into the nothingness, into the void, and creates. And she creates entities, she creates. And there is an aberration, there is a distortion in the universe. And from that distortion is created super beings, because the hierarchy of divine lineage in Gnostic terms, super beings are created to help fulfill creation. So God will create angels and say, right, like in the Time Bandits, you do shorelines and shrubbery, you do trees and lakes, you do humans and aardvarks, and you do pineapples and kumquats, okay? And everybody has their own little kind of job to do. So the first thing a divine being does is create other divine beings to do that work. So Sophia created Samael. Sophia created the demiurge, as he is called. We call him a he. And Samael arrives, not asking for this job, shows up, pops into the world, thinking, oh gosh, where did I come from? Just like we did when we were born. And goes, right, create things. That's my impulse, create things. So he creates things, he creates worlds, he creates planets, he creates people, creates his own minions to help him do his work. These minions we call archons. And the archons are powerful super beings that create manifest form with consistency. They create worlds. Now, it started to go wrong, and I'm radically oversimplifying this. So any Gnostic scholars who see this in the future, sorry about that. But it's to get a principle across, to examine the male and the female journey here and see what that's about. So when it starts to go wrong, the demiurge is unaware of why that is. He's not, strictly speaking, aware of his mother, Sophia. He thinks he's the big one. He thinks he's the big daddy, the big boss. He thinks he's the diamond geezer, right? As we say in England. And he creates these things, and when they kind of start to go wrong, when things don't quite work out, he is concerned. And Sophia sees this, and she sees that there's something wrong with the creation. Although it's beautiful, although it works in manifest form, there's something not harmonious about it. There's something not working. The animals didn't need to savage each other for food. people didn't need to go into conflict. There was a disharmony in the world. And even the demiurge sees this, can't quite figure it out, and says, I am the creator. There is no other greater than me. So Sophia thinks, I'm going to have to do something about this. This has all gone a bit wrong, and it's a bit embarrassing, really. So she comes and shows the demiurge her face. Her face appears, and her essence appears, and her magnificence appears. This extraordinary, ultimate, creative, feminine light, the feminine creation. And he has no concept of this, and he sees her, and he is woeful, and he is in sorrow, and he is embarrassed, because obviously he did not know that there was anything greater than him. He thought he was the God. And he became wrathful because of that. And there was further problems in terms of the archons, created conflict, polarization occurred. So disharmony propagates polarization. And what the demiurge did was he created, using God as the supreme entity in perfect male and female harmony. He used the blueprint of that, which was correct. But because it wasn't with the masculine, because Sophia split off in error on her own, that error was put into every line of code in the system. So there is a bug in the program of creation here, which is a split off. There's a fundamental disharmony. The masculine wasn't involved in the creation of the earth. This is the Gnostic mythos. I'm not saying this is the way it is, but this is the way it was approached by some Gnostics. And that error is a fundamental error. Sophia sees the problem, and she sees her mistake, and she weeps for it, and she understands what went wrong. And although she thought she could do it on her own, she understands that without the harmony of the masculine and the feminine, it doesn't work. It begins to break down. You have entropy in the system. It diminishes all the time. Everybody's attacking each other. You have this crude polarity, right and wrong, good and evil. That isn't the natural order. That is not the natural order. So Sophia sees her error and goes back to her counterpart, her consort, with which she was originally having full union in that bridal chamber of splendidness. And she says, I've done this. It's gone wrong. And he says, I know, baby. I've seen it. I have observed it, I have witnessed it, and I have seen it. I'll tell you what, here's an interesting thing. Rather than just wipe that away, reformat the hard drive, and start again, why don't we put in something that is of the divine, that has perfect male and female harmony, and we will put that avatar in periodically to bring harmony back into that system, because I believe it can fix itself. The thing it lacks is male-female harmony. There's no representation of that there. Let's send that in. And Jesus Christ comes in as that figure. Jesus Christ, according to some of the Gnostic mythology, comes in to say, I am the representation of how this should be. I am male and female. I am the androgynous divine being. I can be a man, and I have chosen the form of a man, but I have the divine harmony. And so his teachings are imbued with the constant journey back to that union. And so in computing security terminology, obviously, always thinking about that, you call this like a dove virus. So say there's like a virus on your computer, even though it's like a little tiny little line of code, it can completely mess up your computer, right? And like mess up your web browser and do things to your files, and it's just a nightmare. And you can send another little line of code in that will go and correct that, and everything's back to normal. And in a way, Jesus can be considered in that sense as a dove virus, as something brought in to say, I see the principle of this. I can go in and spread that harmony to one person, and then they spread it to one person, then there's three, then there's six, and it spreads and spreads and spreads. So we will send in this divine message through voluntary avatars who choose to come in and do that, and it spreads and it spreads and it spreads. And it takes millions of years for this process. but that nodal connection of consciousness, the consciousness flows strongly where there is male and female balance. And so if you like to pin our interest in unfoldment and consciousness and spiritual acumen into this, you could say that consciousness at a higher level is a representation of those in us who understand our male and female are both significant. So within their mythos, that is the story of the male and the female and how important it is. Early Christian scholars understood this, and I don't mean the guys in the churches in the local parishes and communities. I mean at a very high esoteric level, people you never saw. They understood these principles, and so they knew that they were essentially working for the demiurge. The demiurge is the God of the Old Testament, the wrathful God, the vengeance figure, the figure who is jealous, the figure who rains down fire and brimstone. Now, I used to look at that text. I was brought up a Methodist, of all things. We didn't really practice. My family were very secular, which is good. But when we used to read, the Bible every now and again in school, and we used to sing hymns sometimes and stuff like that, we used to read passages from the Old Testament, and I used to think, why would God be wrathful, and why would he announce himself as a jealous God? Surely jealousy is not befitting of a divine, supreme being. And even as a little kid, it kind of didn't work for me, that. Now, if you overlay the Gnostic formulation over that, it says, well, it's because it's not the God. It's the false God, the blind God. That's what Samael means, the blind God, the blind one. And it's kind of not his fault, It's important to understand that. Sophia created him in error, and he created in error. So the source of evil in the world, as we would use that word for the Gnostics, was error. And it's nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault. It was an error that is trying to self-correct itself. But such is the learning in correcting that error that the divine, whole, masculine, feminine, supreme God, the one God, the unbegotten one, said, this is fabulous because I would never have expected this because it wasn't my creation and it wasn't created with all of me. And so we're going to let it run its course because this is the most shit-hot training ground in the universe. If you can get through Earth, you can get through anything. So my view is, quite frankly, I know I'm kind of like putting a slightly humorous veneer over this, but Earth is a training ground. It's a survival assault course. It's special forces training, and it's voluntary. And I do feel at a very deep level that everyone who's here, who's ever felt this is all a bit odd, get over it because you volunteered for this. You came in here to learn and to hone your spirit and to cultivate your power and to understand about having compassion for those who are lost in this world, who are lost in pain and lost in suffering. You came here voluntary to maybe do something about that. So that male, female, sacred feminine is so central to everything we're talking about. It's not just a nice dancing about on Glastonbury tour thing. It's something really crucial, really fundamental. It is the fulcrum of this whole experience. So my approach to discussing that is always to look at the symbolism, sure, but you can see now why I didn't just skip through loads of nice pictures. There's something far more important, something infinitely more significant to think about with that. So I always recommend that as an exercise in study, it is good to get the Nag Hammadi texts, Naghammadi. It's like, $25 at Barnes & Noble, money well spent, and it's 10 years study. Something you can dip into. Each tractate is just a little section, look at it, put it down again. There's a lot of very interesting material in there. They also talk about the archons as being reptilian, as being like embryonic, unformed grey beings. Interesting. They also talk about abduction experiences. They also talk about the archons, the hypostasis of the archons. You can just see when you look through the tractate titles that this obviously isn't received Christian canon law. As you look through it, aliens, okay, divine sexuality, consciousness, that word doesn't appear in the Bible. The word consciousness does not appear in the King James Bible at all, anywhere, nowhere. And as you go through these tractates, you can see clearly why the Romans, who were attempting to synthesize Mithraism into Christianity, had to throw out anything that was empowering, anything that was true. So they left in the morality, they left in the common sense wisdom, they left in the tales of doing good. And that's legitimate, there's nothing wrong with that, but it is not law, and it is not the full picture. The problem with the Bible is that it's been so heavily edited, and I used to talk about this for half an hour, but believe me, it's just heavily edited. Things are stripped out to serve political purposes on a regular basis. And if you look at the history of where those texts came from, they were all written like relatively recently, quite frankly. So it's important, if you are a Christian or if you are interested in Christianity, I am interested in Christianity, look at the roots of it. Because guess what? It'll mean that you actually won't throw it out. It means that you don't disregard it. It means that you don't trash it. So if I were to speak to Christian scholars, I wouldn't just think, you guys are rubbish, you don't know anything. You don't know what orbs are, do you? So go away. I wouldn't do that, because if they are true scholars, and if privately they might say, well, listen, I can't talk about this in the church, but yes, I am interested in some of these texts, and yes, we have looked at the Gnostic materials, and it causes us some concerns, but the material in there, the Valentinian material, some of the connections with the divine sheds a new light on things, and it makes us understand some of the uncomfortable and confusing things that the church used to do in the Middle Ages in Britain. We start to understand that now, to punish the woman for her error, punishing women for their error in creation. You know? So there's a lot of clergy who are polarized in terms of women, and you could say that that is the reason, to punish the woman for the initial primal error. And that isn't the way to do it. We seek reunion in these things. We seek harmony again. And that can only be achieved by understanding that interplay of those things. And for the people today here, we're talking about will and emotion are our tools for getting to that, which I shall come to. I just want to have a brief foray into the importance of perception on this. So we're going to do some we're going to talk about emotions in a minute, leading us up to the lunch break. Quickly, a reality tunnel is a very important and useful term coined by Timothy Leary and popularized really by Robert Anton Wilson in the sort of 80s and 90s. And it's really, in philosophy, what you call representative realism. That's what it is. And the principle of it is that you can't really perceive the world directly, because the filters that you have in your mind, your beliefs, your language, your cultural accoutrements get in the way. So you never actually see reality as it is. So representative realism suggests that. It says when you think you see an apple, you're not. You're seeing what you think is an apple. You never see the apple. You don't actually see it. You see your idea, you see a mental construct. And this idea has been around for a long time, but Timothy Leary come onto this and said, that's a nice way, a reality tunnel, we'll call it that. And it's a really useful term. And it basically looks like this. Of course, you can gather that from what I've just said, but the mind never sees the object. So you can see that green arrow, it's greyed out there because you don't actually ever see it. We only have knowledge of our representations. And, you know, you say, well, I can interact with an apple. You know, I picked one up this morning and ate it. You know, is that good enough? It was green and round and it was juicy and nice. You say, well, although we seem to be able to interact with these objects, not really. It's only inferred. Remember the Carl Sagan video where we see what an apple looks like to the flatland people, to the 2Ders? It looks like an apple to them, but it was just little dots when he first stamped it down, remember? That isn't actually what it looks like, because they're in a different dimension. So when we see these objects around us, they're in a different dimension. They're in a fourth dimensional mental construct. So they don't actually look quite the way we think they do. Just because we all agree on it, we call that consensus reality, the group reality tunnel. But it isn't actually like that. So the flatlanders could never see the apple unless they shifted dimensions to see it. They could only see a slice of it in their dimension. So its true likeness of a thing is different from the thing as it's represented. So the idea represents the object, but it can bear very little resemblance to it at all. And what affects the formulation of that idea? Well, I touched on that. Biology, culture, language. I said before, language is really important. The words we use, we tend to think in those terms. Our emotions affect that idea of the world. If you get someone who's really happy and in love, boy, is everything pretty cool, yeah? You taste that coffee and you think, oh my God, that's the best coffee I've ever had in the universe. You eat a warm cookie with little chocolate chips in it and it's like beamed down from God into your mouth. And then when you're depressed, when you're in the pits of the dark night of the soul, you eat coffee, it's bad for you, it's shit, it's rubbish. And you eat the cookie, this is rubbish, I'm getting fat, this is awful. Sugar, oh crap. Your emotional state changes your reality. It changes your reality. It actually changes your reality at a biological level. Your chemistry in your brain changes. This is an interesting thing because to some extent this is a classic example of a perceptual delusion, because unlike a regular arch that you'd see in a building made of stone, you can never actually go to the rainbow. You can never go into it because it's receding all the time. It's projected in front of you, so you can't go under it. It can never be reached. And as the old adage goes, what's at the end of the rainbow? It isn't a pot of gold, because if you actually stand at the end of that rainbow, it's no longer observable. As you approach it, it dissipates and then it's behind you again. So if you've ever had a really strong, consistent rainbow, as you approach that, it disappears. And as you move further out, it's behind you again, so you can't get to it. And yet we see these things, and they're beautiful. They also have religious significance. Perhaps the strongest illusion of form that I've ever seen is this one. Now, don't try and be clever, but which of those two squares, A or B, is darker, right? Obviously it's A, right? It's clearly darker than B, no two ways about it. There's no question about that. Everything in our brain tells us that square A is darker than square B, okay? Agreed? If I draw the colour of square A into square B, those two squares are exactly the same colour. Exactly the same colour. Now, this illusion is so consistent and so powerful that it's suggested, and you can look at this up on Wikipedia, checkerboard illusion. You can go into Photoshop and put the eyedropper tool on square A and get its colour value, which is 120, 120, 120. Do the same thing on B and get the colour value, and it's identical, which is a mid to dark grey. Those two colours are the same, but when I remove it, bang, the brain goes back into the old pattern. This is how powerful that illusion is. So if you think you know what an apple is, maybe you don't, because you think that square A is darker, even though I've shown you now that it isn't. It still looks the same. And we have to do it again to see it. No, they're the same. They're exactly the same colour. And what changes that is the context of it. That cylinder, that green cylinder with its shadow, is throwing us off. So the context of something changes the perception of it. The mind is a trans-dimensional object. This leads us into our discussion about emotions, which we will come to imminently. In the field that we engage ourselves with of spiritual philosophy and of growth and of expansion and of self-knowledge, we constantly come to this thing of pure mind. And pure mind is like a child's mind. And you know, a kid's mind, particularly a really young kid, is very pure, very simple. I'm hungry, eat. I'm tired, sleep. I'm happy, cry. I'm unhappy, cry. You know, I need to go to the toilet, go to the toilet. It's very simple, it's very straightforward. And as we change, we tend to kind of move away from that. and go to the rational mind, to reason, to always thinking about those things. And some people get confused with that, and when they go back to pure mind, they think, well, I don't care what's going on, I just do stuff and it doesn't matter. And they go back to pure mind, and they return to child mind. And there's a relevance there, and I can see why people do that. But if you just have pure mind, if you just have child mind, innocent mind, then your wisdom cannot grow. You don't operate with growth and with spontaneous, clear wisdom in your actions. So for those people who go and dance back in to pure mind, who reject the rigors and the horrors of society, who find spiritual practice, clothe themselves in the regalia of that practice, that's an escape into back to childhood, and it's not appropriate on the spiritual path. You need the wisdom that you gain through the journey. So the idea is to have both. So pure mind and wisdom mind must always be together. And you can, I'm sure on your travels you've identified people who have tried to escape into pure mind, and it never works. Reality will come and kick you in the balls or the whatsits, whatever. Harder than ever before. So it's important to understand that you need both with this. And where is that transdimensional mind? Well, we know our 7D model now. We're sufficiently familiar with that. I would say, of course, it's here. The mind isn't in the brain. It's not in the brain. We channel it through the brain, and we feel the mind. It's not a physical thing, though. Yet it's the most intimate thing that we have contact with. The thing that's there with you all the time is your mind, is your experience, is your formulation of things. And yet, it doesn't exist as a dimensional object. You can't touch it. And we know that if you switch the brain off, the mind can still exist. There's so many documented examples of that. We can safely say it can happen without that. And certainly for me, there's absolutely no question of it, and there never has been. So it's transdimensional, not because it's a sexy word, but because it overlaps two time zones, transnational, transdimensional. It's interesting to think of it in that way. It's important to think of it in that way when you consider the mind. It's not just something in your head. So that makes us ask a big question, well, what then is consciousness? Is it just like this thing around our head? Is it just a little thing, as they say, epiphenomenal from the brain, just a byproduct of it? Just a weird little phenomenon that issues out of that yellowy goo in our head, inside our skull. Is that what consciousness is? Is it just sort of accidental, just to go, oh, yeah, anyway, I better just eat something, you know? Is that all it is? Obviously not, obviously not. And as I talked about the brain as a transceiver, we need to start to think about that. So when you get two people communicating with each other, you know, is their consciousness just local to them? Is it just proximity there? So if somebody thinks, I think he's cute, and he thinks, I think she's cute, is that always separate? How does that work? Do you actually have to say the words out of your mouth for that to be communicated? You know, how does that consciousness work? Consciousness is better conceived of as a field that flows through us and around us all the time. And when you have clear consciousness through purity, through a clear vessel, unencumbered by heavy weights of belief and by anger and by pain, then you can connect to that thing and you can so-called field uplink to it. It's my little terminology. So connecting with that thing is a natural experience, and if you want to have experiences here, if you want to see nature spirits, if you want to see orbs with your naked eye, if you want to see an amazing craft at 3 a.m, that's how you do it. Because that's where those things are operating at a fundamental level. So they're transversing into the 4D, perhaps from a 5D space. Some of them are mechanical and back engineered, no doubt, but let's take a proper light craft. It's not operating strictly in the 3D, so if you are, you're probably not going to see very much. And if you do, you're going to see the trace of it, just like the flatlanders see the trace of an apple. And we have to understand that this consciousness flows in and out of us all the time. And if you're sensitive, the ripples of that can be felt and can be experienced. And fundamentally, your ability to channel this stuff depends on the state of your psychic and emotional platform, the realm from which you perceive. So I would say that consciousness is my guess. If someone said, right, sit down in the electric chair of truth, and what is consciousness? I'd say, well, to me, it's an intelligent, self-organizing energy field moving in a 3D space. Sounds a bit grand, that, but we've unpacked all those terms previously. We know what that is. That's all right. Huh?
I said 3D space.
I beg your pardon, thank you. A 4D space. See, I'd have got electrocuted when I said that, wouldn't I? In a 4D space, thank you. And when we say energy, that's a broad term. What do you mean energy, Kramer? What are you talking about? Energy, in any form, energy is information. If I write with a pen, it's energy formed into ink in my mind as information. Energy is form, energy is emotion, energy is creation, energy is destruction. Everything is energy moving. Everything that's alive, everything that exists, everything that's manifest is a configuration of energy. And we give names to different forms of that. And I would say that it's the fundamental creative principle in organizing that form. And I think, again, as we said, a lot of physicists are starting to kind of approach that now. They have been from the 1920s onwards, and certainly those who aren't embedded within the academic edifice, within normal, common academia, they can say that and stick their neck out and write these books. And it's very inspiring, I feel. So it's important to consider that the mystics were saying this a long time ago, but it was not really evidenced. It's difficult to do. You had to go out and do it yourself. And not many people had the opportunity to do that. But they were the first to say it. And you could say that, you know, Hindu philosophers were saying this a long time ago, Sumerian philosophers. So it's all the same thing. But it is nice as intellectual animals to have the brain back up some of that with some science. So the best book on that, by the way, in my view, is a book called Science and the Akashic Field by a guy called Irvin Laszlo. Science and the Akashic Field by Irvin Laszlo. And, you know, if you Google that, if there's any spelling weirdness, Google will probably understand the Laszlo. I'm not sure, I think it's S-Z-L-O or Z-S-L-O, I'm not sure. But that is the best book on this principle that I've seen. And it's basically saying, yeah, that's right. But the ego is satisfied because there's many, many physical, metaphysical, scientific accounts of why that's so. And the guy is very studied and very well read, and in my view, puts it forward very brilliantly. So programming that field is pretty easy. And if you were in a situation where you think, oh, I'll just go and watch a disaster movie like one of these things, all these funny things that come out. As we said the other day, don't think that it's just a laugh, because the control system funds these things like Roland Emmerich or whatever for a reason, because they play a role in programming that consciousness. So if consciousness is pivotal in creating reality, we have to contemplate that they're not just for entertainment, that those things are not just about special effects, that's all irrelevant. It's about creating an emotional outpouring, because that programs human consciousness. So all these funny things, I mean, as a kid I watched a lot of these stuff, but all these disaster scenarios that were like big in the 70s, they've had a resurgence, haven't they, in recent times. Disaster movies are big again. And I think you have to be careful of that, just like we said, be careful of the horror movies. These things you have to be careful of because it creates an imaginal feedback loop, and we sort of, like in computing terms, copy and paste, and I'm sure you know what that is, into the field, into the quantum hologram. And it's not my copy and paste. So I don't want to walk down New York and in the back of my mind see a tsunami coming down Madison Avenue. And you could be forgiven for doing that, because if you've got a powerful imagination, you can see it. And I can see those yellow cabs being tossed into the air. And I don't want to walk around creating that reality. So we have to understand, as we've said before, that those imaginings can become real. They're not just pretend. What we feel, what we think, is the forerunner to actually constructing that reality. And as I like to say, if you're not creating your own reality, then someone else is doing it for you. So understand, you must do this. Take ownership of your own imagination. And the principle is simple. if you're outputting into that field and that field is sculpting reality into place and you're watching things like that, you're going to put it up there. You're going to put it into the field. You think, well, it's just only me, innit? You take a whole theatre full of people doing that, yeah? Imagine the effect that has on that field. Imagine millions of people doing that. They start to create a group reality tunnel. They start to create a tunnel that has its own effect, that has its own reality, that becomes real. And so we gear shift harshly to something totally different. It's important to round that off with what we're doing. We've talked about a lot of these things, and I want to talk about purification because I think it's important. And when I talk about that, let me just get the right slide here, just one moment. There we go. Sorry about that. Purifying the Vessel, another brilliant Caspar David Friedrich picture. I'm going to do a separate class on art history at some point. That's what I did at college or whatever. Anyway, yeah, this is key because everything we've talked about, we keep talking about having a pure mind, a clear channel. I'm going to just give you a few tools now before we go to lunch of how we can do that, and we can unpack some of these a bit more in the session later on if we run out of time. I want to start just by saying this guy, Abraham Maslow, who was like a humanist psychologist, and he founded that whole movement, in effect, and he was really influential. Yeah, really gave some great information out. And he's very renowned, and for those of you know what I'm going to show next. He was very renowned for one particular formulation. And what that does is it shows us our hierarchy of need, of the things we think we need in the world, but in a hierarchical format. So the first thing we think we need, of course we do, physiological, food, water, shelter, sleep, warmth. That's the most basic human need. So if all your life is spent doing that, that is your life. That's where you start and stop. So if you're some poor dude in Chad, in Africa, and you're struggling to feed yourself every day and keep warm at night, then obviously you are living in a physiological realm. The next one up for those who can afford that is, or those who have the privilege, or those who have the trajectory for that, is safety, which is the security of your resources, your health, morality, and property. This is my bits here. These are my things, and that's okay, and I feel safe, and I can go to sleep. No one's going to kill me. A lion's not going to rip my head off. And so these are the basic human things that we're led to believe for hundreds of thousands of years. Humans scurried around just worrying about those things. But of course, we have more sophistication now. Say emotional, belonging. Everybody has a need for that to some extent, in whatever way you see that. Intimacy, friendship, love, joy. Of course, esteem. That's the next one up. Confidence, self-respect, achievement. And at the top of Maslow's hierarchy is what he calls self-actualization. To say, I have moved through these things and I am a complete human being. I have those things and I work on those things and it's good. And this is a very useful model to consider. And if you want to know fundamentally what the control system's trick is, it's just to knock you out of those and keep you in those. That's all it's doing. You know, if you watch the news, it's always playing on those things, isn't it? You're not going to have enough money. We're running out of water. California's not going to have drinking water in 15 years. What we're going to do? New York's, you're like, and you're just running around in that. Your consciousness can't flow up. And that esteem that is an important bridge here. You know, how do people get that if you're worried about your safety? If you're worried about your physical safety, and if you're wondering where you're going to eat and how you're going to resource that, you're not giving a shit about your self-esteem. You just do whatever you need to do to get that. Unfortunately, self-esteem is a very peculiar thing. You can't necessarily go here and purchase it. Yes, can I have $29 of self-esteem, please? So unfortunately, you can't really do that. And it all comes down to this, right, which is a completely forbidden thought in Western society. Completely forbidden, prohibited to love yourself. It's considered poor form. Now, I knew a lady once, a lovely woman, and I went to her house once, and I knew she was looking at kind of subjects like this. And we greeted each other and sat down and had a cup of tea again, obviously, put the kettle on. And I just needed to go to the bathroom, so I just nipped to the bathroom. Okay, go to the bathroom. And on the bathroom mirror was this little, yellow post-it note. It just said, "I love me." I thought, oh, that's pretty cute, yeah. I can see why you're doing that, that's cool. And then I sort of finished there, I went to the sink, and on the mirror there was "You are beautiful." I was like, oh, right. Then she goes back in, she goes into the kitchen, she gets some cookies out of the cupboard, and she opens the kitchen cupboard, and there's another, "You are sexy." Okay. And then we go and sit down, and even on the sort of window in the living room, there's a little post-it note that said, "Today is your day." Now, I'm not being mean to her. I'd say this if she was here. If she was sat there, I'd say it. I can understand she's putting affirmations to help build her confidence and to remind herself that she's a significant person in the world, and that is completely cool. There's no problem with that. You can go a bit far with it, though, but generally speaking, it's okay. And this lady at that time felt that she needed that reminder, and that's totally okay. But fundamentally, it's an inner knowing. And when you start to realize that, you don't need quite so many external reminders of that. You can start to just know it at an internal level. And the reason why it's difficult for us to think about loving ourselves is because we attempted to associate it with this guy, Narcissus. And in Greek mythology, Narcissus was a hunter, okay? And he hunted in the woods and forests, and he was renowned for his extraordinary handsomeness, his incredible beauty, this man. And he was so proud, though, given this beauty, that he disdained all those who loved him. He said, "I know I'm beautiful, but it bores me that you love me. Go away." He was very proud, indignant about this, pompous. And he was beautiful, and he just disdained everybody who loved him. And so this character comes in, Nemesis, who saw this process. And so she created a pool of such pristine stillness that it was like this perfect mirror. And then one day Narcissus wanders over to this, sees himself in it, and falls in love with his own reflection. And so much so that he was unable to pull himself away from that, and he loved himself so much that he died at that poolside, unable to leave this resplendence of his own beauty. So that's where we get the term, of course, narcissistic. And we have to understand that we're not talking about that. We're talking about very human things. These two faces here, there's a big difference in those two faces. The two politicians, for want of a better expression, in England. And one of those people is wonderful, and one of those people is not wonderful. And you can probably figure out who is who there. The man on the left is a bloke called Alistair Campbell, who's the most egregious dark sorcerer that humanity has ever produced, in my view. He is an inauthentic man. It's funny, when I'm slagging people off, it's never libelous. So you say, Neil Kramer called Alistair Campbell an egregious dark sorcerer. It's not, I can't litigate against that, you know what I mean? And he's inauthentic. Well, that's not libelous necessarily either. So he was basically responsible for putting the British into Iraq, and he was the director of communications for the Prime Minister at the time, Tony Blair. And he was a spin master, you know what that means, yeah? And he was basically always ducking and diving, and it was blatantly not true, half the stuff that he was saying, and I could safe to say that because it's since come out that that is the case. But he's such a slippery fish, and he's lived such an inauthentic life that you can kind of see it imprinted in his face. He's like a man who is unable to laugh, a man who is unable to smile. And when he does laugh and he does smile, it's so hollow and so empty, you can sort of see it a mile off, right? Now, he worked in the same administration, kind of, as this lady here, Mo Mowlam. Get off Mo Molam. There we go. She was a Labour politician, and she worked in the same administration as Campbell, as I say, and she was a radical. And she was a little firebrand. She was a little lady. She died of a brain tumour tragically young, but she was just an amazing person. And she was a woman of substance and guts. And people don't like that in Britain, quite frankly. They really don't. And famously, when Tony Blair just mentioned her name at the Labour Party conference, the big one, in 1998, she got a standing ovation just with the utterance of her name. That's rare. You have more adulation in this country for your politicians. In England, not so. This woman was different. Just the mention of her name and people were up clapping. She made people feel emotional because she cared. She was also the only woman ever to hold the post of Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. If you understand the IRA and British politics, you'll understand the significance of that, because it's a hot seat, and you can't do it if you're crap. You can't do it if you're mediocre. You can't do it if you're good. You've got to be amazing to do that. And she did that, and she was so pivotal in that role that she helped restore an IRA ceasefire, which was an unusual thing in Britain. And she got everybody around the table talking, which nobody had the guts to do. Say, I can't sit with him. I can't sit with him. You know, that's unbelievable. They couldn't do that. She made that happen. She also paid a totally unprecedented and potentially dangerous visit to the Maze prison, which was notorious for holding IRA terrorists, which are some of the meanest ones in the world, in my view, depending on whether you think that's good or bad. And she met with, convicted murderers face to face, completely unaccompanied, okay? So it's like a movie, this woman. She's a total fucking superstar. She stirred it up so much, though, that in her post as the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, that Blair didn't like it. She was actually doing things that were making a difference, and she was usurping him. She was making him look rubbish. And so he kicked her out. And there was one famous thing when the Americans and the British came, and Mo Molam was kind of being deposed from this role. And Blair said, "You're not doing this anymore, I'm going to do it now, because you're getting too much limelight and you're upsetting the unionists and you're causing all sorts of trouble. Yeah, I know there's a ceasefire. Yeah, I know there's peace. Yeah, I know the IRA are talking to the unionists and everything's slowly coming to some sort of resolution, but you're just causing trouble, so I want you out of here." And so she was just literally on her way out, and Bill Clinton walked up to her and said, "Oh, are you in the role? I'm not sure what you're doing." And she said, "Oh, didn't you know I'm the new tea lady?" So the difference between those two people is that one of them accepts who they are and likes who they are, and one doesn't. And you can see it in the faces. And they've all got challenges, and they've all got stuff they have to deal with, and they've all got mistakes they make, and they're not perfect, either of them. But Mo Molam liked who she was. And that's important. We have to like who we are. And the principle of this is a bit of a smiley, happy picture, but first of all, you have to see yourself. You have to see what you really are, who you are, what you're doing here. See yourself as what you really are. That's the first step. You can't do anything about love or anything like that unless you first see yourself. At a deep level, see yourself. Understand where you are, what you are. See yourself. Then you can begin to accept that, flaws and triumphs. Accept the whole thing, no problem. Then this process can begin. This portal here in your body, this bridge portal, this portal of sovereignty and of connection and of compassion and love, can start to open up with regard to yourself. You can start to say, you don't even need to use those words if those make anyone feel funny, but you can say that about yourself. Yeah, it's cool, it's brilliant, there's a deep connection. That's love. Okay, I do. And then, most importantly, you can start to know yourself. Everybody, there is no more delicious thing for a human being to be known by another human being. It feels like the most wonderful thing. And yet, this too is an illusion, because you can only be known to the degree that you know yourself. If you do not know yourself fully, do not expect anyone else to do it for you. If you can't do those things for yourself, what happens? Do you see me? Do you know me? Do you love me? Do you accept me? We've all done that. We've all been there. It's all part of our growth. We fall into this illusion because we can't do it for ourselves. Only when you've done it for yourself can you properly share that with somebody else. This is part of that purification. All the interesting stuff, the mysticism, forget it. If you can't do this, you're never going to make contact with it. This is key. Knowing this information can help you rewire. And so the principle of that, I see me, I accept me, I love me, I know me, that is emotional adeptness. That is the first stage to purifying that vessel. Not making an enemy of your emotions, not destroying your emotions, not suspending them, not amplifying them, becoming adept with them. And as they rise and flow in you, like energy through the universe, you're not going to be a love machine every day, and you're not going to be a love druid every day. You're not going to be bright every day. You're not going to be dark every day. That flows, that changes. So sometimes you have more capacity than others for those things. The adeptness, when you have those things, you can move with that flow. The chief thing that people get tripped up by is this woundedness. Most adult men and women, all of us in this room, carry deep emotional wounds for mostly our whole lives. And the majority of those wounds are created in the first 14 years of our life. I would say most of those are created in the first 7 years of our life. And they usually emanate from some sort of trauma we experience. Something in the home, with family, friends, or school. It's usually very close, where you would hope that wouldn't happen. And of course it comes from where you most want love and acceptance. You find those things come and get you right in those places. And just to momentarily just put a little bit of humor on that, I saw this little comic strip a while ago, which I just want to share with you. It's the Adult Children of Normal Parents Convention. So if you think that your mum and dad made some mistakes, yes, they did. If you think that your guardians, your aunties and uncles, your grandparents, your teachers, the people who had stewardship for your safety and your education made mistakes, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Everybody does it all the time. Now, the problem is with this woundedness, when those wounds come, we tend to think it's us, it's our fault somehow, and we've done something wrong. And the wound that we carry is because we weren't good enough. It's funny that some people feel that way. And so when you get a wound at a young age, right, that is a cute picture, but look at that face, right? Every single person in this room has done that at that age. Something occurred where it hit you in the face, this emotional punch, and knocked the teeth out the back of your head. And that is powerful at that time of life, extremely powerful. Being exposed to physical, mental, emotional shock when the mind is at such an impressionable age and you realize the world isn't a magical fairy tale, that results in the formation of crisis response wiring. You put something in place at that age to avoid that thing happening again. And it's an involuntary, totally involuntary defense mechanism. And it stays in place. It stays in place. And it's designed, of course, to avoid any similar experience ever making you feel like that ever again. It's understandable that that tactic would be employed by the brain to protect oneself. The problem is, of course, that decades later, the old response wiring is still in place. So when that little girl grows up to be a woman, it's exactly the same thing. It's still there 30 years later, 60 years later. She's running the same crisis response wiring. And when she comes across those situations, it hurts like hell. It's the same pain, the same pain. And it can be activated very easily. It can be triggered by an emotion, a sequence of words, a smell, a color, a movie. Anything that was in the environment at the time when the initial trauma was created will trigger it again. And if it's unresolved and unidentified, guess what happens? It's the same tears falling down your face, and it's the same pain. It's not changed. When consciousness flows through that old wiring, the old pain arises. It conjures itself into your brain. Even though you're more sophisticated and cultured and you think you know loads of stuff, it cuts through all that shit in like 1 second flat. And your body and your consciousness profoundly contracts, and that pain becomes a multi-dimensional pain. And the reflexive response to deal with that is some form of attack or some sort of shutdown. So some people deal with that by being aggressive. Fuck you, you know. And other people deal with it by shutting down. It's one or the other. And that can take many different forms. So to some extent, it depends on the personality and the background and the environment. So some people get angry. Fine, we all do that. Some people walk away. Some people hit people. Some people get drunk. Some people go to the bar and pick someone up and go home and shag them. Some people play video games. Some people become emotionally cold. Some people constantly joke about everything. Everything's a joke. Everything's a joke. It's not appropriate, that. That is a shutdown. That is an emotional shutdown. So this woundedness, how do we combat it? Here's how. Understanding woundedness is key to purifying your mind so you can flow through this. First thing, understand that all wounds are passed on. The person who wounded you, that wound was passed on to them. The person who wounded them, it was passed on by someone else. So let us take an example that a father smacks you around the face one day and knocks you around the kitchen, and that's going to traumatize you for the rest of your life, for everything that represents that incident. That wound was passed on to him by somebody, and that wound was passed on to him by somebody. Understand the nature of woundedness is that it likes to transfer itself like a virus. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't your father's fault for doing that, because he was wounded and he wasn't in his power. He wasn't conscious enough to take ownership of that and do something about it, so he was spreading his wound. If he wasn't wounded, he wouldn't have done it. It's not personal. It's not a personal thing. It never is a personal thing. You might say, well, it was him who did it and he didn't have to. He did have to, because he was wounded and he was disturbed by that wound, and his mental structure was fractured by that wound. Wounds like to resonate with other wounds. So if you get like a load of miserable, cynical people together, they enjoy it, don't they? Yeah, fucking yes, yeah, she's a bitch. I know, I hate her. She's horrible. I know. God, I've always hated her. You know, and it comes out and it wants to express itself, and all the wounds are going, woo, woo, woo. We like this, we like this. So those wounds like to communicate with each other. That's why the father hits his son, because the wound of him being hit wants to communicate with another wound. How do we dissolve them? Wounds can be dissolved, and it is not difficult, but nobody ever teaches us this, okay? Becoming aware of them is the first stage. Become aware of this process. Know that you have some of these. There's usually one or two big ones and some little ones. Deal with the big ones first. Become aware of them. Become conscious of them. Resolve to no longer maintain them. That's an act of will. You say, maintain them? Why would I maintain a wound? The reason is because when you're busy maintaining your wound, you at least know where you're at. The martyrdom of being wounded, look at me, see my burden. Oh, woe is me, look at my pain, I'm always having a shit time. This is who I am, this is my identity. That actually offsets the wound, the pain of the wound, in doing that martyr role. Don't do it. Resolve to no longer maintain that. Resolve, first and foremost, one might say, be the person who no longer passed that wound on. Be that person. Are you going to pass that on to your kids or your friends? Don't. Resolve to not pass it on. Break that cycle. You have to accept who you are without the wound. Again, that might sound strange. Human beings have an enormous capacity for misery. They can carry masses of suffering over the hills and valleys for eons without too much trouble. People don't know what life will be like without their old pain. because they identify with it. And they think it's somehow part of their personality, that pain, that woundedness. And if that goes away, they'll become something new, something different, not the same person they used to be. And that's a weird thing. So you have to accept that you're going to change when that wound goes away, but it's going to be totally cool, and you have to understand that. First, you have to have faith in that, but as it happens, you'll have an understanding that it's a knowing that it's changing. Okay. I think what we're going to do now is I have got a little bit more material to share with you on this principle, because I think it's vitally important for us. John has just indicated that we're just coming to the end of the session. It is actually lunchtime, so we'll break there and we'll reconvene at 2:30. I'll finish the slides and then we'll go into the Q&A. Thank you very much. And when that happens, not only do you invariably resolve that issue, you also eliminate it from coming back in a denser form. You cannot disown challenge. You cannot disown the shadow coming to remind you of something. If you do, you'll get away with it for a little while. You can leave the scene of the crime, so to speak, and just think, oh. Well, no one will know. I know, but I'll pretend I don't. And who gives a shit? I'm really busy. But that crime is kind of tied onto your leg with this invisible string, and it follows you around, and you can't get rid of it. It's there all the time. But when it catches up with you next time, it's more dense, it's harder, and it gets more and more and more dense until finally, you get your teeth kicked out, and then you can't ignore it anymore. So yeah, that is a very key question. Authenticity isn't just about these fine, abstract notions, these philosophical things of dimensions. It really comes right into the heart of your domestic life and of your daily business, because those things are the instrument for your growth. So if you spot a challenge walking up to you and you know it's going to be trouble, meet it, walk up to it. Even though you're frightened and you kind of don't want to, as you start to go through that process, you get less and less fearful. As some of you I've already shared with, one of my fears was flying. And I have had to face that, and now it's started to recede. It's something that happens where I forced myself into this kind of situation that I didn't need to put myself in many ways. There were other ways of doing it. But a couple of years ago, it was evident that was not just about the logistics of getting from A to B. A boat to America is like a 6-day voyage. Or it's like, a 6-hour plane journey. It wasn't just about that, because I could get away with that. I could just about get away with that. I realized that it was about saying, right, your most mortal fear, which is irrational, and I don't necessarily fear death in the way that I did when I was 20. It's a different thing now. But that irrationality gripped the body, and every part of my body said, you don't need to do this, you don't need to do this. I know you're at the airport, I know you're at Heathrow, you can leave. It's not against the law. Who gives a shit? Just get out of here. And I forced myself to go through it. So that's like a dramatic story of it, but I think what Nate's referring to is the more common things that happen all the time. Avoid the temptation to push difficult things away. That's basically the solution. Although it's difficult, just stand there and go, okay, as an experiment, what the hell? I'm going to stand there right in the middle of it, and let's see what you can do. And stand there with your authenticity radiant inside you, with your core, knowing that it's impenetrable. And although your body might go, hurt, and all your contraction and energetic level brings you sort of field right down close, and you kind of lose your magic power for a moment, that's all right. That's part of the learning. And as you go through it, you get a bit stronger every time, and a bit stronger, and your field becomes more resilient, and your protective shell becomes more and more obvious, more tangible. So yeah, that's a fantastic question. Thank you.
Yes, Neil, I was here to see you at the June conference as well as today, and immensely enjoyed both. And I've been in your physical presence, I think, on at least 4 different days, maybe 5. And on all those occasions, you've been dressed totally in black. So I have a 2-part question. One is, Neil, why do you always seem to dress in black? The second is your commitment to black
Face my fear, yeah. That's calling me on it, isn't it? Yeah. Just me and you later, okay? Yeah, that's a good question, and I'll tell you, there's a funny part of it, and there's a kind of more serious part to it. When I told you before, when I was introduced to occult and magic and mystical traditions and so on, I was in a band. It was a death metal band, and at the time, you all have long hair and you all wear black, and that's kind of the uniform. Like the punks would have all torn stuff and, you know, piercings and tattoos and what have you, and the metal people would often wear black. And I was also into like gothic metal as well, and again, that's the sort of the regalia for those sort of people. So I started off wearing that as a kid, quite frankly. That's where it began. But as I started to study magic, I realized that a lot of people who were practicing that often wore black. And exactly as you said, I kind of one day said to somebody, hey, you're always wearing black. You know, you've got black this, black the other, everything's black. Why is that? He said, well, your energy accumulation and your energy management and your energy depletion is affected by colour. I said, that's interesting. What do you mean? Tell me more. So, well, for example, if you are in a space where you know somebody needs your energy, it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to wear red, because red is a colour that is, in terms of energetic principles, can have a very, very harsh transfer. And so it's very provocative red, you know, in terms of sensuality and sexuality. And if you're on an intimate basis with somebody and they've got, you know, it's a woman and she's got lovely red lipstick on, great, it's sexy and nice and it looks good, whatever. But it's kind of, it has that provocative element. And so red is a colour that one has to be careful with at an energetic level. I said, well, what about white? You know, white's a good spiritual colour, isn't it, to wear white? And he said, it is, but it gives to the extent that it leaves little for the giver, particularly in a situation where there's a lot of energy required. So for me, when I'm doing work in my own life, such as this is my work, where I need all my energy, I will usually wear the colour that allows me to accumulate energy and preserve it. So just as an aside to that, if your energy is low, wearing all black is a good idea because it means that you retain your energy. Now, because we're having a high level of consciousness here, that doesn't mean that I can't transfer back and forth, but it means that I'm not depleting it to the point where there's none left. And at lunchtime yesterday, I'm a kind of gibbering wreck on the floor, you know. So in other situations where there's one-to-one work, you might do that differently, where you know someone's at a different level of consciousness. You might actually willfully decide to freely give them what you have, because you will regenerate it. It might take a few days typically, but you will regenerate it. Wearing white all the time, experiment with it, and it's like your energy disappears really fast. So it's about energetic management. So depending on what I'm doing, I change those colours. But usually, my energy depletes very fast for whatever reason. I give of it relatively freely, so I have to be careful to hang on to it. So that's the real reason.
So that's part one.
Huh?
Part one.
Part one. I'm not doing that. Give over. Next question, please.
What about the color blue?
What about the colour? Well, you know, a colour workshop, quite frankly, is like 2-3 hours in itself. So there's a lot to say about that. I mean, you can refer back to our chakra colours to talk about that in terms of communication. Maybe that's what you're thinking. Okay. Yes, communication. If I struggled with communication, I would wear blue because it would boost that for me. For me personally, I don't struggle with communication, so that's not something I have to boost. There are times, however, let's say if I go to see, I don't know, I don't do this in America anymore, but in the old days in England, when I was a consultant for myself in you know, technology and software at one point, and if I went to go and see a client and we were talking about businessy things and it was very, you know, physical talk, very three-dimensional, I would wear a blue shirt and I would wear a blue tie to promote that, to boost my ability to do that. So you're choosing colours not to say, right, this is me, this is my uniform. You're choosing it to suit the occasion in some ways. I happen to like black, but yeah, certainly you would clothe yourself in different colours. It's an interesting topic all in itself. A safe colour to wear pretty much anywhere is brown, by the way. But I've noticed that most women's colours in brown are really good, and most men's colours it's kind of hard to find sometimes. But, you know, I'm not a big shopper, so I'm not the best person to talk about that. But yeah, it's the colour. Don't underestimate the effect that your colours have on your ability to accumulate, to store, and deplete charge. So it is important. Okay, next question.
Okay, I got a softball question compared to that. So one of the things that you mentioned was the Theologian Society, and you felt like...
The what, sorry?
The theologian?
Theosophical, yeah. Yeah.
So one of the things that you mentioned was you felt, well, they kind of went a little astray when this new gal came in and she brought in this world teacher, et cetera.
Yes.
And all of that took away from the original message.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where you might stand on the subject of a world teacher. I want to preface that with, I myself don't really feel like I need a world teacher. I feel like the work is internal work.
Yes.
That's going to propel me to where I need to go. And so I understand that what your message has been today has been an empowering us to do that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it has.
So, be that as it may, plenty of very well-educated, very spiritual people have talked about a world leader, and I just would be curious about your thoughts on this.
God, these are all really good questions. Good, obviously. I was like, what's your favourite album? Yeah, oh, right, yeah, no, only kidding. No, it's fascinating that because, let us imagine then for a moment that a world teacher was kind of sent in from, a dimensional space to say Earth really needs some superpower, and that divine avatar, like Christ, like Buddha, like whatever, came down and was a super being and absolutely ripped it open in a good way and, gave everybody loads of their own empowerment. Then I think that would be felt. I think you could see that, and I think you could see it at a deep level. I haven't seen that anywhere yet in my own life. I mean, not that I'm plugged into everything. Of course, I can only do half a dozen things at, any one week, just like everyone else. So there might be information I'm not privy to, and there's always prophecies and legends and myths and revelations about world teachers appearing and Maitreya and second comings and saviors and so on and so forth. And of course, talking about ufology and whatnot and extra and ultra terrestrials, the fact that a lot of people, for example, identify with the Pleiades, Pleiadian entities, and if they are super beings and are really enlightened and really whole, really masculine and feminine and really have high attainment, and they came down, would you listen to them? Would you sit with them and study with them? Would you communicate with them? My feeling on that is there's so much work to do here, right now, that it's not appropriate for that level of contact yet. And I would imagine that a higher intelligence looking at our development would say, well, it's been a rocky road, but there's some leaps going on at the moment. And just as if you saw that somebody was actually getting something like in mathematics, for example, or with some equations, and they were just about to get it, you wouldn't interrupt them at that moment, would you? You'd let them complete it and think, he's getting it, he's getting it, he's getting it. He's got it, hey, fantastic, nice one, brilliant, you got it. And I feel that's where we're at. We're kind of just like, and it's just about to happen. And I think that process, we're being stood back from this end, yeah, they've got it right. And then you might get that level of contact, who knows? But I think that the short answer is you have to just trust your intuition on that. And you have to know that when a powerful teacher stands with you, you can feel it, and it's as simple as that. And in my life, the teachers that have taught me, the people I meet out in everyday circumstances. I was saying to somebody just, Aaron, earlier that, you know, the most authentic person I've met in the last year was a lady who was trying to sell me a couch. And I'm not joking. And she wasn't being authentic as a sales technique, because I think that's a bit too much. But we just had a chat for like 40 minutes or whatever, and she was so real, this woman. She was so present, so absolutely there in the room, 100% of her, all of it, that it was just a joy to communicate with them. There was no higher stuff, there was no fancy philosophy. It was just very simple conversation about simple things, but so true and so real and so sincere that it was very touching. And I realized that she had a level of presence, just not in terms of presence that you project, but just presence in herself, in being there, that I had a lot to learn from that. So I was kind of like sticking around for 5 minutes extra just to soak it up and think, what is it that you're doing where you're so 100% present? That's awesome. So teaching comes, as you can see, from places that you don't expect it. It's not always somebody who announces themselves in a very grand way. It can be the lady, the sales lady in, you know, the furniture store for me. So I think if you remain open to that, you can receive it wherever it comes. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question?
Yes.
Hi there.
Hi. I find you to be a very, very clear communicator, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's obvious that you choose your words very carefully. You pay attention to it. I do have trouble, though. I myself have some trouble understanding what it is you're telling me. When, for example, in your slide that had 1D, 2D, 3D, and that ever-growing bubble, sometimes, and it says just D, sometimes you would use the word density.
And sometimes dimension.
And sometimes,
Interchangeably.
And for me, for example, density is something very specific.
Yes.
Yes, density is
That's right.
mass per volume is, yeah.
Yes.
That's where I'm going from. Dimension is something, the dimension.
Are you a Virgo or Libra?
Neither.
Okay.
So
A chemist. Oh, no.
yeah, I know.
Yes, no, go ahead, sorry.
So I get lost in what you're trying to tell me. Another place where I find I get confused often when I'm trying to communicate with all these wonderful people where they lose me,
Yes.
for example, is in use when they say things like higher frequency.
Yes.
Frequency is a time thing for me. That would be a fast, are you saying faster frequency? Higher. Higher is a direction.
As a direction.
And so I was just wondering if you could help poor people like me that are locked in science.
Oh, you're so modest. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you're really saying is pin this down.
I think you're very good at it, and maybe it's...
No, again, that is
Thank you.
that is a super question. No, that's perhaps the most important thing I've been asked for quite a while, actually. What I learned from the British philosopher Alan Watts, again, somebody I encourage you to go and take a look at their work. He died before I was born, actually, so I never had a chance to meet the guy. But what he taught me, and this is my answer to this question, is that we talk in symbols and we talk in terminology that changes, you know, the lingo changes from one subset and one group to another. So, for example, the first time I came here, you know, spoke to these fine ESETI people, and here's the room, and this is this, and there's your laptop, and set up right, okay, and then I was speaking the next day. So I kind of had the afternoon to do whatever. And I went out into the field, and, you know, this lady came up to me, one of the other visitors, and said, "I've just seen the gnomes, they're so beautiful." I said, "Okay, that's great, okay." And it presents one with a difficulty, that, doesn't it? Because you can either think, what do you mean, gnomes? Let's be specific. You've seen a gnome with your eyes? Little guy with a red hat on and a little beard like that? Let's be specific. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean you had an imaginal representation, or was it in a different kind of realm of, what do you mean? Let's be specific. What do you mean you saw a gnome? Now, if I did that to her, she'd have been offended and walked off, really. So I just go, oh, right, okay. You know what I mean? For example, to me, the idea of gnomes and fairies is quite attractive in a way, because I like the whole idea of nature spirits and a level and order of creation that we're completely surrounded by, and yet we have practically no knowledge of. We only have mythological and fable in that respect. So for me, part of my answer to that question, and I'll give you another part, is that's, I don't know if you saw my thing of the feather, that I have a gnome feather. And my gnome feather has been there for like only about 3 or 4 months now. And it's an ongoing project that to say, I'd like to investigate that a bit, but I don't quite understand it. And nobody's actually, for me, used terminology that I can kind of get my head around. It's quite fuzzy, that terminology. Yeah, you have to tune into it, you have to sort of do this, and yeah, experiences, and there's like this oscillation of the, and it's like, okay. And I kind of know what you mean, but I'm aware also that that person can't be more specific in a way, because the language that we have set up by a certain body of people at a certain period in time doesn't have the breadth to approach that in a satisfactory way for me. So I think what Alan Watts taught me was this idea, this is the first place I heard it, although he's a white Englishman, this is obviously Asian axiom. You know, don't look at the finger that's pointing at the moon, or you won't see the moon itself. So the words are always pointing at something. So the finger pointing at the moon is another Zen koan. And the student is encouraged never to look at the finger. The finger's just going, yeah, don't worry about that, but look at that. Yeah? And so Alan Watts said, be cautious with your language, use it to the best of your ability, and use what you think are the best terms, but always lead the student or the other person in the dialogue to show what you're pointing at. So I try to stress as far as possible that what we're talking about are mental models, the perhapses, the ways of looking at things. And certainly when we talk about frequency, we get the idea of this wave like that. Now, if you go down and pin that down in physics and science, I'm very conscious of what you mean. That's something different in science. Frequency in science doesn't mean the same frequency as in spiritual philosophy. It's a different thing. They're two words for the same terminology, but they have a different purpose. So a lot of people who wrote books on quantum spirituality have been pulled to pieces by the scientific community and say, this is pseudoscience. No, 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 we don't like it. So that's a very risky thing, and it's gladly not really my business to go into that. My approach is one of philosophy, to say, let us put some models up here and look at the world. In the same way that Carl Sagan is saying, let me put a model down here as a way of thinking about dimensionality. So in the same way that he says, we can see the shadow that the cube casts or that the tesseract casts. It's not a shadow. A shadow is darkness from a light source. So if we were to emphasize that, he's not meaning a shadow in the typical way. So my suggestion is that when you hear these words used, and as a chemist, they resonate with you because you think, I have a very good understanding of what that word means. You have to just place that to one side for a moment and think, okay, they're not talking about quite the same thing, but we're not trying to fudge it. We're using words that indicate that point to the subject matter. So it's a really good point, because one does have to be careful with that. And I do have a method as such, which I'm quite happy to share with you, which is that I will interchangeably use certain terms, and sooner or later it becomes obvious, it becomes a realization that that's done for a purpose, and it's done to say these are interchangeable. So a dimension, you would say, well, that's spatial, right? And if you go into a place like a quantum space where it's like atemporal, there isn't necessarily time there, then the spatial dimension collapses, and it's not appropriate to talk about the spatial, yeah? Okay, I'm getting a nod there, by the way. That's always encouraging from a scientist. But what I'm saying is, if I said planes and the astral spheres, a lot of people start to switch off. So you're talking about dimension as a way of talking about this. But strictly speaking, just as I was talking to Robert earlier, no, it's not appropriate to talk about a seventh dimension as such, because we're not talking about spatial. We're using the word dimension as a sphere, as a realm. Because we do think so spatially, it's easier to talk about it. I actually prefer the Victorian language, but it sounds so antiquated now. Starts sounding like Sherlock Holmes or something if I start talking like that. So yeah, it's a good point, but all I can say to you is I'd emphasize the fact that we're pointing at things with our words to the best of our ability. And I've noticed in my essays that I've written over the last 5 years that most of that language has started to shift. And actually, to some degree, and this will happen no doubt when I look back on this day, when I look back at stuff I've written in 2004, 2003, I kind of think, oh God, that's a bit fluffy. You know what I mean? So my acumen and my ability to convey better is a moving target. So yeah, sometimes that shifts, and when I look back I think, oh my God, I'd completely rewrite now. But right now, this is the best I can do, so that's the words I use. Thank you. Great question, great question. Okay, next, hello. Hey there, how you doing?
Hey, doing well. Thank you very much for this workshop. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for coming.
And thank you, James, also, you said.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Talked a lot about the inner child, the work there, that memory of our lives, that experience that we have, that pain.
Yes.
But like a real child, my own child, that brings it to another level.
Yes.
You know, she's going to be 5 this month, daughter, and I'm realizing the wisdom of her language versus the language of the construct. Like, you know, in my research of all the topics that come up in paranormal, or the conspiracy research and that kind of area, I only really study things once I know about them.
Yes.
And one of them has been the phenomenon known as chemtrails.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter didn't know. I never said, oh, look at these chemtrails, honey. These are chemtrails. You know, I never brought that up around her or anything. And one day she said, Daddy, look, diarrhea clouds. And that brought it home. It always, you know, children always bring it home. You know, chemtrail is speaking against something instead of for something. And when I say chemtrail, I'm speaking against something instead of for something. If I have a negative, if it creates a negative impact in me. And because subconsciously my body goes, well, you know, I already know that I'm emitting chemicals all the time, as we all are, as the earth is, as the cosmos is, at least the earth is, I know.
That's a great point.
And then the trail is the spatial thing, you know, it's like thing that kind of spreads out, and you see it there from near to there and far away. And then when I hear that, part of me grips up, not because of
The thing itself.
not because of the
Yes.
research that I've done that tells me that it's this horrible thing, but because it's saying something against my own process of emitting these trails everywhere I go. Asking my wife in the morning time when I get out of bed and, you know, I'm just kind of do that. But anyway, I'm doing it anyway right now. Shit's coming out, but
Okay, carry on.
and I'm learning to love that.
Mm-hmm.
To love this diarrhea happens. You know, and I'm learning to experience that, you know, whether it comes out verbally in my own kind of rambling, babbling diarrhea through the mouth, or and seeing it's okay.
Yes.
And bring it home. Or, you know, out my own, the other end. That's life. This is the struggle of knowing what not to put in my system, what will create diarrhea, and what I'm putting out, which is also inevitably going to be diarrhea. So bringing it back to myself and to what's happening, and to, you know, bring it back to the cloud.
Yes.
But a trail, I mean, that's something I move down a path. That's not something that I can say, you know, I can enjoy myself. You know, it's just a path. And I leave it behind me and it's in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And so back to my daughter, you know, this wise being, this
Yeah.
child,
Pure mind.
turning me into my own child, back to that memory, and all the pains that came up with it, all the pains that come up with it when I think about it, or not when, that I don't necessarily have to think about it. You know, it's just there, like you said earlier. And she drew me this. We drew it together, but it's I call it a free energy device. She drew this, and right before I came here, because I was leaving for a few days, and she drew this image, and then I copied it next to her, and I drew it. Well, you know, so there's 2 copies of it floating out there. That's a good thing. And it's been a great free energy device this weekend for me. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Great information. Thank you very much. Yeah. And that's a great point as well. I've never even considered that before, to say it's a chemtrail. It's chemicals, yeah. What isn't? It's a trail, yeah. But as you say, the negative resonance with that is that you read all about what they're doing to us and how that's diminishing us. And then you think, oh, look, they're doing it again to us. And it's not absolutely essential to perceive it in that way. You can perceive it in a more neutral way, like your daughter did. So she's not ascribing negative or positive, she's just observing what's there. Yeah, excellent point, thank you. Hey.
Hi. So another softball question.
Keep giving them me, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk about this process of ascension.
Yeah.
That's been, you know, in the mainstream, you know, in the interwebs, et cetera. And you know, I've spent a fair amount of time on it, but my earliest exposure to it was by a guy named Charles Wright. He wrote a book called The Greeting of America. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Well, essentially, it was that generations were going to become smarter and smarter, and eventually, you know, we just blossom into, you know, a new culture, essentially. And so when I think of the process of ascension, that to me is what it's about.
Yes.
It's about more and more people coming in with more and more consciousness.
Yes.
And I'd just be interested in your take on the process of ascension, and yeah, you can speak to that.
Okay. I think the process of ascension, the first thing we have to do is kind of like inject a bit of organic humor into that and say that it's a totally natural thing that just happens of its own accord. The first time I came into contact with that terminology and that word, again, the terminology, it's funny, as the chemist lady said, it was the terminology that turned me off in a way, or it certainly drew my attention to it. I thought, ascension? Who do they think they are? And of course, we talk about ascended masters. You know, I am going through my ascension process. And you know, you could say, yes, I went to a Neil Kramer ascension workshop, but I would never call my workshop that because it sounds so pompous. It's not, but I would say it has sacredness, what we're doing here, and I'd say, you could say it's a path or a method, or you could say it's just philosophy or it's just information to share. So yeah, that word I think is a problem for some people because it has connotations of something divine and something special and something that sets man apart from himself in a fantastical way. So I think the issue with that is I would say that ascension process, if you just swap the word ascension for growth, then suddenly it feels much friendlier. And I would say that the growth process of human mind and human consciousness and human emotion is very normal and is very okay. And so whenever I hear that word, I kind of swap it out for my own preferred version. And in that respect, I would say going through those different modes of consciousness, those different densities, those dimensions of consciousness, those levels of consciousness, the depth of one's understanding. It seems to be that once you get to a threshold of depth in that you've taken in as much as you can, you then pop to a new level. And as we've seen, how we describe that is tricky business. It's a slippery fish to hold, what you call that. And certainly saying that consciousness seems to go into different realms seems to be absolutely undeniable. But it doesn't make sense as a conceptual understanding that. It has to be a realized attainment. So you actually have to experience that. So one of my first tasks I set myself as a young man was to say, right, I am going to take my consciousness out of what I consider a 3D space, 3D environment, a third density being, and I'm going to pop it into that 4D and look at it. And as I said, there's many methods for doing that: meditation, breath work, dance, bliss, elation, sacred plant medicines, all kinds of different things. And once I had that experience, personally, it had an immediate impact in that there was always a wire that was flipped then that said, okay, that is an experience knowing now. Certainly for me, no one can tell me what I know and what I don't know. Only I can do that. So when it became a knowing that that's there, and those realms are there, and for me, indubitably, there are intelligences in that realm as well, which was quite a surprise. Although I'd read about it, the actual felt experience of encountering other presences was a shock, because I've never met an intelligence greater than a human brain. I've never encountered that before. That was a shock. So I think the whole idea of ascension is a very personal thing. It's very subjective. And I think as long as you don't get hung up on that word ascension, it's totally fine. It's like human growth. It's like the consciousness that passes through us changes what we are. So if you believe in this sort of Darwinian model that we sort of came from this thing and then became more upright and more civilized and more articulate, if consciousness moves like that, it seems like quite a normal process to me. I have different views about that, but the principle is important that it evolves. So yeah, good question, thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Could you address what you know about our solar system going toward or maybe with the center of the Milky Way?
Sure. Another good question. Physically, in terms of physics, I don't really put an awful lot of attention onto that. I am pretty much a right brain thinker, so I have to make a special effort to get my logic circuits working. So I can do that, but philosophy for me is rather a right brain activity in some ways. However, through my studies and my research, particularly as we talked about the Mayans, and even Gnostic philosophy suggests this, that as part of this grand cycle, the whole grand spiral arms tend to go round and round, out from the core and back to the core. And it seems to be that I keep hearing and again that our solar system is making its way back towards the galactic center, and not in some kind of spiritual fluffy way, just in a physical way. Just it actually is. It's moving back towards that, just as this thing reaches out. As we looked at those diagrams, it reaches out and then it spins around and comes back in. I think the relevance of that is, it's obviously an incredibly long journey, and it moves at a rate that we're not aware of, except mathematically. But it seems to be that if you look at I have some little feeds on my web browser from various, nature and science journals and stuff, just to look at stuff that I find interesting. And I've seen a few feeds in 2008 and 2009 particularly, where they were saying that we're getting exposed to rays, cosmic rays. It sounds funny but that's what they call them, cosmic rays from that core that we haven't seen before, that are creating events that we've not witnessed before. So to some degree, from a scientific perspective, scientists are not afraid of anomalies as such. They will approach them and look at them and say, we don't know what this is, it's interesting, it looks a bit like this that we've seen before. Space bunny spiritualists, people who are just happy, 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 bliss, everything's cool, don't like the real world, boing, boing, boing. Space bunny people, they say, sorry about that. I haven't met any here, but you know, anyway. Space bunny people like to say, yeah, we're being exposed to the, you know, the rays of the Creator and it's bringing greater enlightenment and stuff. I count both of those of equal value, quite frankly, because I think, yes, that's true, and yes, that's true. Why not? Let's have them both true, because it could be. And if they're not, so what? Just collapse them. So if you say that there is an interesting theory, for example, that the sun isn't just this big fireball that gives us heat and light, that it's actually an entity, it's an intelligent entity, which I rather am attracted to that idea. It kind of feels right, although my brain says don't be silly. If we do imagine that the sun is an intelligent entity in terms of consciousness, then what that means for the other stars that move around and what that means from the place from which all the stars emanate outwards in that galactic spiral grand arms is very exciting to me and very interesting. So as somebody who doesn't owe anything to anybody, I don't have to follow any guidelines, I can afford to throw myself on the, you know, altar of sacrifice, and just as the axe comes down, I can roll out of the way like Indiana Jones at the last minute and think, oh, that was absolute nonsense, but never mind. Whereas other people will get hung, drawn and quartered. So yeah, I think there's a lot of elements to that, but certainly that, I believe that is a physical process that is happening. I know one or two of my colleagues and peers or whatever, they talk about that and they say that that has profound effects and it spirals back to that over an incredibly long period of time. And some astrologers equate that obviously with the grand precession of 25,000 years and say that as that increments and clicks round, there's a gear shift that moves us again into new rays and again into new rays that we've not seen. Naturally we've not seen because we've not been there for a long time. Or if ever, who knows. But that's a working model. But if you equate those rays with intelligence and with consciousness, which is a very tempting thing to do for a lot of spiritually minded people, then it's very exciting for those. So I, you know, balance both of those at the same time and just track it and just look at it. Do you have any views on that you want to share?
Perhaps a little bit different in that
Yeah.
what I've been told is that instead of going in a singular motion, it's as you mentioned, a spiral.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, as you look at it, I was told that it's more a triangular shape, and we're coming around the bend, so to speak, in one of the areas of the triangle. And there is, when our solar system comes full tilt, so to speak, up to the middle of the Milky Way, that there's going to be an alignment. And I don't know if the alignment is with other solar systems or exactly what the alignment is, but that is a trigger in essence for.
And what do you, just as a matter of interest, I'm not questioning any other speakers, so I'm not singling you out. But because I don't know much about that, what are your personal feelings about that?
This is going perhaps to sound odd, but I'm speaking with an ET since 2007, and
That's not odd here, don't worry, carry on. Carry on.
and we have discussed for hours and hours and hours on end all kinds of questions, and he will answer certain things. Some things he will say, how does it serve you to know the answer to that? And but most things he will answer in terms that he'll try to put it in terms that I can understand, and he'll try to conceptualize in ways that my human brain, which is linear, will understand. So that's how. There are many things that he has shared that, as we spoke earlier, to write about. But it's just a fascinating area.
And does this relationship, is there any information about that process from this entity?
That's where I got the information about it. It's
Oh,
actually
okay.
an angular shape, and he was showing me actually on the star chart of sorts as to the alignment, but I didn't know what I was looking at, but he was trying to explain.
And if you check that out, like physically, if astronomers are sharing a view like that, that would be an interesting exercise.
It would, I haven't done
Yeah, do it. Find out. I'd be interested to know if that, it's always nice to have foreknowledge and then say, yeah, that is actually occurring. So, yeah.
He was also talking about from the middle of the Milky Way that there are rings, so to speak, rings of energy emanating from the center. Although it doesn't go out, like I said, is it like a pebble in a pond going out in the circles? And he said, no, it doesn't. There are sectors that it kind of bounces around, but closer to the center, the spikes are very high, and the upliftment of the civilizations closer to the center of the Milky Way are much more profound. And then as it comes out to where we are, it's more of a rippling effect, and that the ripples here will become more profound eventually. So that's interesting.
Wow, thank you. That's fascinating. Thank you very much. Hi there.
Hi, Neil. I've been going through. I've been going through transition rather regularly for the last couple of years. Lots of transition. Going through another one now. I have many paths open to me. I've seen them. And I know it's inside of me which path I'm supposed to take. But it's like realizing that I have to come to the universe. What tools would you suggest I use to find my best, for the greater good for me, to figure out what path I'm supposed to go?
Wow.
Any tools?
Well, obviously, I've shared some of those in this. I hope you would agree.
I do.
Okay. But in terms of outside of that, I mean, we could say, couldn't we, that we're all in that position, that we all, at some point or another, find ourselves at crossroads and say, well, here I am again. Do I go left or straight on or right or turn back? What do I do? Which way do we go? And to some extent, I mean, the easy answer to that is say, use your intuition, trust your instincts. Thanks very much. Next question. But I appreciate, having been in conversation with you, that you'd like a little more than that, as I'm sure everyone else would. There's a section in Tolkien's book in Lord of the Rings, which springs to mind right now, where the wizard in the story, Gandalf, is leading people through the mines of Moria, and they come to a certain point, and there's a number of options to take. And all the little hobbits and goodness knows what turn to Gandalf and go, right, which way do we go then, Gandalf? Because he knows everything. And he sits there and he goes, oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. And they all sort of look at each other and are a bit sort of perplexed because this guy usually knows everything. And he says, I'm going to have to sit there. And they sit there for I think it's days. And he examines that and he kind of goes within and he kind of goes into an altered state of being to look at that. And I think, although that's a slightly, fictional reference, of course, you could say that is analogous to, the egoic self thinking what's best for me, which is natural, and the higher self, which says what's best for growth. So my personal feeling when I find myself in moments of transition is I don't get, again, hung up on the idea that it's transition, i.e. it's a big drama and it's super important. It's only super important to little Neil Kramer, to the spirit journey that I am part of, one little tiny part of. It's just a small matter. And so my suggestion would be experiment with taking self out of it to some extent, and instead of thinking what's the best thing for you to do, think what's the best thing for growth, what's the best thing for unfoldment, because that not only covers you, but it covers the people who you affect as well, those in proximity to you, your friends and family and so on. So that growth depersonalizes it in a very agreeable manner, in my view. Thank you. Okay, we've got one quick question.
Maybe I should say this. I just want to say I was really pleased
Zero, yeah, that's a fascinating thing. As some of you may or may not know, the cards have typical numbers that place them at a point. There's like a cycle, there's a pathway around those cards. Right, hurry up, Kramer, get on with it. It's interesting if you look at people's views on that, you get many different ones. My view is that 0 is a magical number, and it's a beginning, but it's also a completion point. So it's an indication for me that that journey is a cycle, and it's a cycle in the same way that all the plants go away in winter to 0, and yet they all spring out from 0 in the spring. So to some way it's saying, don't think this is a journey with a beginning, a middle and an end. It's not. And so 0 absolutely for me constitutes the reality that that journey is cyclical, it goes round, and that there isn't an end to it as such, and therefore we don't need to worry too much about dissolution and about mortality. It's actually the whole thing. So that card represents the entire cycle to me. Thank you. Okay, well, I think we're going to just have a break there. Okay, next question.
All right. You were speaking before about how language kind of is like a lens that we see everything through. Have you come across or have you heard of possibly any languages that allow for more freedom in English?
Directly, no, not in experience. I haven't, but I have read about languages that are very symbolic, where there is a high degree of interpretation in each symbol that you share. So, of course, we hear about various Asian languages where they have, like, a number of words for love, 17, 18 different words in one of the Asian countries. I can't remember which one. And it's all kind of very subtle variations on the theme, whereas we only have a few words for that, and they have many. And there's this kind of slightly untrue, but it gets the point across, the Inuit have many words for snow and ice. And of course, there's reasons for that, because that's their environment, and they need to talk about when it's blue snow in the day, and when it's white snow at night, and when there's red snow, which means there's been a kill when they've been hunting. So they have all these different words for different types of snow. So I think representationally, it's an interesting idea for me to think that although a language may have a tiny vocabulary compared to the vastness of English, sometimes, again, as the chemist lady pointed out, language can trip us up. So we have to be careful of that. So it kind of intrigues me to some extent. If you could play a game where you said, okay, you've got 100 words to use, and that's it. And you have to leave it open heavily to interpretation for people to figure out what is meant by that. That's quite interesting. And of course, in some indigenous communities that have not been affected largely by Western civilization, their vocabulary is relatively small compared to ours. And yet their sophistication in dealing with certain subjects, particularly to do with consciousness and the spirit realm, is not as kind of weighed down and anchored down by ours, because we can tie our shoelaces together by accident and keep falling over and getting it wrong. Theirs seems to be a little bit more elegant somehow. So I would say go to places where the languages remain untouched for quite a while. I think the oldest example is the Ananu, Aboriginal Australian people in the north and the west, who have been there for 40,000 years, pretty much untouched. So that's an incredible long time to be that way. So I would, if you're interested in that, encourage you to look at their language structure and check that out. So yeah, that's what I would do.
And then, would you consider English as a maybe more oppressive language, or one of the more oppressive out there?
Again, I think one has to be careful in saying that. Goodness me. One has to be careful in saying that the language is oppressive. You can get really tied up in that and say, the Illuminist conspiratorial groups invented English as a way to contain us with these inadequate terms and these inadequate principles, and we can never get anywhere with language, and it's all a bit weird and crap. We have to work with what we've got, and all I've got is English, so I have to do the best I can with it. But this, you know, etymologically speaking, in the substance and the origins of that language, a lot of English comes from Proto-Germanic, you know, and a lot of the Latin terms are kind of invaders, just as the Romans were. So linguistics is fascinating to trace where that stuff come from. But what I've seen in looking at language is that it's so spread about, it's so mixed, that you can't say these people invented English. It doesn't work like that. Lots of people invented languages, and the incoming factors that change that are so varied that unless, as with, you know, one or two people we talked about, you actually sit down and invent like a totally new language from scratch, then it's a very organic, moving entity that, like the internet, is not hugely controllable. It always has a degree of resilience and spontaneity and asymmetry in it. So I know what you're saying. We have to be careful not to think that unless we can put it into words it isn't real. That's a mistake. And we also shouldn't be afraid, as indeed I sometimes am not, to invent new words that, you know, talk about stuff in a way that doesn't have any connotation and doesn't have any baggage with it. So now and again, like when I talk about anything that's outside of the 3D, I call it the ultra soup. And the ultra soup, and that is like, well, he's clearly using something that, you know, is a bit vague there. But, you know, that has a purpose to say, well, you know, frankly, we don't know really much about outside the 3D, certainly from a spiritual, philosophical perspective. So I sometimes refer to it as something will spring out of the ultra soup, manifest in the 3D, and then go back again. So, you know, if we don't have the words that work for us, let's invent them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question, I've been reflecting on what you have said about the divine feminine and the divine masculine. And it seems to me, in my experience, that there's an important key here in what you said about losing oneself, even if it's for moments or seconds. I feel that, and I'm looking at within this human body we've been gifted, there is that potential to go into this place as, for me, as I feel more and more love, I feel the expansion happening, and I begin to forget myself as a finite being, and I go into the realm of knowing nothing, nothing of myself, and self for seconds is gone, and it feels like I'm feeling that I am all of feeling a power, and maybe this is part of the divine feminine, this power that that uplifts all things way beyond my physical body. And at moments it sometimes feels that I am affecting many things, if not all things around me, as this energy of love frequency is happening. So I'm noticing, is it possible that all dimensions are flowing through us, that we really, there's this moment where we maybe even recognize or at least feel the effect of all dimensions running through us when we let go of being something and allow ourselves to go into nothingness?
Yeah, I gave a conference in 2009, a UFO conference with Richard Hoagland of all people and some other people. So it's like, what's Neil Kramer doing here? He's a nutter, you know. Let's talk about Mars and monuments on Mars. And it was a UFO-y conference, but they had a few alternative takes on that. And, you know, I said to the organisers, why are you breaking? He said, well, we need to mix it up a bit and, you know, throw some other aspects on that. So I opened up that conference by saying, we are multi-dimensional beings. And I found myself saying that an awful lot. And admittedly, at first, it was a gesture and it was an attempt at inspiration. And I was speaking metaphorically. As time's gone by, I'm starting to mean that more and more literally now. And I'm starting to say, as we might have many dimensions to a painting, we have many dimensions to our being and to our consciousness. So there is the canvas and the paint, but there is also the emotion that went into that and the intelligence that went into that. The depiction of the architecture, what that means, the fact that the sun rises there to give us hope. This is a hopeful image, and it has representative realism for me in the sense that I very much identify with that. So we could say there are many dimensions to that. It is true that relieving oneself of the gravity of self is a useful experiment. And if you think about it, you talked about an expansion, sort of pushed yourself out of the way. Is that correct? That's your way of describing it. When you said that, I kind of smiled inside really and thought, if this, you also went like this from your heart, I don't know if you noticed, and I say that this portal, this heart bridge portal here, just as an energy center in the body, even if we just speak about it metaphorically or literally, doesn't matter to me. What greater time does that ever expand than when you're madly, deeply in love, right? And when you're madly, deeply in love, you lose your sense of self, and you're just in love. You are in love. There's no you. You're in something else. You're part of something else. And I think that's one expression of this expanding. And having had the fortune to feel that a number of times in my life, I can equate when I've had consciousness raising experiences very strongly with that, and say that when the consciousness is doing its thing, I just get shoved out of the way. Anyway, it's not like a process that I have to think too hard about. It moves me out of the way. And I think that it's important to be aware of that, again, as a conceptual understanding. But it is good to bring that about as an experience. So what I would ask you is just something we can share with the group here. When that expansion came about in you and it pushes the self of you out of the way, what was actually occurring then? How did that expansion happen? What was bringing that about?
It felt like, well, first of all, I wasn't mentally planning anything.
That's important, I think, yeah.
So I wasn't doing affirmations, of course.
Yes.
I was not making an intention that I have to be at this stage, at this moment, you know, even in love making. It's like there is no stage there to go to, or to lead from, or anything like that. It is timelessness. It's falling into timelessness. And if that's even the right word.
Okay.
Because I know sometimes language is very golden, and other times the language cannot even say what the experience is.
That's right, yeah, certainly.
It is allowing some part of me that drives my engines to go forward in a way that it seems like it's always meant to be,
Yes.
to go forward to that larger.
So it's felt like a natural process for you.
Mm-hmm. So so then a consciousness comes in that's much larger than what I had before, yet it's not wanted.
But is this something that's gradually happened, or would you say there's a set of circumstances that came about and aligned where that was obvious, or is it gradual, or what?
Yes, I would say gradual.
Okay.
Let's say this has happened to me in the field by being by myself in meditation. It's happened to me in the process of making love to somebody I trust. It's an unfoldment, and I don't know the speed of it or duration. It is an unfoldment where it feels like life or consciousness is giving to me this broader base to know and feel and dance in and be part of. And it's like a field that extends from me, and yet it's a field that's already there, that's already been there for a long, long time. And it's like more lights, I guess more lights activate in me to know my greater self. And it's like, if I can use a metaphor, it's like, being one star out there in the sky, thinking you're the only star for a while, and then suddenly you see the constellations, and you realize you're part of the Milky Way, figuratively speaking. You realize other lights are lit up around you. And then it feels like, my heart feels like it's ready to burst, and that I'm going away, or at least the minute little self is leaving very fast at high speed. And at that point, I have this notion that when we have this type of experience, we affect a lot of things around us, maybe even all life, maybe other planets, maybe all other consciousnesses. When we are, it seems like they are getting the wave, the reverberation,
Yeah.
where we're at. And maybe now we can awaken to a moment where we receive their awakening moments.
Yes,
too,
because
in
it's
some
a two-way exchange.
So
Yeah.
we're maybe beginning to open up and lighten up to our network of consciousness that is all around us in galaxies, including our planet. And we're just beginning to feel the lights are on.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully put, if I may say as well. Thank you. That's awesome. Really interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Going back to sacred feminine, I think we all agree we've been living in a largely patriarchal society for centuries, and I've been listening to many leaders of different indigenous tribes, and they ask for everyone to connect with the feminine and to listen to their women, and I wanted to see what your take was on that as far as, the polarities merging and coming to a balance of acknowledging the feminine more.
Yeah.
Regardless of our gender.
Yes. Yeah. Good point. I understand what you mean by that last statement. Yeah. I don't think this is about gender necessarily. Of course, if you're a woman, you're a woman. If you're a man, you're a man. Whatever. But this is more connected with the flow. So if you're a woman, you're going to represent feminine flow perhaps a little more, with a little more emphasis. But it's not about gender. I appreciate that. I think that there has been a lot of sort of patriarchal dominance in some ways that has been destructive. And when we talked about, there is a sort of Wiccan belief that when the male and female are in harmony, that the world is in harmony. And when they're not, the world is not. And it's as simple as that in some ways. How that actually plays out physically in society, I think certainly growing up as a young man in the 70s and 80s, I saw a lot of women trying to be like men, being like sexually predators, and being busy business people and drinking too much and, going to football games and, And of course, all those things are open to anyone who wants to do them, but there was a specific impulse in Britain that a successful woman needed to be like a successful man, and that was the template to follow. I feel that that changed in the 90s in Britain, and women thought, actually, this is shit, quite frankly. And there's got to be a better way of doing this. That's not me. And I don't care if that is the success template. I want to be a woman, and I want to define what that is. So as I've been through relationships personally with women, in terms of friendships and sensual relationships and colleagues in business and people I meet in events like this, what heartens me is to see that women are starting to feel more comfortable and claim their power more. And I think that's a much more natural process than we sometimes give ourselves credit for as people who are all in this setup together. And I think, again, that the role models that are held up in the media for top women, who are basically all anorexic models, as things that 14-year-old girls should aspire to, is very disturbing, and it worries me. But my 14-year-old niece was staying with us with her mother the other day, and she's not buying into that crap. She's smarter than that. And I don't know whether it's just her or whether that's, representative of kids today. But I think the light at the end of the tunnel for that reharmonization is that in terms of the emotional intelligence of a lot of kids I've spoken to around that age range, it doesn't happen very often, but I always tune into it because as this gentleman was saying earlier, kids have pure mind and they're not encumbered necessarily with all the nonsense that adults are. When they speak, I always kind of put a secret special ear and listen into that. And I have been stunned by how emotionally intelligent children today are. And I look back with horror at how stupid I was compared to that. And just think, oh my God, I was just running around pretending to be a cowboy, you know. And this kid's like, yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best thing for that. Perhaps it's more about compassion than it is anything else. And I'm like, holy crap. You know, that to me is extremely encouraging. And I don't think they are isolated incidents. I think as woman collectively begins to regain her power, as this lady was saying earlier, that starts to spread around the system, and that those lights start to light up, speaking in that way. And that means that when new people come in through their mothers, that has affected the way they've been birthed into this world, and they come in with that power to define who they are and to choose what they want and what they don't want. And I think that's extremely encouraging.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
I have a lot of questions, but this is, I'm going to ask one that's maybe more personal, but maybe not, and maybe 3 questions in one. You've talked before about an experience you had with salvia and a cat, and I have a really bad cat allergy too, and I'm also real sensitive to chemicals and stuff like that. So I have I'm really interested in salvia and
Yeah.
even ayahuasca for that, but then I'm also really wary of it because
Yes.
it's chemicals.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if there's an alchemical way to deal with, like a bridge, and an internal alchemy I could do without the chemical to get rid of that. Because I know it's artificial, like I'm reacting to that candle back there in the whole workshop. I'm like, in my mind, looking at the beautiful grass. I know it's just energy, and I know I can transmute this, I know I
Yes.
you know, and it's so far not taken. Yeah.
No, well, I'm tempted to quote Terence McKenna just to begin to answer that question. He said, you can either sit in the ashram for 20 years or you can do DMT for 7 minutes. Okay? Now, he says that with a smile on his face, and there's always a however after that, which is very important. Let's not make any bones about this. Drugs is not a way forward. To synthetically bring about one's progress with reliance on an outside agency of any form is a very, very short-term measure, a very, very short-term fix in some ways. And that's why I don't use the word drugs, because I don't think it's accurate. I use the word medicine, because as with a medicine, it's not a dietary thing, it's medicinal. So I'm not popping aspirins every single day, because I don't need to. If I have a massive headache, I might do, although I'm not fond of doing it at all, but you get the principle of what I'm saying. And in the same way, I sometimes know that my consciousness goes into like a lull or whatever, or an ebb. And if I feel that during that time it needs to come back, or I need to summon it back, or I've got a particular blockage, then I will choose to engage with that medicine and use it as such in a way of maximum integrity for me, and also protecting myself physically and legally and otherwise. So I think you have to kind of take a measure of where you're at and what you're doing it for. I personally don't have any problem with putting a plant into my mouth and imbibing its effects and experimenting with it. I do a massive amount of research every time that occurs with something new. Obviously, after a while, you know what a chocolate cake is. You don't have to read about it every time you put a piece into your mouth. A chocolate cake has psychoactive components. When you put it in your mouth, it changes your consciousness. When you put salvia divinorum vapor into your palate of your mouth, that does the same thing. That also changes your consciousness. But it does it in a way that detaches us from consensus reality in such a manner that feels uncomfortable to a lot of people. And because we've all been taught up to just say no to drugs and all that guff, we lump in something like salvia or ayahuasca with cocaine and heroin in the mainstream mind, as it's all drugs and it's a bit naughty and you shouldn't really be doing it, should you? And you have to decondition yourself from that, in a sense, because heroin is as legitimate a medicine as is ayahuasca, in my view. Perhaps not heroin, certainly opium as an opiate, it has its place. The question is relevance, really, to me. So it's like, what is that for on your journey? And if, in my view, it has great benefit for me and it is for growth rather than me, little Neil Kramer me, then I will bend the rules where necessary to do that. Now, fortunately with salvia, you don't even really need to bend the rules. It's all quite freely available last time I looked. That may have changed since last time I made contact with it. But if you're doing ayahuasca, for example, if you get caught with that in the wrong state, you could end up behind bars, basically. That's serious stuff. It's a life changer. So one has to be careful with that, and I always say it's a good idea to examine the entheogen, the plant medicine that is representative of where you are in the world. So where you live, think about that state where you live and look at what was traditionally used in that state, because there is a resonance with the substance, with where it came from, with where you live, with the culture and consciousness that you're immersed in. And I happen to know some of that where you are, as it happens. But there's nothing wrong, of course, with trying food from different cultures. I'm not going to eat fish and chips every night like English people. You can try whatever you want, but because it's a medicine, you have to treat it a little more seriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I have kind of a juvenile question, so forgive me.
Just speak a little louder.
Okay.
I'll get close to the answer.
All right. One of the things that I've taken away from this weekend is that the ultimate goal, at least for me, is to be able to merge with creational consciousness. And that is done by allowing the ego to step aside. And it seems as though the ego has to stand there screaming for attention because it's not sure that it's lovable, it's not sure that it's capable of being appreciated, whatever. And so as long as you have this need to be validated by everyone around you, you can't step out of the way and merge with all that you are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So my question is, it's a little easier to be in a space where you're able to somewhat allow that ego to step back and merge with what really is in a space like this. But then when you go home and you deal with your children and your business.
What a great question. Carry on.
Life, how do you recommend?
How do you carry on with that? Yeah.
Do you stay in that space of somewhat more balance without that ego having this scream for attention at every second?
That's another fabulous question. These are all really, really, really good. The answer is, how do I do it? I don't always do it. It doesn't always work. I make mistakes all the time. I do crap things all the time and forget. And that yellow school bus, my ego is running up the aisle, trying to get to the steering wheel and go, I'm in control, I'm driving, like that all the time. And sometimes I forget and I'm like, oh, what? Oh God, he's back on the, action stations, and there you go, and you're driving around like that. So you have to be very conscious of yourself. You have to use that Buddhist principle of observing your own thought processes. So observe the mind. Observe the mind, and the principle of that being, what is it? Observing the mind. We know the mind has self-referential aspect, so it can monitor and regulate itself and so on and so forth. But there's certainly a very distinct observation point, which the Japanese call kensho, where you have a flash of revelation that you are not you. And they differentiate that from the brain thinking about itself, just like a computer might artificially think about itself and monitor itself. They say that's a very distinct and different process, which is why a lot of people ignored it for a long time, because it's such a funny thing to say in the West, that. But for me, the trick is to be able to observe effortlessly, because if you're observing yourself all the time, like conscious, 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 and you this laser all the time, it just drains you, your battery's on empty, and then you just flake out. So you have to, for me, the trick is to learn to observe your own processes and understand that you can be yourself, the woman you are, the way you look, the way you are, your name, the things you do, the things you like, the things you don't like. You can be that, and you can be your higher self at the same time and enjoy both at the same time. So I think it's important to understand there's no rush on the spiritual journey. There's no imminency attached to that. So for example, I know I was talking to somebody else the other day about a lady who had a family and really had to put her spiritual journey on hold for 20 years, as she described it. I was suggesting to her that I don't think she was doing that. She might have thought she was, but it was another type of unfoldment. What she was really saying was she didn't have the emphasis to put back onto self. And I suggested that part of the training of being a mother and having children is precisely that, to not be self and be a successful, loving, compassionate, brilliant, authentic human being without any process on self, without any observation on self. So that is a teaching not just for women and mothers, but for everybody, for men as well, and for me as well. And sometimes, quite frankly, what I might be doing domestically, let's take it down to the real level of real life, there isn't the sort of latitude for me to be spiritual or be philosophical all the time. Sometimes you have to just put that to one side for a minute and do something totally different. Sometimes my energy management doesn't work. The other day, I'd been having some very high-level conversation, really edifying, really fruitful, really interesting. And then I kind of just got into a car with somebody, and we went to Portland and had lunch and went into REI, the outdoor store, and got a few bits and came back. And when I came back, I was totally wiped out. And I'd only been there like 2 hours. I was completely wiped out because my energy system had just been totally trashed, because I'd configured it for this purpose, and then I'd gone there, put that shape there, and it just went all over the place. So I think the lesson for me when that happens, and I've still not quite learnt it yet, is there is no shape for that. There is no single configuration. The learning is, the teaching is to oneself that it's an ever-moving, ever-evolving object, that configuration of energy. So being a mother, being a supreme warrior princess, being an accountant, being a trash collector is all part of the spiritual journey, and all of it is designed to give us humility, quite frankly, and growth. And I think you can see that if you just step outside of self.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have to tell you that last bit about the mother, spiritual warrior, trash collector, accountant. The ironic thing is you hit me on the nail all the way through. I was collecting trash this morning. My job is as an accountant. I am a mother, and the spiritual warrior princess.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Just wanted to say I appreciated your presentation of the, I guess the way I see it, sort of the history of this growth process.
Thank you.
I noted that it comes from I'd say maybe a Western perspective with maybe some Eastern.
Yes, indeed. Largely Western with a bit of sprinkle of the East. Yes, you're right.
Kind of seeped in and so forth. And I'm just wondering if you, because you said you were a study Zen as well. And thought maybe there would be more of a historical perspective and more depth from an Eastern perspective, because many of those records still exist, more rich, if you will. And if you've explored that, or if you're interested in it.
Yes, I am interested in it, and yes, you're right, I actually don't know much about that, which perhaps is what you're suggesting is reflected, because I'm not talking about it because I don't know about it. But yes, I think that the Eastern tradition is highly significant to me, and certainly talking about one of my teachers, Alan Watts, he kept that Zen part of himself alive and active for a lot of his life. And it was one of the first systems that broke through his discursive thinking, and he treasured that throughout his philosophical development. And for me, always, you know, I've got, like, for example, the Compass of Zen, Seung San in the kitchen at the moment. So when I'm cooking something, I stand there and just kind of go through it. I've read it like 2 or 3 times, and every time I get to the back of it, I think, right, well, I'm done with that. I'll give that away to someone. I'm done with it, and I've never parted with it because its relevance still keeps popping back. And every time I open the damn thing, it's like it's a different text, a different bloody text. It seems to, like, transmogrify every time I read it, and it's like, have I actually read this before? You know, I've read it recently, like 2 years ago, and reading it. This is different. I'm sure, like, somebody's coming in and, like, you know, cutting it out and putting a new thing just to freak me out. But I think the difference is that certainly in modern times, there are some historians, some revisionist historians, that are suggesting the movement of knowledge we ordinarily think was from east to west, and some other people are saying it's no, it's from west to east. Could name some names on that, but it's not important at the moment. My view is all that's kind of irrelevant, really, because it depends at what time frame you're looking at. If you look at 300 BC, you can pinpoint that a little bit and say that's where it came from, and we think it was influenced by the East there, which I believe it was. But if you go a little bit further back, pick a point on the globe, and anywhere it's going to come from somewhere else, north or south, east or west. So we have, I think, very sort of paradigm-cracking thoughts about the East and the West and the different views on it. I think that what the Eastern systems give us, and I think you might agree that Buddhism is basically Hinduism stripped down for export and developed, I would say, because Hinduism is a whole cultural system, whereas Buddhism is the central tenets of Hinduism developed on and applied to actual life. Because a lot of the Vedic texts, in my view, this might come back to haunt me, are unreadable because they're very poetic, and for a Western mind that's not enough, quite frankly. So what the Japanese did was put that and knock that into some sort of shape, which at the time appealed to me and still does. So for me, I think it's what you resonate with, and obviously coming from Europe, a lot of those European traditions appeal to me. But I keep getting taken further and further back, so just when I think I've found the body of wisdom that works the very best for me, and I immerse myself in it to learn as much as I can, I keep getting drawn further and further back to more sort of archaic texts, really, and that inevitably takes me into, you know, pretty misty realms. So yeah, there's a lot more stuff out there, but I would say, yeah, the European sort of traditions are the ones I'm most familiar with, and that period of time from sort of 0 to 1800 is very appealing and interesting time for me, because I think it represents a lot of other histories. And personally, my favourite period in the language that's used, being someone who loves language, is from the sort of the 18th and 19th century. Appeals to me very much at a sort of aesthetic level, to be quite honest. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, Neil.
Hi.
My comments, questions are in 2 parts. The first one is just, as we discussed earlier, just a brief summary of my experiences in the last couple of years.
Yeah, please, yeah.
It's not everything, believe me, because that would take a very long time. But I'll just do a brief summary, and then people can ask me afterwards about what I've been through, what's happened, how dramatic it's been, and so forth.
Just as a matter of interest, just before you say that, I asked this gentleman that if he'd like to share that. I thought that from many different perspectives, I think it's always very enlightening to hear somebody who's gone through stuff and began their journey. So I asked this gentleman if he felt it was appropriate, would he share it? So thank you for doing so.
Yeah. The second question is more of a technical question. basically my path started almost exactly 2.5 years ago. It would take a few days. It was very dramatic. It was a personal crisis. It came at the age of 50. Basically my tower, and I feel I've always felt some kind of affinity with tarot cards, which was always very weird because my own background is pretty technical. But the tower basically had been chipped away for a few years, probably 5-6 years. Things were going wrong in my life, my personal life. There was this huge crisis, and the tower slammed to the ground in dust. And then I went through several weeks of difficult psychological rehabilitation and institution, and it all started at that point. But that point has carried on and been very dramatic for me, and I have experienced spiritual occurrences, for want of a better word, which have varied in degree, but in the initial weeks and months they were very dramatic. That path has continued, and it is as if I have been provided from outside with information in order to allow me to do, the gentleman just now said, the work. I feel as if I have work to do, and it's in a number of parts. It's in my real life, which has carried on. I haven't suddenly switched into doing something else, but it's also in spiritual research, for want of a better word. So as well as that, I have a family to look after, and so it's all ongoing. My work career has changed a fair bit, but my life has changed enormously, and it's continuing. My old life, I had about 6 ghosts, Neil, I think. One of them was alarmingly like Alistair Campbell, actually. I was very aggressive, I was very pushy, I was very argumentative. I'm not like that anymore. I've changed a lot. My personal relationships with children, friends, family members have changed hugely. I just behave more differently. I feel like a different person, but at the same time, I'm the same person I was before what I called the event. So there's a great deal more that I can share with people. It would take a long time, but something is happening. I have a scientific background. I'm actually an engineer, would you believe? So, however, I've always been a bit weird. I do have a fairly powerful imagination. But for many years, in order to have the dog's life, I've always felt as if I was the fool on the card, and in fact I was. But I had to have the dog all the time. I had to have the career and all the rest of it. And that's still there, but it's much less important, and it's been very important to get all that out of the way, and to change ego and develop differently as a person. So I don't feel that different, but I am very different at the same time. What more to say? There is a lot more to say, but so the first moment I walked in here, I picked up one of James's books, and something happened to me which is happening to me a lot, which is coincidence, synchronicity. I now look for it all the time, coincidence. Every little thing that happens to me, I'm looking for it. I opened his book at page 74, and I read a paragraph which said, things are changing, consciousnesses are changing, consciousnesses are rising, people's lives are changing, and people's work, everything else. And I thought, that's me. and that was perfectly summed up what has happened to me in the last 2.5 years. It's been incredibly difficult. It's been full of obstacles and paradoxes all the time.
Yes.
You feel as if it is an obstacle course. I feel as if it's at times it's been a very difficult game or puzzle. The word puzzle comes to me all the time. The final thing on this point is 4 weeks ago I didn't know who Neil Kramer was. And I read 2 of his articles and I agreed with everything he said, which is quite unusual for me because I'm an argumentative bastard. I used to be, but to my intense displeasure, I couldn't
Tell them where you've come from.
Brussels in Belgium. I've done a bit of tourism. I've wrapped some tourism around it. So I was on the beach in Portland on Thursday, and I'm doing some business in Seattle on Tuesday. So I've pretended that other stuff is as important. Self-delusion is marvellous. The work thing is actually quite important, but yeah, really I came to see this guy and hear what he's had to say. It's exceeded my expectations. What I've found is that there's a commonality of in the stuff that you presented. Remember, I didn't know this guy 4 weeks ago. A lot of what I've read, not all of what Neil has presented, the Gnostic stuff I haven't looked at, other stuff I haven't looked at. Blavatsky I looked at fairly recently. Akashic Field I looked at maybe 6 months ago. This is quite interesting. That's it. That's just a bullet point summary. But something is happening here, and we'll all, most of us, some of us, will continue to find out what it is. But it's going to be bloody exciting. I carry stone around, saying I'm a pagan. I'll take anything. Christianity, paganism. The only one I won't take. Oh, no, I'm not going to say which one.
Yeah, no, best not to.
No, best not to. So the technical question, as I say, I have a technical background. The lady earlier on talked about density. I got confused with densities, Neil.
Yes.
I buy into the 7 layers or levels of consciousness because I've felt that myself very clearly. I've read about it. I think a more appropriate word might be intensity, because we use intensity for light, and this is an energy which is possibly light-related, possibly electromagnetic, I don't know. The dimension thing, I've come to feel that we have 3 spatial dimensions, and we have time. We have a 4th dimension, time. Einstein went into this. It's there. People argue whether it's a dimension. I think it is. From 2 years ago, I've always thought that the energy that some of us are feeling is operating in a 5th dimension. I've always thought there's a 5th dimension. And I've become convinced that, I'm going to use the key word here, that it operates at a subatomic level, at a quantum level. Quantum, a quanta is the smallest measurable package of energy. So it's operating at a level we can't yet detect. Our ability to detect things happening, and a dimension can be defined as a framework or framed reference within which things can be measured or observed. This Einstein went into relativity and observers and the relation. So our ability to measure things in 3D, goes back to your old maps, has expanded enormously. We can measure right out into the galaxy. We can measure right down almost at subatomic level, quark level. So that's 3D. We have time. The 5th dimension, to me, could be something which is operating down, or it's actually everywhere, because it's quantum, which threads through the entire universe.
It interpenetrates us in a sense, yeah.
Field,
yes.
Really.
That Laszlo talks about, yes.
So I think your framework is right, it's just the words need to change, basically.
Thank you. I take that on board, thank you.
I had to take my boots off, so I'm really sorry to these guys.
Okay, shall we James.
Yeah, I think, I just want to thank you for your awesome presentation and bringing
Thank you.
just the way you synthesized all this and brought it across, and I can't wait to get the DVD and look at it about 5 times.
Thank you.
To assimilate all of it. And I don't know, Kramer, we'll probably have those available pretty soon.
Maybe
Few days or
in
something.
3 days at least.
Yeah.
3 to 5 days.
And, there's part of me wanted to ask this question, the infamy is coming out on this one, and the other part is saying no, sit down. But
Go for it.
Yeah, I've been having this conversation with a Zen Buddhist over here. He's a very funny guy. And we take shots at each other now and then, you know. So, and I asked him, I said, so, you know, if everything is illusion and Maya in your tradition, I said, then Buddha didn't exist, nor did his teachings. And he hasn't gotten back to me yet.
No. How strange, James. How strange.
Anyway, you don't have to answer that, but I mean, it just, to me, that just allows me to let go of everything.
Mm.
You know, it's one of those paradoxes that just came to me when I asked him the question, and I've been waiting to get back to that one. And
You sent the email to me, not to him.
huh?
You sent the email to me and not to him.
Oh, I got one back from him, and I sent him,
Oh, okay.
I sent him one too. But and then there's a couple other questions I asked him. That why is the seventh dimension any more important than the third dimension?
Mm-hmm.
You know, what's the difference if God's omnipresent? And I haven't gotten back on
No, indeed.
So I don't know. It's a question that I've been going through about the ascension process. You don't ascend by leaving here. You ascend by bracing everything here.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
In physical.
And that's why I think it's important to see those spaces, those realms, those intensities, those frequencies, those densities, whatever words we use for them, enfolded each other. Because if you figure out that the first is part of the seventh, shall we say, and we are just choosing, well, I am arbitrary numbers here, just to map it out, just try and say, well, here's a working model. I think it is significant for me not to necessarily think that a tiger is any better than a snail, and that you know, Gandhi is any better than the bloke who, you know, empties my garbage can in New York, you know, whatever. There's no, why would you say that? It doesn't really make sense, and it doesn't feel right. So when you push that out to the macro, yeah, of course. And as you say, you know, one has to be careful with the words. And I think that certainly talking about how you map things out, as the guy was saying before, I quite like the way you said it actually, there is something happening. We don't know what it is, but it's real. And I think you can sum an awful lot up in saying that, quite frankly. And you know, part of my role that I take upon myself is to say, okay, let's map some of that out, but let's understand as well that there's so much we don't know that it kind of far outweighs what we do know. But if we get hung up on that, we probably wouldn't say anything. So sometimes it's good to just pause, see what we know, share what different people's views are, and go away. And certainly, especially from 3 or 4 of the questioners in particular, I've got some brilliant upgrades just in this process myself. So next time I present some of this material, it will be better. If ever I present exactly the same material, which I never do, personally, it would be a disappointment for me. So those suggestions about things are greatly appreciated. They truly are, not just false humbleness. They really are. And that's the thing, to say somebody sticks on a certain point, or, you know, as you said to your Zen friend, is this better than that? And you're being a bit naughty and provocative, really, aren't you? But it might make him think about that. And if he discusses it again, he'll go, well, and then there's the upgrade, it's taken place because of this cheeky James Gilliland fellow.
But I always ask him, I say, who would you be without your robes? You know, and you know, we all have an image that we've created around ourselves.
Yeah.
And the robes, and I go, well, to me, the robes separate. That's just my reality. That, you know, I was given robes at one time if I wanted to wear them. But some Tibetan masters, I said to him, I said no, and he said, you're right, you're not supposed to do that this time around.
Good ribbon.
But what's that?
You'd be good ribbon.
Good river. Yeah, but anyway, for the science, I talked to a couple of people that are engineers and scientists. We have a wonderful chart that explains the vibrational continuum of other planes and dimensions. And when my computer's free, I'll show it to you. It really sums it up. And when we go out to the field and turn on the infrared, and you get the infrared goggles, you're actually seeing into the fourth dimension. So we have both toys and the science behind
I think again, you know, there's a difference that we should say, that I'm very aware, as you pointed out, that Einstein said to some degree, amongst others, that the fourth dimension is time, and I'm well aware of that. when I talk about the fourth dimension, I'm talking about something else. And, you know, while I reserve the right to do that whenever I want, I also take on board the fact that that's a keen observation. For example, we bandy the word consciousness about, and the other day I was talking to my auntie, and she said, so what is it you talk about then? And I said, well, it's like consciousness and stuff. And she said, well, we're all conscious, aren't we? Yes, I can't say no. She said, so, you know, what's the big deal? Is it a short presentation, you know? A history of humour in the Kramer family, obviously. But it makes an important point that if you use the wrong terminology, people just click off like that. So, you know, if you're getting it largely right, good. But yeah, I think it's funny when you speak to the alternative community a lot, which is what I would describe this, you get used to recalibrating an awful lot of words, and it's been a good reminder today from you two guys in particular that that's something to think about, and I'll take that on board, I really will. But as James said, the broader point is, I think what's more important is to say, when we're talking about ascension, and when we're talking about increases, and when we're talking about hierarchies, we're talking about a natural process where one thing isn't necessarily better than another. And I think lots of graphics that I've shown this circle process, this Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, to say, well, you can go to the top of that circle and say, woohoo, we're at the top. But if I just switch around, then you're at the bottom, and there isn't any space on that. You know, 0 and 360 are the same point in actual fact. So it brings to mind like that Zen calligraphy with just the black thing that is drawn in one stroke, and there's a particular way of painting that onto the paper. That is to signify the absence of hierarchy and linearity. And it's a challenge, that as well, because we brought up not to do that, but I think most people realize that to say something's inherently better than others is starting to break down a little bit. I think maybe at one time that might have been the case, but I think that's starting to break down now, and it's becoming like self-evidently not the case. So, you know, where mysticism once was part of science, I think that's coming back in again through people like David Bowman, Irving Laszlo, in my view. And lots of other people do it, but those in the scientific community who have the luxury of being able to be extremely independent because of the funding pressures with that, they can make those bold statements and go with that. But I think the whole thing is moving in that direction now, and I agree completely with you that that quantum level is something that interpenetrates, and certainly, you know, with the double slit experiment and stuff, which is the first time I came into this to look at that, I thought, wow, that's amazing, that's really interesting. And my rational mind has needed a lot of science to back that up, and I've, you know, read as deeply as I can into that. Frankly, you know, admittedly, sometimes I'll pick a book up, a physics book, and I'll flick through it and think, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Turn the back over, read the thing, yeah, that's cool, get that. And I'll get another one, and as they get into the juice of it, it's all like equations and stuff, and I just think, oh shit. Because I don't have the training for that. So part of me would say that would be good if I taught myself to be able to read that stuff, because basically when it's all broken down, that is what we're talking about in some ways. So it's not good to dismiss one side or the other. There has to be a fusion of these things. But fundamentally, as I'll quote my friend here, there is something going on. We don't know quite what it is, but it is very real. And with that, I say thank you very much for coming here, and thank you for sharing your time with me. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
I want to introduce Neil here. Neil's came here as a guest, as a speaker to the ranch, and he kind of never left, you know, but we're okay with that. You know, we love Neil and we love having him around, and he's been hanging out with the Sky Watches and talking to people, and it's so nice to walk out in the field, you know, and people go, oh, you're Neil Kramer, you know, and I go, thank God they didn't, they weren't pointed They weren't pointing at me this time, you know. So, it's really nice to have Neil here, and I just see everybody as equal, and everybody has a message, and he has a very powerful message and a way of synthesizing things to make sense about what's going on right now and what we're going through. So, with that, what I'm going to do is Neil just wanted to talk for a few minutes and talk about what he's going to cover, his workshop and things, and then we'll get into bringing in the higher conscious energy and having some fun and bringing in the masters so we can connect with those energies. So with that said, I'm going to pass over the mic to Neil.
Put it like that.
Yep.
Hello, hello, hello.
Let me see. Go ahead. You can turn
Hello,
it.
hello. There we go.
Okay, we're good.
Can I stand up with this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just conscious that I've got my back to you lot as well. So I'm going to just stand up for a few moments. So first of all, I'd just like to say welcome to everybody who's come here. It really is an excellent place to come. James has given you a little introduction about what goes on here at the ranch. I actually lived in Washington in a place called Union in March 2010. I have some family up there. And so we'd always been looking for an opportunity to come back. And as James says, when I came here for the first time in June, and my wife was actually walking down the river just down there, and somebody said, oh, there's a house for rent just down there. And that's interesting. She said, oh, yeah, that's interesting. And then like 2 months later, we were living there. So I actually live quite local now, but we'd been looking for an opportunity to come back. So it's just been a great move for me, and it's quite a culture shock as well, because I originally came from England, as you know, and then later on I moved to New York when I was here. So I lived in Queens in New York. I lived in upstate New York near Rochester, where spiritualism first was created, and I don't know what that is, but that's an interesting story. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But yeah, it's a wonderful place. I very much enjoyed Washington and Oregon, and it's great to be sort of based here. What we're going to be talking about really on Saturday and Sunday, of course, is mysticism, spirituality, philosophy, magic, the European mystery school tradition. We're going to talk about psychology, we're going to talk about emotions, we're going to do some discussion work a little bit. Most of it is going to be me presenting information, but obviously the purpose of a workshop is that it's to some degree a little bit more interactive. So I love workshops, I love conferences too, and it's a bit different at the conference that James has here, because it's such a, I'm not just saying this because I'm here, but it's a different kind of level of consciousness that it's not representative of a normal conference. So once a year, 300 people streaming here, and they have a big conference. Other conferences I've been to where you're talking to, 200, 300, 400 people, there's a lot of what I call spiritual shoppers who go to these things. And they go along and they go, oh yeah, that's good, yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh no, I don't like that. Oh, what's this? Oh yes, I like that. Oh, I'll have one of those, put that in, right. Oh, I'm hungry now, let's go for lunch. And there's a lot of this nodding and a lot of shopping, and it's great. And it's good for speakers because you have to sort of hone your message to approach a broad audience, to not disrespect anybody, to not patronize anybody. And that's fine, and it makes you a sharper and better communicator, quite frankly. But workshops are really, really good because you can dispense with that to some extent, and you can just dive right into the juicy stuff. So that is what I intend to do on Saturday and Sunday. And I draw your attention to the fact that I know that some people here I know, some people I've communicated with on email. So hello to all of you. I very much appreciate your presence here, I really do. But what I'd like to just instill in you a little bit, particularly the people who are newcomers, is that it is a friendly bunch of people here in a way that you might not have seen quite in this way before. So when you do bump into people outside, quite literally sometimes, it's okay to sort of say hello and share some of your narrative and some of your story. And the confidence in that is that it's very much appreciated and there's a lot of reciprocal feedback. And people do tend to like spill the guts a bit sometimes, and that's okay. So you're getting in 5 minutes what usually it would take 5 years to open up and tell a regular person. And so sometimes, as well as you spewing forth your story, either in a powerful, fast way or in an elegant, artistic way, you'll also get to hear other people's information as well, and you may be asked to carry some of that and to listen and to, did you, And that's part of the learning here, because I believe that everybody who's sat in this circle now is here very synchronistically and for a very important reason, all of you. And I think that there's this guy who's going to talk to you for a couple of days, but really, to some extent, the juice and the interest and the depth of this event is what happens out of this room as well, in the connections and the friends that you make and swapping emails and so on and so forth. Certainly for me, it's been that way. When I came here in June, I found that as well. And some of my memorable experiences, I did the best presentation I could, it was well received, fantastic, that's great. But some of the other memorable experiences were walking down by the river, just down the road there with some people talking. We sat in the field at night having a little smoke and talking about stuff, meeting people from all over the States, all over Europe, all over the world. And that is the thing that is of greatest value in my view. And so don't underestimate your presence here, whether you've come completely with excitement and enthusiasm, or whether you've kind of come to check it out, or whether you're coming to accompany somebody, that's not important. The fact that you're here means that synchronistically the universe, in a very specific way, has said, I'm going to give you something when you come to this event. Because you didn't have to come here. You could have watched it online, or you could have watched a disc or gone on YouTube and just stayed at home and had a nice cup of coffee and just thought, well, it's a bit of an effort really, isn't it? Traveling to this funny place in the middle of nowhere with, it's a funny time of year, summer's changing, it's fall, I've got a lot to do. But you didn't. You came here. You made the effort. You made the decision to come here. And I acknowledge that. And everyone else is in the same position, quite frankly. So just consider that. And so a lot of the exchanges, be conscious that as well as the information we're going to share, me and you, there's also this other exchange as well, which is very, very fundamental, I think. So if you just think about that and feel that, I think you know what I'm talking about. But it's different here. So maybe you wouldn't quite say this, that, and the other to such a person. Here, you might find yourself doing it, as James said. And whatever your views are on energy and other entities and other beings and masters and vortexes and stuff, I mean, I can tell you just from a very cerebral point of view, there is something different here. There is some energy here that amplifies what's inside. So the processes that James was talking about, it is kind of like two notes. You play one note on the piano and you play another note on the guitar, and if they're discordant, if they're not in tune, if they're not in the same key or whatever, your stuff comes out. Unresolved stuff, wounds, emotions, things that are difficult, that stuff comes out, and that's good. And you'll see why that's good. You already know it's good, but I'm going to emphasize that tomorrow. But first and foremost, the information that we are going to share together tomorrow is going to really put into some sort of concrete terms some of the processes that I know you're all going through. Some of the big themes that are prevalent at the moment, like earth changes, like extraterrestrials, UFOs. If you go out on that field tonight, you will see things more than likely. Pretty much every time I ever come here, if I stand out in the field long enough with a little cup of tea and hang around, and make sure you put your coat on because it gets deceptively chilly at night here, you will see things. And various people can put little devices there and say, well, this is the thing that tracks the satellites. So we know what astral bodies are. We know what satellites are. We know what the stars are. We know what this and that and the other. We know what airplanes look like. That is not any of those things because we can track the satellites in real time. So for those of you who need a bit of backup on that, for those of you who want to see that, that technology is available. There's various exciting infrared and light amplification devices that you can also maybe take a look at. And this guy over here with the camera, his name is Mr. John Kelly. He, for me, brings another dimension to this collection of people here, which is he puts a framework of logic and reason around the spiritual aspects, around the ultra-terrestrial aspects as well. So I've asked John this in advance, but please feel free. This guy probably will be in a field with all kinds of gizmos and lights and wires and shit hanging all over the place. But it's very, very well worth, I assure you, making the effort to go up to John, say, you're that guy, hello, I'm so-and-so, I'm from here, you know, tell me about what we're looking at here. Tell me what that is. Why isn't that a satellite? Why is that something unusual? You know, how can we see that? Is that not just a comet? You know, have that conversation. Have that conversation. It's really worthwhile. The other guys here will also share a lot of their stuff, and you'll get to know who the people in the Seti family who live on this ranch are. I'm not part of this ranch, I'm not part of this family, and yet I am a neighbor now, so I live just down the road. And I've certainly been welcomed in here, but just to the same extent that I was on the first day. So that level of intimacy, as I say, is surprising here, and it'll catch you off guard, so don't be worried about that. I can see old-timers going, yeah, we know all this, get on with it. But certainly, because there's so many newcomers, I'm just kind of making that point to say, it is a bit different here, and I don't say that everywhere I go. Here it is a little different in a very positive way. So please allow yourself to unfold and to be just a little bit more open than you usually are, and it will definitely bring rewards. So in terms of the format for tomorrow, we're going to start here at 10 o'clock. We're going to do a 3-hour session in the morning with a little break in between, have lunch, then have an afternoon session, and then that's that day. Each night, there's basically sky watching as well. Pam will cover some of this. And then on the Sunday, there's a morning session, another 3-hour chunk with a little break. And then there's going to be like a Q&A session in the afternoon. So I do hope that you can all stay for Sunday afternoon. If you have to go earlier than that, I appreciate that. People have to get back and do things. But there is stuff occurring on Sunday afternoon. Pam will tell you all the other extra classes and workshops and bits and pieces that are around that. So if you are interested in some of the sort of supporting materials and energies and skills that are here, there's other things to do so you can plug into that. As I say, for those of you who are in little B&Bs and hotels and what have you around here, great. For those brave campers out here, it is actually relatively mild at the moment, I think, isn't it, for this time of year? But it does get chilly at night, so be conscious of that. So I'm going to be here tomorrow at about 9 o'clock, but you don't need to come into this room until 10 o'clock. Yeah. So you can do whatever you want up to that time, but we will start at 10 o'clock, so please be here. If you hear this funny horn as well being blown here, that is Seti's way of saying something's going on. So it's usually either dining or a conference is beginning or the workshop's starting. So if you hear this funny horn sound, that's what it is. I didn't know that actually for quite a few days when I was here. No, I just thought, what is that? It's like Lord of the Rings or something. I thought there was going to be a vast army of orcs coming over the hill, you know. So that's what that is. But anyway, I'm going into Seti's territory. So I'm going to hand this back over to Pam.
Before we start the clearing, I'll just add a few things about the classes. So catering will begin tomorrow morning. I think it's at 8 a.m. till 10 a.m. The only class we have tomorrow is from 6 to 7. Sun Tuk is teaching Qigong.
Sun over there with the red cap on.
And that will be out by the trees in front of the guest house. Then James has his radio show from 8 to 9, and we'll do a listening party in here if you want to come in and listen to the show. I'm not sure who your guest is. Are you doing?
Neil's the guest.
Oh, good. Neil's
I am the guest, yeah. And just for an added bit of interest, I mean, usually, you know, there's so many things to do, but we thought it might be interesting that we're going to ask one or two of you guys to join us live on that show. There's an awful lot of listeners. It goes out all over the place. So anybody who's like, you know, active and confident and happy to do that tomorrow, we'd love to have one or two of you on the show. There we go.
There are other classes on Sunday. I can't remember their times, but there's schedules posted in the store. There will be one on the store tomorrow, but you can go in the store if you're interested in taking Tiangong.
It's at 8.
Huh?
It's at 8.
Oh, it's at
p.m.
8 p.m.
Yeah.
tomorrow night?
I believe, yeah.
Okay. Michaela teaches Tiangong. I think that's it.
So Pam really is kind of like the central person for a lot of the coordination, but you'll realise that some of the other ESETI people are sat in this circle and on the edges of it will make themselves known to you. So I appreciate you don't all know who the ESETI people are, but that will become obvious. So with that, I will hand back over to James, and we are now going to begin a clearing session, which for those newcomers you will find very fascinating.